Hard-working, God-fearing, rock and roll patriots. Bob is truly one of the greatest entertainers of our time. Let's all continue to love one another, fight for our God-given freedoms, and most of all, let's make America rock, 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 rock. Let's make America rock again.
We the people, in all we do, reserve the right to scream, screw you! Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Wear your mask, take your pills, now we'll hold.
Well, hello everybody. Here we are.
Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. But Coleman's near, it's coming to town, and we're done.
So I know move out. Cool. Is the bag right now?
Standing up, standing tall, 'cause it's all for one, and it's one.
Full of brick. Well, it's worse than sputtering. It's completely bricked. I have no idea why this is happening. Everything else looks fine to me, but the stream looks like it died 3 minutes ago. It's not, can't be copyright. There's no way it's copyright. Not the second that I opened the stream. It's like they knew what was gonna happen. I don't. That's what I don't think. I think that's
hardworking American. Because when you call this place home, you should take this land
fucked up.
its free life.
About as making any
The
sense.
only reason we'd be here tonight is because of those
I guess.
who paid the price for our
Why are we not?
Those put their necks on the line to watch our backs, day in and day out, from sea to shining sea. And not a day goes by when we're not reminded that the only reason any of us can do what we do is because of the courage of those who care enough to leave their homes behind.
Huh?
Head out to make sure they come back to a place they left.
Fuck you
Don't
talking
give a
about?
damn about what went down voting booth on election day. They're fighting for what goes at Main Street flagpole, or in the hand of a kid at a 4th of July parade. See, they don't care about red or blue on them. No, they're fighting for the whole damn flag with arms. They're the stuff who earn their stripes, fighting for every damn color high flag. So I don't care what you call what we've got tonight. A concert, a show, a game. Give shit. Because what I believe we got here get together. We're proving that the only part that really matters is the one we're in tonight. And it's been brought to you by who fought home of the brave. Thousands of miles from there. Here's a salute to those who aren't looking for a hand. Stay attention to those who serve all of ours.
What does that mean?
Here's to a
You're just
program
to anybody who doesn't
free
eat.
brought to you
Wow.
by some other-
How thick. Need some elderly music play, elderly people, elderly crowd.
Midnight in my O2, rolling down the boulevard. Headlights shining on rusty fences as I pass the rail yard. Black leather jacket on a Friday night. Fire up the light around the track. Radio saying, take a one outside. It just get me feel like, got me feel like.
Soon Batch is not good. I have no idea why. For fuck's sake. Why? This is insane.
see her waving on the corner, stunning, cause it's just like I do.
Alright, that. I don't know. I'm just gonna hold off, play something else while we wait for this to stop egging so bad. Frozen. Earth is gone. It's just, I'm literally sitting in void, apparently.
I made a huge mistake.
What now?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
This hasn't happened. I don't know when's the last time. Zero reasons for I can't. I don't know. What is open? No, those things are supposed to open. The Google Chrome, maybe. This is. Oh my god. Come on. Why are you doing this to me? I don't understand. Why do you hate me? things that lag after that. I guess it's just gonna sit here and buffer for most of it. Yeah, okay. I do. It's gonna do it. Would you like this other thing? Anytime? There we go, people. After much, I mean, too much waiting. I don't know how it took that long. I really wish I did, but looks like we finally have a connection. I don't know how far behind you all are right now, but remember to hit live, because you've probably been sent back on a different timeline. You may not be watching where we all are right now. So click that live button, make sure you're caught up. Alright, time to do this. Let's get to it.
Where my people at? We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. And if you think that's worth fighting for, let's say fight, 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 fight. Woo! Got you on the check.
Oh yes. Look at these elderly white dance moves from Kid Rock. So powerful? No, that's not the right word. Weird and off-putting.
Thank you so much. God bless you all. God bless President Trump. Travel bans. For God bless the United States of America.
Oh man, crowd's not liking it, kid. Sorry, Pat. Get off stage. How is it this far behind? How is the stream this far behind? Look at it. It's the standby screen. You all, I'm so sorry. I don't know why YouTube hates us so much. You are all like, you gotta be at least 5 minutes behind, I think. That is fucked up. I'm live on stream feed. I can see right now it's stuck on stand. That is too much.
Too much, man.
To the singer and rapper, Angle AA, and American singer-songwriter Justin Quiles.
Who the fuck are these guys?
Good afternoon, DC. Good afternoon. Well, first off, I want to thank President Trump for having us here. I speak on behalf of all Spanish
I hate
community.
this app.
I'm so happy that
What?
everybody, the Spanish community, wasn't that like we just spoke and they really voted for they didn't win for.
Huh?
A lot of people went against.
What are you
us
saying?
Once we spoke for Trump. On Trump's behalf, and I'm so happy now that they got
that's
the
good.
results. That everybody
Can get it deported?
ignored a lot of attacks that Trump was receiving.
It was great because you have cheerleaded Trump, and now perhaps a great deal of Hispanic people will be getting deported anytime now. Lily and how long now? Let's see. Yeah, like inauguration happens at noon, so I guess it's like 17 hours, and then the whole Spanish community can get deported from the United States. Thank you,
I want to make this
traitors.
super clear. Trump is the strongest president we ever had, and I'm just happy we in good hands. There's nothing better than to have a strong president taking care of the strongest nation in the whole world.
Hello, America. Hello, Washington. So you're probably wondering what these two Puerto Ricans are doing here. Well, it all started in Georgetown, Pennsylvania, during the president's campaign, where we show our support to the president and made sure our Latino community came through and show lots of love to Mr. President Trump, so we can get that W.
Foiled by your own petard.
I'm glad to be here just like everybody else up here. I always say I love President Trump because he's not a puppet, you know? I love that about him.
Of course he's not a puppet.
And this was my first time voting for any president
A
in the United
stooge.
States. So,
I prefer stooge.
you know, first time voter, so I'm glad I give that vote to Mr. Trump, and me and Anuel AA are here supporting. Que viva Puerto Rico, and let's make America great again.
Viva Puerto Rico, yeah.
Congratulations, President Trump.
Yes, of course. 51st day, definitely gonna happen. Immediately. If not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Please welcome to the stage, recipient of the National Medal of Arts and Academy and Golden Globe winner, acting legend, Jon Voight.
Acting legend Jon Voight. How good. I'm glad we have Jon here. I'm Jon Voight.
Hi, everybody.
Why is this clip sputtering right now? This is fucked up.
What an honor it is.
What in the hell is going on today? Why is everything so fucked up?
Women who've all come here to celebrate the greatest win of all time. The greatest win of all time.
Why is this
the
happening?
victory we were all fighting for to save our country, our democracy.
Sorry, I have no idea. I see what you're talking about. The clip is fucking sputtering. I have no idea why this is happening. Let me try something. Let's see if this fixes it. Oh my god. Is it because it's on? I honestly wish I knew exactly why this was being like this. No, don't go back 3 hours. That's not what I want. Holy shit. Oh, good. Stephen Miller's here to talk. Everybody, all the people. All the people are here. Celebrate my great victory. Need Jon Voight, my new ambassador to Hollywood, who I didn't even tell was going to be ambassador. Of course, anybody who I tell to do something will do it because I am the new emperor. Let the copyright strike start. Look, they are playing a litany of it's not me. It's not my fault. They're the ones playing me. All right, let's stop with the lagging. Hopefully this fixes it. I don't know. Why is this a thing?
What an honor. What an honor it is for me to be up here in front of you great men and women who've all come here
oh my God.
to celebrate
the greatest win of all time. The greatest win of all time. The victory we were all fighting for to save our country, our democracy. And I'm so grateful that I'm able to say that Donald J. Trump is the 47th President of the United States of America.
Yes, bring us back to 1850. That's what we all want.
He will make America thrive again. He will make America great again.
With science.
Safe again.
Science.
He's going to go out there on the streets himself. He's going to stop all the crimes.
We'll honor our flag again. The red, white, and the blue, and for which it stands, one nation under God, with liberty and justice for all. Donald J. Trump fought hard to save this country, and now he will bring God back to our nation's truths.
Oh, really?
Jesus ain't say that.
Uh-oh, Jesus ain't say that.
He will
Thank
make
you,
her
Omarosa.
thrive again. He will save the greatest country, America the beautiful. I'm proud to call the President of the United States my friend.
So good, so great. Wow, John's getting old.
Our friend.
Whose
my
friend?
Hero.
Oh, your hero.
Our hero.
How old are you, John?
Who never
90?
gave up on the American people. And we, the people, never gave up on him.
It's still lagging. Why? Why is it still lagging?
God bless Donald Trump. And may God watch over him, and may he be sworn into the White House with the blessings of the Almighty. God bless.
Oh my God, so much God talk in here
everybody.
already. Settle the fuck down, John.
Much love.
Settle the fuck down. It's not 1930 anymore, pal.
I love you.
Why is this lagging so fucking bad? What the actual fuck is going on?
Please welcome to the stage Senior Advisor to President Donald J. Trump, Stephen Miller.
Oh, yay, Stephen is here. Thank God. What would we do without him? Yes, this is the music for Stephen, of course. Stephen, we gotta get pumped up. This little Nazi.
In just one more day. Just one more day.
One more day till fascism. Here we go,
It's
people.
Goodbye, Joe Biden.
Hello, fascism.
Goodbye, Kamala Harris. Goodbye, Democrats. And hello to the golden age of America, and welcome back, Donald J. Trump.
Wow. Fascinating, Stephen.
It's been 4 long years.
Oh my God, it's lagging still.
It's felt like 400 years.
the actual fuck? And the fact is, I wish I wish I had restarted the stream at this point, because you are all so far behind and it's not catching up. It is not catching up at all. It's moving so slowly. I don't even know if anything I'm doing right now is actually fixing it in the background because of how far behind the stream is. Oh God. Of course they're cheering Midnight Cowboy. They cheer Midnight Cowboy. They cheer all sorts of stuff, okay? They don't know what they're cheering for. Come on.
Come on!
Oh, I'm just gonna sit here for a second and watch this, try and like catch up and see if the sputtering stops, because the lag. I see everybody in chat talking about it. It's bad. You're right. It's really bad. 1 frame per 5 seconds. Not quite, but it's bad. It's really bad. Come on. Can we? Oh, look at that. There we go. Now it's doing it. There we go.
4 years of weakness. 4 years of humiliation.
Wow.
And embarrassment.
Everyone's been humiliated.
4 years of persecution. 4 years of inflation, poverty, incompetence. 4 years.
He's gonna solve it all.
Betrayal.
Donald Trump, he's gonna end poverty. You heard it from Stephen Miller first, okay? Donald Trump will be ending poverty the second he gets into office. Everyone's gonna be fine. No more homeless people. Everyone's gonna have a house. There you go. Enjoy.
Years of wide open, undefended, unprotected
Oh
open
God,
borders.
not the borders.
But tomorrow at 12 p.m., that's all going to end.
Yes, no more poverty. Stephen Miller, thank you.
Because
it's over, everybody.
After 4 years of fighting, after 4 years of struggle, after 4 years of pain, and yes, suffering.
Now, I gotta pause.
4 years.
I gotta pause, Stephen, real quick, because I'm pretty sure when he talks about ending poverty, they just mean they're going to do a check on everybody's income, and if you're below, I don't know, say $50,000 income, you are getting ejected out of the country immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
That's how we solve poverty, people. Get rid of the poor people.
Years of trials. We are now at the dawn of our greatest victory.
The very best
Each
one
and every one of you,
in history.
Every one of you shares in
Last
this
600
victory.
years, this is number one.
Your hopes, your dreams, your sweat, your sacrifice, your devotion, and those of millions of patriots around this country has delivered America to this moment where we can proudly say that the 47th President of the United States is Donald J. Trump. And the Vice President of the United States is J.D. Vance.
Yeah, thanks for telling us.
America, ladies
We know.
and gentlemen, is about to become strong again. It's about to become proud again. It's about to become free again. And it's about to be a country that is respected by every other nation around the world. They're not going to kick us around. They're not going to abuse us. They're not going to exploit us, because they know if you mess with America, then you're going to have to deal with President Donald Trump.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And Donald Trump will never apologize for this country. Donald Trump will never, ever, ever allow other countries to dictate to us, to tell us how to run our economy, to tell us how to police our borders. Because Donald Trump believes in two simple but powerful words, and those words are America first. Let me remind you.
Yes, please, Stephen.
Let me remind
We need
you
some reminders. Thank you.
of all that transpired.
Yes. All the
to
stuff.
arrive us at this moment. The Democrat Party and the radical left did everything in their power to try to put President Trump in jail. They lied about him. They framed him.
For the crimes
him,
that he
they
committed.
defamed him.
How dare they?
They indicted
That is illegal.
him. They tried to imprison him and to take away his freedom.
Putting
to take
criminals
away
in
his
jail
family,
is a
to
crime
take away
in
his
itself.
business, to take away your voice, your future, to take away your hopes, your dreams, your government, your country. And
It's a crimeception.
Donald Trump nearly lost his life on a stage in Butler, Pennsylvania, and then again a few short weeks later. And no matter what they threw at him, no matter the danger, no matter the horrors, no matter the abuse, no matter the corruption, the persecution, no matter how much the broken system tried to stop that man, he would not be stopped.
Oh, God, Stephen. What a great speechwriter this guy.
Because
He's getting us all amped up.
Always been fighting for you. He has always been fighting for all of us. And what is that going to look like come Monday afternoon? It's going to mean an executive order ending the border invasion, sending the illegals home, and taking America back. It's going to mean the eradication of the criminal cartels and the
All
foreign
of them,
gangs who are
including
preying on our people.
the
And it's gonna mean
technocrats that are
justice
stealing
for
stuff from you
American
every second.
citizen who has lost a loved one to an illegal alien.
Right.
It's going to mean justice.
Right, Stephen? We're going to take care of the billionaire cartels too, right, Stephen? Not just the ones you're talking about.
American citizen who has lost a loved one to an illegal alien. It's going to mean justice for Laken Riley.
Oh
it's
my
gonna
God.
Mean justice for
I've heard that
Nunkery.
name
It's going to mean justice
10,000
for
too many
every
times.
precious soul stolen from us by Joe Biden's open border.
Ah, yes. Joe Biden stole Laken Riley's
Accountability
life.
is coming. Justice is coming. The whole federal
Ooh, justice,
bureaucracy
really.
is about to learn that they don't work for themselves, they work for you, they work for President Trump, and they work for the American people.
Right. Oh, okay. So, what does that
We
mean?
are about to get our country back and our democracy back.
Does that mean
And we are
charging
about
people
to
for
have
crimes and
a
then
government at
and then
every level that is
Stephen's just very upset that the government's been doing things that, purports to do. Like attempting to put criminals in jail like Donald Trump. But Stephen, no, he's got different plans. We're going to dismantle the entire government, aside from the parts of it that he likes personally.
We are about to get our country back and our democracy back. And we are about to have a government at every level
Yeah.
that is fighting for you, your family, and your
Me?
future.
Or just the
Lowering
people you're talking
cost
to in the
of
room right
living,
now?
Lowering the cost of health care.
Okay.
Defeating inflation. Getting criminal thugs off our streets and behind bars so that our kids can live in safety.
Yes,
We're
put
not
the
gonna
healthcare
walk over
CEOs in
piles of meals
jail.
and take our kids to
Yes,
the park.
Stephen, that's what you're talking about, right?
We're not going to let the radical left indoctrinate our children into believing there's 435 genders. Because President Trump knows there are men and there are women. And it is not up to you whether you're a man or a woman. That's a decision that's made by God, and it can't be changed.
Wow.
Jesus, I say that.
There you go. If you're transgender, non-binary, too bad.
So I
Whatever
ask
they
all
told
of
you at birth, that's you now.
I ask all of you to embrace this moment for all it represents and everything it means.
And if you're intersex, you
It's
don't
about
exist.
the
I'm so sorry.
triumph of the everyday citizen over a corrupt and broken system. Over the last not just 4 but 8 years, the MAGA movement has been fighting against every single force that has been decaying, destroying, and decimating our society. It's been fighting the corrupt special interests, the corrupt foreign governments, the weaponized bureaucracy at the FBI and the DOJ and the intelligence community, and it's been fighting a political class that cares only
I live for Stephen Miller telling me about corruption. Oh my god. Oh yes. Oh, I'm so excited. I am. Oh wow. A little too excited.
Phrasing?
Wow. Stephen Miller getting rid of corruption. I cannot wait to see that.
DOJ and the intelligence community, and it's been fighting a political class that cares only for itself. And they were so sure they were going to beat us. They were so sure they were going to stop Donald Trump. They were so sure that they were going to.
Are you sure you're not projecting a little bit right now, Stephen?
And yet, here we stand today, and MAGA is stronger, more powerful, more united, and more determined than ever before. And Donald J. Trump is about to save this country. And we are about to live in a land where once again, the dreams of America's sons, the dreams of America's daughters, the dreams of America's moms and dads are the dreams that will power and propel this country, this government, and this future. So I want each and every one of you, and I want your families, and I want your children to take this opportunity to feel the pride and the joy and the exuberance in knowing that the American people won. We still control this country. We still control this future. We still control this government. And we are about to inaugurate as the 47th president our champion, Donald J. Trump. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless America.
He's like a Nazi ratatouille. Yup, he's hiding in Trump's hair. Pulling on it. Get him to cook up this fascism just right. A little dash. Deportations, little dash of homophobia. Oh, thank God. Wait a second. What's happening? What's coming out of her eyes and her ears? Something's coming out of them.
Hi.
Blood.
How are you?
It's coming out of them.
God bless you for standing out there in that weather.
So
and
glad
all
to see
these
her.
Hours to get in here today. As Stephen Miller said, we have 20 hours until our long national nightmare is over.
Oh, yay. Oh, yay.
Stephen Miller, if you like
glad.
what Trump did at the border, you have that guy to thank in large part.
Oh,
That's
we
the
do.
guy. He's the magic behind the man.
Okay, Megan.
Back,
Thank you.
thank God.
So thank God.
Holman together.
Praise God.
Jesus, I say that.
The goodness, Scott Pressler, good to see you. The goodness that is about to rain down on us after Trump is inaugurated tomorrow is already starting, and I've got to tell you, I am so pumped
Immediately,
about it. Things are already happening in anticipation of Trump being sworn in, like
What's happening?
Facebook
Facebook?
and McDonald's getting rid of their DEI programs.
Oh, yes. We needed to get rid of those. They were
Good
not
for you, McDonald's workers.
important.
Looking at you, Kamala Harris.
They were repressing all the white people.
Not really.
Help! I'm being repressed!
You got universities from University of Michigan to North Carolina to all the public universities in Iowa, all the public universities in Texas getting rid of DEI.
Ah, yes. We need it. We need to
yes,
get rid of it. That's
you've
it.
got a bill that passed the House this week, the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act. Yes. Now, it passed once before, but this time we control the Senate. We have a much better shot. So have to get 60 votes to get a vote. We're looking good. You've got a judge who struck down Joe Biden's disgusting changes to Title IX, which has been stopped in its tracks, and it will be killed entirely, those changes, as soon as Trump gets in there.
Immediately,
Have
if
no
not
doubt
sooner.
whatsoever.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Good things are happening all around the country. Pete Hegseth was testifying this week that
So many
military
good things.
recruiting is already going up in anticipation of their new commander-in-chief. The deal in Gaza, right before Trump takes office.
Oh, it would
He
take
said, "It is not
credit, Trump,
done
even
by the time
though
I get there, all hell is
Benjamin
gonna break
Netanyahu
loose."
actually tried to cancel it last
The
second.
goodness just keeps on. I woke up this morning, I was 2 inches taller, a pound thinner, and I had skin like Jennifer Lopez. That last one's not true. Okay, speaking of J-Lo,
You know what I love about this speech?
how happy are you that her candidate lost?
I'm glad that Megyn Kelly is big enough of a woman to, you know, look past Donald Trump saying really mean, horrible things to her about all of her holes that are always bleeding and how shitty she is as a debate moderator and all that stuff. She is just, you know, she's, what's it called? Very magnanimous. Very, what's the word? I can't think of words right now. Words are tough. But it's just, it shows you just what kind of a lady she is. She's willing to look past all of that and come out here and try to enrich herself for the future. She needs more subs for her YouTube channel.
It's so delightful. These Hollywood celebrities who get up there and try to tell us how to vote. Really?
The Hollywood celebrities like John Voight? Wait.
All J-Lo knows about what to do is to ruin.
Wait, John Voight just came up and told us how to. I'm very confused. Didn't Donald Trump have a bunch? Didn't he bring out a bunch of his celebrities of his own? Anybody remember the RNC? Perhaps. Anybody? Was it filled with a bunch of weird old celebrities? Man, maybe I'm just misremembering history.
I mean, like those celebrities who know nothing about.
I see. Certain celebrities, the wrong ones.
She's an expert
Okay,
at that.
I get it.
Why she have to try to ruin the country too?
Makes sense.
So goodbye, J-Lo.
Thanks,
Didn't work out
Megyn.
for you.
Yes.
Goodbye, Meryl Streep, who showed up at that Oprah event saying, "Oh, Madam President," to Kamala Harris. Madam President. How did that work out?
How did that work out?
About as well as her comment that Harvey Weinstein was God. And maybe we should stop listening to her. Maybe we shouldn't be going to her for our political advice.
Interesting.
And then you had Oprah herself. Oprah, she'll interview you if you pay her $1 million too. Yeah, it's a low fee of $1 million to sit down with Oprah Winfrey, apparently. That's what the Harris campaign paid her production company, she says. And for that, you know what you get? You get Oprah yelling at you. Kamala Harris! Why are you doing that? Calm down.
Oh, people yelling is weird? People yelling is weird. Oh, okay. That's fun. That's funny. Wait. People don't yell. There's no like yellers who are like, Donald Trump. Nobody ever did that, right? Nobody's ever yelled weirdly. What was her name? I'm trying to think. What's her face? What's her name? I can't think of it. Oh God. I can't think of this woman's name right now.
Didn't work out for her either. But of course, the fakest person involved on that side of the aisle was the woman at the top. Kamala Harris herself. Thank you. Who pretended that she wasn't the border czar, who pretended that she was middle class, who pretended that she was smart. And the American people did not buy it. Every time you turned around, this woman was doing something faker than the last. Right? Her like fake Jamaican accent, her fake Eastern European accent,
fake.
her fake
Just a
Spanish
fake
accent.
Wow.
It was like spending a day at Joe Biden's southern border. Non-stop, right? We gonna win. It's not how it went, right? But my favorite was the preacher accent.
Oopsies, I just typed it in chat. That's not what I meant to do.
She wasn't wrong about that. It came at about 1:22 a.m. on election night when the election was called for Donald J. Trump.
That's what I was remembering. You remember her? She's like, all these people yelling weirdly. It's so off-putting. Remember that? All that weird, off-putting yelling. I remember that.
America, it's all on the line. President Trump believes in you. He emancipates and lifts you up to live your American dream. You are capable. You are qualified, you are powerful, and you have the ability to choose your life and determine your destiny. Don't let the Democrats take you for granted. Don't let them step on you. Don't let them destroy your families, your lives, and your future. Don't let them kill future generations because they told you and brainwashed you and fed you lies that you weren't good enough. Like my parents, you can achieve your American dream. You can be that shining example to the world.
The shining example.
Manifest and be the change in this country that you dream, that you hope, that you believe in. Stand for an American president who is fearless, who believes in you, and who loves this country and will fight for her. President Trump is the leader who will rebuild the promise of America and ensure that every citizen can realize their American dream. Ladies and gentlemen, leaders and fighters for freedom and liberty and the American dream, the best is yet to come.
So normal. Normal talking. Okay, back to Kelly.
I felt it.
I did too.
I've been thinking so much about Trump, especially today.
Especially in bed?
This week. I know you have too. Praying for him.
Phrasing?
Praying for his family.
Jesus, I say that.
Thankful to them. I mean, think about it. I interviewed Trump about a year plus ago and asked him, why are you doing this? You could be in Scotland, you could be at your golf courses. It's because he loves the country. And he wasn't done yet. And we're not done with him. So God bless him in the family.
Everybody start buying your PPE now. Might as well get on that. Might as well get on that.
But I'm also thinking of all of you.
Just ahead of time, you know.
I'm thinking about
just a smart idea.
Who got us here? Because the things that Trump is accomplishing already, some of the things I mentioned in anticipation of him taking office, that ball got rolling, yes, with Trump, but also with regular American people who stood up here, there, and everywhere to make a difference in their own communities. I'm thinking about people like Jody Shaw.
Who the fuck is that? No, I don't. Because
Jody Shaw was an administrative worker at Smith College. She didn't make a lot of money, single mom, 2 kids.
Where are you going with this, Kelly?
In 2020, early 2021, she had it with the DEI nonsense.
Oh, God.
So she made a Facebook video,
I'm being repressed!
And she posted it. And little Jody Smith, who is sweet
and
poor
Jody,
quiet,
who we know nothing about.
Not one to shake the tree.
Aside from posting random videos about DEI and how it's repressing her.
I don't want to be forced to talk about my race at work anymore.
She's being repressed.
I don't want to be told that I have implicit bias because I'm white. I don't want to have to enforce segregated dorms. Please stop making me do this.
What are you talking about?
And Smith unleashed holy hell on her. Smith, super tolerant, college.
I'll bet in like 2 seconds.
She alleged later.
Now, I know Megan's going on and on about this, and you're thinking, oh, geez, Megan, come on. What the fuck are you talking about? DEI is repressing all the white people. Don't worry. She is in 2 seconds, I am sure. I haven't seen the speech, but I can almost guarantee she's going to follow this up with how all the universities were enforcing insane anti-Palestinian and, you know, other sorts of policies in the last year and a half. She was also very upset by that. It's coming. It's coming. Don't worry.
It's tenable for her to stay. She got forced out of her job. And I'm honestly not sure whether Jody's fully recovered.
Oh, so Jody. Poor Jody. She hasn't even recovered yet.
For all of you.
She has been damaged as a human. She'll never make it out ever again.
Jody Smith is a genuine hero for doing this. But it wasn't just Jody. I mean, I'm thinking about people like Andrew Gutman, who had a daughter at a posh school on the Upper East Side of Manhattan and pulled her, but he didn't go quietly. He wrote a scathing letter, ripping them to shreds for what they're doing to us with this race essentialism nonsense. He went out with a bang, and he made sure other parents knew what the problem was.
She's going to get to it.
Jason Riley of the Wall Street Journal, you may see him on Fox News sometimes, and his wife, Naomi Schaefer Riley, who pulled their mixed-race daughters from a school in Rye, New York, and made a point of doing it because that school thought that their mixed-race daughters were desperate to talk about their blackness all the time, and they found out the hard way those kids really just wanted to learn math. These battles are being won piece by piece, one at a time. And there are so many others. I'm thinking about the 14-year-old girls in Wisconsin who had an 18-year-old guy come in there naked into their showers after gym. I'm thinking about the young woman in Massachusetts who just wanted to play field hockey and suddenly got all of her teeth knocked out because a boy played for the other team posing as a girl. How do we know about these stories? Because people were outraged. Citizens went to the news. They went to their principals. Girls spoke out one by one and got the ball rolling on change. And change is coming.
Don't worry. Change. She's going to talk about the Palestinian repression on campuses.
Wearing the
She's going to get to it right after the MAGA hat talk.
An act of civil disobedience.
Yes,
right?
like the protests at schools. Yes, exactly, Megan. All of the pro-Palestinian protests.
But wearing that hat for much
Oh, no, it's about the hat again. God damn it, Megan.
And I know just because you're here that you had your moments in your own communities.
Oh, Megan, why?
Or at the bowling alley or at the restaurant or at
Why,
school.
why?
Where you stood up for one of these same issues. Where you had to tell somebody you didn't want to be reduced to skin color. Where you said, I prefer the days when we didn't make a thing out of that.
Yeah, why do we have to remember that people that aren't white exist? Come on, it's not fair. Come on.
Come on! Those battles, one after the other, have been fought, and this anti-DEI momentum has been built brick by brick, thanks to all of you. And you who listened to Donald Trump, who, when a reporter asked him at a presidential debate in 2015 about some of the language he used, responded by saying, "What I say is what I say."
Exactly, Megan. And no one's ever been upset by Donald Trump's rhetoric that wasn't a completely shitty DEI lover, right? Right? Right, Megan? No one's ever been upset by the things Donald Trump says, right? Isn't that never happened?
By saying, what I say is what I say. And if you don't like it, too bad.
Yeah, too bad, Megan.
More than just a
Get over it, you stupid bitch.
Reminder of what America is.
A fucking bitch.
In America, we have the right of free speech. We have the right to offend, to provoke, to annoy, and to stand up for what we believe in, even if you find it controversial. We have the right not to use the words you try to force on us, like your preferred pronouns, or words like anti-racist or chest feeding. We are reminded of that daily by President Trump, who would never bow to the woke mob. Just ask Brett Kavanaugh.
We have the right to offend. Which is why I'm going to do this. Whoopsies.
The firestorm over Donald Trump's attack on Fox News anchor Megyn Kelly is getting even hotter.
Uh-oh.
Trump was furious with Kelly over her questions in last week's great debate and said this.
You could see there was blood coming out of her eyes, blood coming out of her wherever. She was off base.
There was an immediate backlash, and Trump spent the weekend doing damage control. He was asked about the remarks this morning on the
Unfair.
I said,
illegal.
She was so angry that blood was coming out of her eyes, blood was coming out of her, and then I didn't even
And then I stopped.
answer because I wanted to get on to the next point. If I finished it, I was going to say ears or nose.
Sure, yes.
Getting beat up a bit.
It's okay.
It's fine. I'm a big girl. It's good. It's great. I like being told these things.
After Trump's
Okay, Megan.
about her questions, but before his blood
who will be swearing in J.D. Vance tomorrow as he, Kavanaugh, sits in his robes as an Associate Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court. So I thank all of you for being part of the Trump movement and for bringing these changes upon us and for bringing Donald Trump back into the office. And a reminder before I go.
Bring back fascism.
Stay strong. We haven't won the war. We're winning. We won a bunch of battles, but he's going to need all of you every step of the way. We're going to have to be patient. We're going to have to steel our spines. Do not bend.
Steal our spines?
Never bow.
What does that mean? You just like reach in there and pull it out?
Is what I say. God bless you. God bless.
Bye, bleeding Megan.
God
I hope your
bless
holes
United
close up soon. Bye-bye.
A fucking bitch.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
We need this music? Yeah? Do we? This is definitely going to get us copyright claimed. I'm just going to turn the volume down there for a second. Wow, this is going super good so far, everybody. What a great little pre-inauguration party for these little fascists. I'm just going to skip ahead until we get our next speech here. What do we got? A lot of people dancing to copyrighted music. Oh, good.
Good evening, everybody. Just a few things I want to say before I get to speak about my dear friend, the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. I just received on my phone pictures of the first 3 hostages who were released. We had a great team, but it doesn't happen without Donald J. Trump.
Never would have happened.
The president was responsible for this release, and we all owe him a debt of gratitude, as do all the families.
Jesus, I say that.
Mr. President, distinguished guests, and my fellow Americans, today we celebrate not just the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump, but the enduring values of American strength and leadership, and the vision that he represents. Over the years, I have had the privilege of witnessing firsthand the qualities that define President Trump, not just as a leader, but as a man.
As a man.
His determination to protect the interests of the American people.
Manly men.
His bold approach to solving problems and his relentless pursuit of progress have defined his presidency and inspired millions across the globe. President Trump has always understood that leadership is not about following trends, but about charting a new course. In the face of immense challenges, he has consistently stood firm, driven by a deep belief in the potential of America and its people. Today, his leadership extends beyond our borders, influencing the world in ways that reflect the best of our ideals.
This is the most boring speech I've ever heard.
Than in the Middle East.
Can we get some emotion from you, buddy?
Under President Trump's guidance, the Abraham Accords have transformed a region long defined by conflict.
Why are you doing it in this monotonous voice? This is very boring. Even the crowd is bored. Listen to them. No claps.
These historic agreements have brought together nations that once stood divided. fostering cooperation,
What are you
trade,
talking about?
and understanding.
He's talking about invading.
awards are a
I guess, you know what? That's a good point. That's a good
The
point.
president's belief that peace is achievable when we approach challenge.
It's a good point. You know, Donald Trump, he's going to bring all the nations together by invading them. Panama, Canada, Mexico, and Greenland. He'll bring them all together in a way nobody has ever seen before.
Immediately, if not sooner.
With strength, clarity, and a shared vision for the future. As the special envoy to the Middle East, it is my honor to carry forward this mission on behalf of the President. Thank you. The work we do in this region is not just about diplomacy.
No, it's
It
not.
is about creating a legacy.
About military
of
action.
hope, stability,
And stealing land.
opportunity.
The opportunity to steal land and people's money and data.
And through President Trump's leadership, we are unlocking that potential in ways that benefit the region and the entire world.
I did everything right.
President
and they
Trump's
indicted
achievements
me.
are not just a reflection of his policies, but of his core principles. He has always stood for religious freedom, human dignity, and the belief that every individual deserves the chance to succeed. His efforts have strengthened alliances, encouraged economic growth, and ensured that America remains a trusted partner on the global stage.
Trusted partner that will invade you if you don't do what we want.
Your vision for the Middle East is a reminder that true leadership is about results. You have shown that even in the face of skepticism, progress is possible when we approach challenges with boldness and resolve. The Abraham Accords are not just agreements. They are a blueprint
The Abraham
for a future where
Accords
peace
are
is
what
not the exception,
allowed all this to
but is the
kind of
expectation.
get going in the first
As we
place.
look ahead, the challenges remain significant, but so do the opportunities. Under your leadership, Mr. President, we will continue to expand the circle of peace, strength, and partnership.
Okay, this is the worst speech I've ever heard. We are skipping this shit. This is literally the worst speech I've ever heard. It's just filled with lies. Oh, thank God. Dana White. Oh, boy. Oh, God, we can't skip this one.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am honored to be here to celebrate President Trump's historic victory. He didn't just win this election, he won it in dominant fashion. With record numbers of Americans from all walks of life. Not only did he win the Electoral College by 86 points, but President Trump was the first Republican candidate in 20 years to win the popular vote.
Say what you will about Dana White being a misogynist and a horrifying boss and a, just a sick guy, but he at least knows how to do a speech. That last guy doesn't even know how to say words.
Popular vote.
It's a real entertainer.
He also made major gains among traditionally Democrat voters by increasing his support with Latin, Asian American, Black, and young voters. So what does that tell us? Democracy is alive and well in this country.
Oh, is it? Finally. Oh, God. It's weird because for the last 4 years, Donald Trump was telling us about how democracy was dead. So that's weird. Just suddenly, now that Donald Trump won, actually democracy is fine, everybody. I don't know why everybody's been complaining so much.
And the people have spoke loud and clear. America wants President Trump back in the White House. Think about this. Winning this election after everything that's happened over the last few years is an amazing achievement and an incredible comeback story. Think of all the things President Trump had to go through to get back here. All the powerful forces that tried to take him down. The mainstream media, partisan prosecutors, assassins. It's absolutely insane what this man has been through.
Oh my God, it's crazy.
And only President Trump could have fought through all those obstacles, all the attacks, and still come out the winner. But you know what? That's just what he is. This guy is a winner. And I say this all the time. He is the toughest, most resilient person that I've ever met, and nothing was going to stop him from fighting so hard for the country he loves. He embodies what being an American is all about.
Yeah.
We are the toughest, most resilient people on earth.
Okay.
And nothing can stop us when we unite.
They're not very united right now, Dana.
To all those Americans who didn't vote for President Trump, and all they know about him is what they hear from the mainstream media, I just want to let you know, he has been an incredibly loyal friend to me for over 2 decades.
Why is
And
Dana
not once
holding on to
has
this
he
thing
ever
so
asked me for
tightly?
anything in return. And he's
Is it throwing anybody else off that Dana is like manhandling this poor microphone right now? He's like shaking all over the place, just gripping it with maybe whatever.
proven again and again how tough he is, but he's also a man who truly cares about people. Everything great that has ever happened to me in my career, he's been the first one to reach out and congratulate me. And more importantly, in the hard times, he's been the first one to reach out and let me know if there's anything I need.
All those hard times for Dana. He's been having such a hard time. Billionaire Dana White. His life is just so tough. He's got to tell all those UFC fighters what to do, tell them they can't unionize. He's got to watch the fights, and he's got to go do press briefings. I mean, think about the difficulties in all of that. He's got to walk to all of those places and then use his mouth to say words. Oh my God, I can't even imagine.
Reach out and let me know if there's anything I need. And all this during a time when he had a laundry list of his own problems he was dealing with. He is the
Why does he keep licking his lips so much?
I've ever known. So America.
Oh my God.
It's time for us all to put our differences
I can't
aside.
stop seeing it now. Every time Dana White says a word, he licks his lips. Maybe even a few times. Watch this overly, wow. This is...
He is the best human being
Look how many
that I have
licks.
ever known.
1
so
lick,
America,
2 lick, 3 lick, 4 lick,
it's time for us all to put our differences aside, and we
5
can't
lick,
do that if we continue to
6
focus
lick.
on all the issues that divide us instead of all the issues that unite us.
7 licks. Gotta lick again,
The
8.
fate of this country is tied to the fate of the president. So if you
9,
love America, you should
10,
want America's president to be successful. If he
11.
strengthens our economy, resolves...
I mean, I'm concerned that Dana White here is not capable of producing saliva or something. Something is going very wrong with his lips. I don't understand what's happening. That is 11 licks in about 10 seconds.
...conflict around the world and makes our streets safe again, we all win.
Yeah, the streets are going to be safe now. You're going to have UFC fighters on every corner.
When America's president is respected around the world, we all win. When America succeeds, we all win. Now it's time for us to come together as one nation, the United States. This moment will be a turning point in our history and a triumph for all Americans.
Lick.
Tomorrow.
I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming, dude. Oh my God.
As the 47th president of the United States, the great comeback story begins and our country starts winning again. Thank you, America.
How many times? It's so off-putting once you notice it. I'll never be able to unsee that shit. Liquor in chief, Dana White. All right, who do we got next? It's a Republican. It's a republic when Democrats are possibly going to take charge of things. But the second the Republicans win an election, it becomes a democracy again because, you know, democracy is finally working again. Eric. Oh, that poor kid. Oh, he just wants his daddy to hold his hand, and Eric Trump doesn't give a shit. He's like, no, kid, stop trying to hold my hand. Watch me. Look at this kid. He just wants to hold his daddy's hand. No, son. You don't hold hands around here. That's gay.
We love you too. We love you, America. We love you, Washington, D.C. So we have two little monsters here that want to do
Yes, they do
something
seem
very
like
special.
monsters.
They want to do
I assume under your tutelage, they will certainly become monsters. That's almost for sure. Unless they manage to break out of it somehow. Somebody slaps them in the face and, you know, tells them that you're learning from a psychopath right now and you need to stop being so shitty. Maybe one day somebody will do that for them and they will wake up. But right now I don't have a lot of hope for these two. They will probably be monsters, at least for some portion of their life.
So they want to do the Pledge of Allegiance, which they do every single night. You guys want to take it away?
Yeah. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God.
That's real America, ladies and gentlemen. That's America. That's what we love about this country. And guys, we as a family love you so much. This is the greatest political movement ever created. And you know what, guys? They tried to stop him. They tried to indict him. They tried to take him down. They raided his home. They went after his children. They tried to bankrupt him.
Oh my God.
They tried to imprison him.
The victimhood.
They did everything they could to stop this
The
movement.
fucking victimhood,
And
dude.
they failed. And here we are in Washington, D.C. on this beautiful day. And Donald J. Trump is about to take back the White House. And guys, our country is back. Our country will be respected again. We as Americans will be proud again. America will be feared again. We are going to have the greatest nation on earth. The nonsense ends. The bullshit ends right now. We love you. We love you. We love you. Thank you for having me be such a big part of this journey. I'll truly never ever forget it. Thank you guys. We love you.
What a great speech. Thanks, Eric. Really good job. Oh, we need Laura in here now.
Ladies and gentlemen, less than
She's much easier to look at than you.
24 hours from now, we will call Donald Trump President of the United States of America.
She's so excited.
It's not just what we worked for over the past year or even over the past 4 years. It started the second. A bold, brash businessman from New York City came down the golden escalator in Trump Tower 9.5 years ago and people said it was impossible. And yet that man is the one who will save not just our country, but will save the entire world. And so I just want to quickly say thank you. Thank you guys for continuing, despite all you heard out there, to believe in Donald Trump, to stand by our family throughout this fight. Thank you for trusting me to be your co-chair of the Republican National Committee.
Yes, everybody decided that.
I hope I did you proud.
I love that. I love how she's like, thank you for trusting me. When literally I can tell you right now, probably 0.01% of the people here had anything to do with actually getting, because of course normal people don't vote on who was the RNC chair. It's a totally internal decision. Which is like, thank you everyone for trusting me with your, you know, undying loyalty.
I made promises all over this country when I went and spoke, and I said, you're not going to cheat in this election.
Okay.
And they got upset when
Didn't
I
you
said
say that in the last
something
election?
around the lines of, if you are a person who wants to cheat in our election, we will find you, we will track you down, and we will prosecute you to the full extent of the law. So I said it louder next time. And this was a free, fair, and transparent election. And if there's one thing I am proud of, it's that we restored the American people's faith in our electoral system
Which
this
people?
election in 2024.
All of us, our faith has been restored.
I see
Even
someone
me.
directly in front of me, Scott
I believe in it
Kessler,
now.
who helped on that front as well. But thank you guys. This has been the honor of all of our lifetimes, to be here and fight alongside of all of you to save this country. The dawn of the golden era of America is tomorrow, right here, starting in Washington, D.C. God bless you guys. We love
Jesus,
you.
I say that.
And we are almost there, folks. Thank you, guys.
So great. Oh, here we go. Don Jr. Yes, Don. We need you.
I have to ask, has anyone ever been
Where's
this
Kimberly?
excited for Monday morning to roll around? It's like Christmas, Easter, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, my birthday, all wrapped up into one special day where we can take back our country once and for all. But guys, we could not have done this without all of you. Those who stood steadfast and loyal, who wanted to fight for that next generation, to fight for the incredible aspects of this country that have been squandered, that have been crapped on, that have gone by the wayside. No more. That ends tomorrow at noon. Now, perhaps, unfortunately, it took the last 4 years of hell that they put my father through, that they put our family through.
Oh, God,
that they
so
put
painful.
all of you through, for us to fully understand
Unfair.
just how fragile everything we believe in is. But I truly believe the opportunity we have now to start anew, not to keep the old administration from 16 to 20, the bad actors and the can kickers and those who are just trying to wait it out till we get back to normal. But now, with the knowledge of that 4 years, in conjunction with the knowledge of the last 4 years, we
Wait,
truly
what?
make a difference forever.
What was that? With the last 4 years and the knowledge of those last 4 years, Don, I think we better get you some Coke, pal. You think you're losing it. You're losing it.
Of the last 4 years, we can truly
Maybe we got to hear that again, please.
normal. But now, with the knowledge of that 4 years, in conjunction with the knowledge of the last 4 years, we can truly make a difference forever.
Yes.
When you look at this cabinet, when you look at the fighters, you see people who truly all believe in the America First movement, and that's what this is about. Putting America first.
First,
putting our
baby, come
families
on.
first.
You've
Putting
never
the
been first before.
Constitution first, and putting our children first. So with that, I have to introduce a young lady.
Oh, God.
My oldest daughter, Kai.
Oh, Kai.
Pretty good, Kai. I don't know. With that kind of applause in the Trump family, it creates some problems. But she was with me.
All the way
She was
through.
with me when we found out about my father, her grandfather, and best golfing buddy was shot. And she called me the next morning and said, Dad, I must speak at the RNC
I'll take Kai Cenat over Kai Trump. Come on.
this week. I don't care. And I said to her, are you sure you want, your first speech ever, you wanted to be in front of 50,000 people and tens of millions on TV? And she goes, I don't care. So I called my dad. I said, listen,
I don't care. I've worked at the family golf course before. I know what it's like.
That's a big one. And he just said, you know what,
got
that kid
this.
is an absolute winner. Let her do it. And that, again, is the fight that we all need in our country. That's what we want for all of our children. So with that, my daughter, Kai.
Yay.
Thank you all for the support for the past decade.
Oh, Kai.
Look forward to the next 4 years.
This is really bad. Move the mic.
Thank you.
That's not a speech. That's all you got? Oh, Kai. Pathetic. Worst speech I've ever heard. Terrible. Close it up.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
That's terrible. Kai, get out of here. You're done. You just ruined your public career.
And my father, for all of you, there is no more resilient man in the world than Donald Trump. Every time they tried to take him out, every time they said he was finished and we're moving on, he came back. Bigger, better, stronger than ever before. And this next 4 years, with this incredible team that we've assembled, is going to be the pièce de résistance. This is going to be it. We're going to win for all of you. So thank you, and God bless.
Really? Great Balls of Fire? That's a perfect song, actually. That's the perfect song to play right now. Didn't, I'm trying to remember. Wait, let me make sure I'm right about it. I don't want to just go say. Yeah, didn't? Yeah, that's right. I love that. That is the perfect song. That is the perfect song. If nobody knows this, the singer-songwriter Jerry Lee Lewis, who wrote and performed that song that we were just listening to, Great Balls of Fire, married his wife when she was only 13 years old. That's perfect for this group of people. Make America great again. Let us marry the 13-year-olds. Come on.
You're looking at a nearly packed arena here at this point. It holds about 20,000. Say there's about 16, 17,000 inside. Let's be very clear here, Gabe. It is cold outside, and there's a reason that the festivities tomorrow, the pomp and circumstance, have been moved inside of the Capitol. Of course, we're going to see images that we haven't seen since 1985 with Ronald Reagan taking his second oath of office inside of the Capitol Rotunda, and that's what we anticipate tomorrow. For Donald Trump, we know that his campaign rallies have been a key to his political prominence for the last decade now here. And on the eve of his swearing in, that is where he opted to have another event here at the Capital One Arena in downtown Washington, D.C. This is where the Washington Wizards, the Washington Capitals hockey team, where they play.
Everybody's dancing.
For him
Gotta dance
bring the
to the Child Lovers song.
Flew to Washington, D.C. with the intent of watching from the National Mall, but also some major tech CEOs like Mark Zuckerberg and his cabinet nominees, people like Kash Patel and Pam Bondi. This is a place for them to still be able to descend and take part in the festivities.
This is
that
hilarious.
people descended on Washington, D.C. to help kick off this second term. We should also be very clear. Tomorrow, we are now being told by
Is this Capital One Arena?
this
Is that where this is being held right
Donald
now?
Trump, inside of this very arena, intends to sign more than 50
Everybody cancel your
executive
Capital One
orders.
credit
We are
cards.
used to Inauguration Day really being, you know, the pomp and circumstance and the
The
celebration.
pump and circumstance? The pump?
Instead of going
I gotta hear that again.
Pennsylvania Avenue for the
I'm
typical
sorry.
parade we see, the parade is being moved inside.
Did you just say that? The pump and circumstance?
We are used to Inauguration Day really being, you know, the pomp and circumstance.
It sounds like you said pump and circumstance.
But Donald Trump, instead of going on Pennsylvania Avenue for the typical parade we see, the parade is being moved inside
so
of this
pompous.
very arena, and he is publicly going to sign multiple executive orders that range to potentially declaring a national emergency on the U.S.-Mexico border, to restructuring the federal government workforce for allowing for more political appointees, but also seeking to cut off funding for climate and environmental appropriated funds under the IRA that was signed by the Biden administration. We should anticipate, we are told, significant executive orders that will be representative of what this transition is called an aggressive agenda for Donald Trump here. And so this is going to be, of course, you know, representative and symbolically a big day these next 24 hours for the incoming Trump administration. But also, as you well know, Gabe, we're looking at potential operations for mass deportations to be initiated in major urban areas around the country, including in Chicago, as our Julia Ainsley has reported, as soon as Tuesday. And much of that we anticipate to become public.
Yeah, okay, that's enough of you. Come on.
How many seats are left, but as you mentioned, this is going to be a very unique inauguration. Hasn't happened since Ronald Reagan. It's going to start over there at the Capitol, where the swearing in will be inside. It'll then come here to Capital One Arena, where he's going to hold essentially a mini rally of sorts, perhaps a more formal.
What were the boos? The boos were this.
Signings, as Vaughn was reporting, and then he'll head in a motorcade down the parade route that was supposed to be where thousands and thousands would gather to watch him.
It was a sound
Pennsylvania Avenue. That will now be a motorcade to the White House, where he will begin his first day of his second term.
And Gary, you bring up such an interesting point. There were some, about 200,000 ticketed guests that were expecting to watch that inauguration outside in front of the Capitol. We just see so many of Trump supporters behind you, presumably have come from all across the country, and this arena is, just holds about 20,000 people. Have you spoken to any of those supporters that have come in from other parts of the country?
20,000. I hear it's a million.
Might not be able to enjoy these festivities in person, and
the media is lying again. There's a million people in this auditorium right now.
They can't get a seat inside that arena.
Yeah, not only have they come from all over the country, they've been waiting here outside in the cold. Some of them, the ones that got in first, since 5 a.m. These are very committed. They're people that are very Trump faithful out here. None of these folks that I talked to was at their first Trump rally, right? These are people who have been to Trump rallies before. They enjoy this. They love the community. They love the experience. I talked to folks who said they're going to watch it from a bar tomorrow. Some other folks said they got invited by their congressman into the Capitol to watch from the office of the congressman, which I think is interesting, and perhaps that is something that many members of Congress are doing if they can't get the folks into the actual rotunda itself or into the Emancipation Room.
Slowest walk ever.
Their own offices, Gabe.
And Gary, I want you to stand by as we look at those live pictures, and there we see President-elect Donald Trump walking into the Capital One Arena, being greeted by some 20,000 or so of his supporters right there as we await his remarks in just a short
the Emperor is coming.
It does feel, Gary, like quite a Trump rally. You hear the music playing as he walks in. And let's live in this moment a little bit and watch the president-elect as he walks towards the stage.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. We won. We won. Thank you very much, everybody. What a good feeling. We like winning, don't we, huh?
Winning from day one.
We're gonna make our country greater than ever before. Hello, Washington.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Hello, America. We're all over America. I'm thrilled to be back with so many friends, supporters, and true American patriots on the eve of taking back our country. That's what we're going to do, take back
It's all very exciting.
our country. Tomorrow at noon, the curtain closes on 4 long years of American decline, and we begin a brand new day of American strength and prosperity, dignity and pride. Bringing it all back. Once and for all, we're going to end the reign of a failed and corrupt political establishment
China
in Washington, a failed administration. We're not going to take it anymore. We're going to stop the invasion of our borders. We're going to reclaim our wealth. We're going to unlock the liquid gold that's right under our feet. Liquid gold.
Bring back climate change.
We're going to bring back law and order to our cities.
Destroy Florida. We don't need it. Let it go under the water. I'm selling Mar-a-Lago as an aquarium.
The hell out of our military and out of our government. And we are going to make America great again. I want to thank the tens of thousands of incredible men and women who have come from all over the nation to take part in this very special moment. And I just heard in watching some of the coverage that there are rallies like this taking place all over the country.
All over the country.
People are happy.
Everybody.
It's been a long time.
They're taking over.
None of this would have been possible without you and the millions of hardworking citizens who have joined our cause. You know, right over there, just noticed a group of beautiful ladies, beautiful women from North Carolina, right here too. I don't know how the hell they've been to 167 rallies. You believe it? You think their husbands are happy about that? I don't know. But they look beautiful. They're incredible people, and they love our country. Thank you very much. And up here I see we have front row Joes all over the place. Uncle Sam, Mr. Wall. Oh boy. But we've been through so much together, and for the next 4 years I will fight for you every single day. We're going to be fighting for you. This is the greatest political movement in American history. And 75 days ago, we achieved the most epic political victory our country has ever seen. That's what they say. We won the popular vote for the first time of any Republican in many, many years. We swept all 7 swing states by big numbers.
Bigger than anyone's ever seen.
We won Georgia, we won North Carolina, we won Michigan, we won
We won it. We won it all.
We won Arizona. We won Nevada.
Can't skip this.
We won them all by
historic margins.
What are you talking about? This is the best moment of the whole thing.
By 13 points. Nobody's done that ever.
Why would you want to skip this?
And a record that will never be broken.
The greatest speech of all time.
Shifted toward the Republican Party, the first time that that's ever happened. All 50 states. We won the largest number of African-American voters in Republican Party history.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Votes than any Republican has ever gotten before by a lot.
By a lot.
We won Latino men and women.
Some say more than ever. Even though that's not true.
Women, urban, suburban, rural,
everybody.
People from everywhere in between are joining us in record numbers. We've never had anything like this.
Never before.
Too big to rig, that's what I used to say. Too big to rig.
Even though I got less votes than Joe Biden in 2020, it's bigger than ever before.
They tried.
Forget math. Math is not important.
They just said, let's get the hell out of here. This isn't working. They were swamped, to put it nicely. We also took back the U.S. Senate. We had some great people running. And the House Republicans won their largest popular vote majority in presidential year since 1928. We had a lot of people voting. So the Senate, the House Republicans, we got all three of them. A little bit close on those two. Senate's in great shape. House Republicans, actually, they both have great leaders. They both have great people. Heading John Thune is fantastic.
Oh yes, John Thune, a great leader.
Johnson, he's got a pretty tight majority, but actually it's very tight, but it's very good because we vote unified. We're really voting unified, and so it doesn't make much difference. The election of 2024, which will be
everybody
the most
voted for me.
consequential election in American history. We not only won a mandate, but we built a new American majority.
I thought he was going to say a wall. I swear to God, I thought he was going to say a wall. We built a wall while Joe Biden was in office. Didn't tell anybody.
30 years from now, 40 years from now, 50 years from now, some of these young people are going to say, I remember Donald Trump, he did a good job. He set us on his way. He told us, he gave us a path. Our new administration will inherit disasters at home and abroad, an economy plagued by inflation and high interest rates.
You're going to fix everything.
A catastrophic border crisis. Nobody can believe they let people in. They have an open border policy. Do you think that makes sense? Open borders. Anybody wants to. Jails, prisons, mental institutions, gangs being emptied right through that ugly open border, a government that cannot care.
How many times is he going to say open border?
Emergency. Look at what's happening in Los Angeles.
My
Look at
fucking
what's
God.
happening in North Carolina. They've treated him so badly. And
So badly.
on the brink of World
We need to fund the
War
federal
III. It's not gonna
government.
happen.
I love that.
That's not going to happen.
North Carolina. Don't worry, we're going to fund FEMA. We're going to get all the money. The federal government's going to raise taxes so that we can make sure North Carolina never has to see a tragedy like that ever again.
Tomorrow I will act with historic speed and strength and fix every single crisis facing our country. We have to do it. We're not going to have a country yet. Before even taking office, you are already seeing results that nobody expected to see. Everyone is calling it I don't want to say this, it's too braggadocious.
I don't want to do braggadocious. Wow. Wow. Wow, Donald Trump. Word of the day, braggadocious. Otherwise known as being a pompous git. Or as that NBC anchor called it, a pompous twit.
Everyone is calling it I don't want to say this, it's too braggadocious, but we'll say it anyway. The Trump effect. It's you. You're the effect.
It's
huge. The
huge.
stock market has surged, and small business optimism has soared a record 41 points to a 39-year high. Bitcoin has shattered one record high after another. The major investment company known as DMAC, the properties, has announced that it will be investing between 20 and 40 billion dollars in the United States, and SoftBank, another great company, has pledged
SoftBank, another great company.
$200 billion. These are all investments that are only being made because of the fact that we won the election. Going to create jobs for hundreds of thousands, even millions of Americans. Today I spoke with Tim Cook of Apple, who said they're going to make a massive investment in the United States because of our big election win. And as of today, TikTok is back.
China! China! I have to have my China. I have to have my China.
China? So, you know, I did a little TikTok thing. We have a guy, TikTok
Little
Jack. He's
TikTok.
a young kid.
I know these kids, they love the
21
TikTok.
years old. And we hired this guy, and I went on TikTok. Can you believe what I'll do to win an election? And we went on TikTok, and Republicans have never won the young vote, the youth vote. They win a lot of votes, but they never won the youth vote.
Why don't the children
We won
love
the
us?
youth vote by 36 points. So I like TikTok. I like it. I like it. I had a slightly good experience, wouldn't you say? Romney lost it by 40 points. Not so long ago, we won it by 36 points. That's a very big spread. But I said we need to save TikTok.
Just gonna make up all the numbers. Here we go.
Who in this audience goes with TikTok? Many?
It's science.
Yeah, very popular.
Yeah, 7 people in the audience all love TikTok.
And frankly, we have no choice. We have to save it. A lot of jobs. We don't want to give our business to China. We don't want to give our business to other people.
China.
And I said,
China.
you know, TikTok without my approval, meaning the president's approval, because Congress gave the president the right to make a deal, do whatever he wants. And they did that a long time ago when they had a different president. They didn't know that I was going to be the president, I guess. So I said, very simply, a joint venture. So if TikTok is worth nothing, zero, without an approval, you know, if you don't approve, they're out of business.
Sorry. TikTok is worth nothing without my approval. Even though they have 1 billion users outside of the United States, it would be worth nothing without me.
If you do
Immediately,
approve, they're
if not
worth like $1 trillion.
sooner.
They're worth some crazy number. So I said, I'll approve, but let the United States of America own 50% of TikTok. I'm approving on behalf of the United States. So they'll have a partner, the United States, and they'll have a lot of bidders. And
Now, my understanding is Donald Trump is saying this stuff, but I don't believe TikTok has actually agreed to doing this yet. ByteDance, I don't believe has actually accepted any sale. They've been saying pretty adamantly they're not going to sell. So I see this as just being another Trump lie, but maybe he's actually made a deal. I don't know. What do I know?
Illegal.
the United States will do what we call a joint venture. And there's no risk. We're not putting up any money. All we're doing is giving them the approval, without which they don't have anything. So, I don't know. It sounds like that works. What do you think? Good?
Yeah, see the way he's talking about it?
So whether
The deal has not been approved yet. It just the banning of it is just being delayed. Of course, Joe Biden did the first delay, and now Donald Trump is continuing to delay because he knows just how unpopular banning it is. But no deal has actually been made. Let's hear that one more time, just to be sure.
what we're doing is giving them the approval, without which they don't have anything. So, I don't know. It sounds like that works. What do
It
you
sounds
think?
like it works. Could work.
Think so?
Could work. You listening,
So whether you
CEO
like
of
TikTok
ByteDance?
or not, we're going to make a lot of money. Perhaps most beautiful of all, this week we achieved an epic ceasefire agreement as a first step toward lasting peace in the Middle East. And this
Donald Trump.
agreement could only have
It's gonna bring
happened as
peace.
a result of our historic victory in November. That was some victory. Was that great? I don't even know which was greater, 2016 or this one. I think this one. Look, Honest Abe Lincoln. We have Honest Abe. We have Uncle Sam. You know, Uncle Sam shook my hand
talking
about
about?
2 months ago. He's got the strongest grip I've ever. You are a strong man.
What are you talking about?
I said, what the hell was that?
But I'm glad to report that the first hostages have just been released. And who knows what's going to happen?
Who knows? I said I was going to bring peace, but who knows what's going to happen? I love that. Who knows what's going to happen? They made a deal without me. But we're going to have peace for sure. But who knows?
And who knows what's going to happen? I know that Biden is saying that they made the deal well. You know?
Yeah, well, the fact is last night we heard literally from the mouth of Benjamin Netanyahu, if anybody here was watching the stream last night, and Benjamin Netanyahu came out and said that Donald Trump just called him after the deal was announced and said, hey, good job, I approve your deal, good job. I don't think that counts as making the deal, Don.
I mean, that deal should have, first of all, it would have never happened if I were...
Never would have happened.
It would have never happened. There was not even a thought of it. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hezbollah. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money. They were broke. Totally
no money.
Broke, and they would have
never would have happened.
Anything.
And then we gave them all the money.
You know, I like to think back to the past. I said, if only the election weren't rigged, all the things that would have happened, that would have been so good. But it was. We're not going to let that happen again. I want to thank my friend Steve Witkoff, who I think is here. I know he made a beautiful speech. I heard he made a great speech. But he's an amazing guy. I said, I got to get myself a negotiator. We have to get a good negotiator. A lot of guys are knowledgeable, but they can't negotiate. They don't have the personality or whatever.
Or whatever. Whatever it might be. What are words?
Guy. But he's our new special envoy to the Middle East for helping reach this great breakthrough, and really couldn't have been done without Steve. Where is Steve Witkoff? Is he around here someplace? Because he was so great. There he is.
The very best.
Steve. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Steve. What a job. Our incoming administration has achieved all of this in the Middle East in less than 3 months without being president. We've achieved more without being president than they've achieved in 4 years with being president. But just imagine all of the good things that we will accomplish together with 4 more years in the White House.
Immediately, if not sooner.
You're going to see something tomorrow. You're going to see executive orders that are going to make you extremely happy.
So many of them.
Lots of them.
We're going to end it all the bad stuff.
We have to set our country on the proper course. By the time the sun sets tomorrow evening, the invasion of our borders will have come to a halt, and all the illegal border trespassers will in some form or another be on their way back home. Think of it. We've allowed millions and millions of people into our country through open borders. No checks, no vetting, no anything. Millions and millions of people. And lots of those people are murderers. 52%. I
thought they were all murderers.
More than one person. Other than that, they're quite fine. They're nice.
Oh, okay.
People.
That's good.
These are rough people. Remember, I used to
say rough, but they're good.
People are rough. And they would say, no, these are illegal immigrants. They're very safe. I said, they're not safe. Look at what's happened with Venezuela, where they're sending these gangs in and they're taking over apartment complexes in Colorado and then cutting off the fingers of a man who had the nerve and desire to call the police. He said, you want to call the police? Bah, guess what? You have no fingers. These are rough people, and they're getting the hell out of our country. They're out. The border security measures I will outline in my inaugural address tomorrow will be the most aggressive, sweeping effort to restore our borders the world has ever seen. You know, we had the best, safest border in the history of our country. You remember that with the great chart that I put up. I don't even know if they have that chart now. Maybe they do. These guys are good. Maybe they do. Who the hell? I don't know. I didn't tell them I was going to do this. I didn't tell, but we have some very good people, but I didn't say. But we had a chart, and I looked to my right, and then I said, ooh, that hurt. What the hell was that? I still have that throbbing feeling in my ear.
Oh God, still hurts.
Look at it. These people are amazing. I didn't.
Still hurts. My poor, poor ear.
Illegal.
That's fantastic. Yeah, it's all over the place. I love that. That is the most beautiful.
Free
piece
ear
of paper
bandages
I've
for
ever seen in my life.
America.
But if you look at that chart and you look at the red arrow on the bottom, that's the single lowest we ever had in history, at least recorded history, of illegals pouring into our country. We had done a great job, and then they took over, and look what happened. It's like an Elon Musk rocket ship going up. That reminds me of Elon, his rocket ships. Look at that. Look at the difference.
Iluma.
And it just continued and continued, and we're taking in people that shouldn't be here. They come in from prisons, from jails. They shouldn't be here. Mental institutions. I used to mention...
Exactly. We gotta put Americans back on the farm, and then import people from other countries to do all the good jobs. It's okay. You're gonna like working on a farm. It's gonna be fine. Bird flu's fake. It's not real.
Infuriate me. I'd say the late great Hannibal Lecter came into our country today. Silence of the Lambs. Everybody see that movie? Lovely movie. And when people went to the voter booth, they said, "We don't want Hannibal Lecter in our country." The press would say, "Why is he bringing up Hannibal Lecter? That was a fictitious character." Actually, they're not so fictitious. We have people in our country that are probably worse that we allowed in. But we will quickly reestablish control of our sovereign territory and borders. We will expel every single illegal alien gang member and migrant criminal operating on American soil and remove the savage gang Tren de Aragua from the United States. Here's a little video for you to see about this gang. Go ahead.
Oh, we got a video. Yay, a montage. I've been waiting for the montages. Come on, NBC, I want to see the montage. What is this? I don't want to see the back of Donald Trump's head. There we go, montage. Aurora, Colorado. We're still talking about it, even though it was proved to be a fucking farce made up by a capitalist. It's still something to talk about, for sure.
Created a program to bring them in under humanitarian parole.
I am in favor of saying that we're not going to treat people who are undocumented cross borders criminals.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been released into the United States.
My 20-year-old daughter, Kayla Hamilton, was murdered in her own room. Kayla's murderer was apprehended by Border Patrol crossing illegally into the U.S.
And as we look at the live pictures of that rally at Capital One Arena,
even NBC's bored of
speaking
this.
to his supporters, and as we see this video playing on the Jumbotron screen there, I want to bring in NBC News Now morning anchor Savannah Sellers, who's been following the developments on TikTok today in Savannah. We just heard from the president-elect where he talked about TikTok is back, certainly taking credit for blocking
for everything. Literally, he's taking credit for everything that's ever happened. He's like, all the good stuff, all the bad stuff. But actually, no, I take it back. Just the good stuff, actually. It's all the Democrats' fault that anything bad's ever happened.
President-elect's comments, what stuck out to you?
Absolutely, Gabe. Not only is he taking credit, TikTok is happily giving him credit. Most of these notifications that they've been sending out to users when it was going dark, when it was coming back online, are saying we will be back because of President Trump, and we are back because of President Trump's efforts to save TikTok. What really stuck out to me was getting a little bit more details here on what he's saying about the U.S. owning 50%, specifically the fact that he said we should see a lot of bidders. To me, what that means, he is going to say is okay, is that ByteDance, the parent company, owns 50% of it, remains involved, and then some type of American owner gets involved, whether that's a company, whether that's an individual. Let me walk you through some of the names that have been thrown around. Elon Musk is something that has been floated. Now, it was floated. Other outlets reported this. Bloomberg, the Wall Street Journal, saying that he had spoken with the Chinese government had spoken about Musk potentially taking a stake in it. There's also a billionaire named Frank McCourt. He's paired with Kevin O'Leary from Shark Tank. A couple options we could see Trump try to bring to ByteDance.
And Savannah, let's take a listen at the president-elect's comments. He started speaking again. Let's listen.
Prisons into our country. Many other places the same. I would have done the same if I headed up any of the countries. I know most of those guys are smart. They're leaders. They are smart, streetwise people. As soon as I heard they were going to have open borders, I said, if you do that, every prison all over the world is going to be emptied out into our country. They come in from
all
the
the
Congo.
prisons.
The Congo's big on emptying their prisons. The only thing good about
The
it is
Congo
they
sending
make
all
our
their criminals
look like really nice
across the
people.
ocean.
These people are vicious people all over the world, not just South America, all over the world they come from mental institutions and from jails and prisons. With our actions tomorrow, my administration will deliver justice for every family whose loved one has been stolen from them by migrant crime, including Laken Riley, Rachel Morin, Jocelyn Nungari,
Gotta remember them all.
Kayla Hamilton,
All three of them.
and every other precious American soul.
All
that
three
we
of
have
them,
lost
so many.
to these animals.
Meanwhile, Americans getting
Their
gunned
memories
down in
will
the
live
streets
in
by
our
other
hearts
Americans.
Forever, in our hearts forever, and we will never, ever forget them. And their contribution, I told their mothers who were devastated, their parents, their fathers, they're devastated. They'll never be the same. They'll never be the same. But
I
said,
too am devastated.
Your daughter has made
I literally can't sleep at night because of this.
Your son has made a major contribution. There are hundreds and even thousands of victims of this horrible atrocity. And you add those numbers to the numbers of crime that we're already going through the roof, and it's something that you wouldn't even believe. Do you remember I did the debate, and I had David Muir from ABC saying, no, crime has gone down. I said, no,
Yes, it has.
It's gone through the roof.
Oh, it has.
It's gone through the roof.
Look, don't believe your lying eyes, even though the charts say, even though the charts say that it's been going down. Don't believe them. It's fake math, fake statistics.
Illegal.
Then he goes, I disagree with that. The next day they announced that crime was up like 40%. The whole thing, it's so bad. You can't even imagine how anybody could...
Get ready, everybody. Alternate history
things of,
2025.
open
Here it
borders,
comes.
Prisons and mental institutions, men playing in women's sports, transgender.
Jesus,
everyone.
he's hitting all of them, huh? Hitting all the talking points.
Transgender.
Oh my God.
And very soon we'll begin the largest deportation operation in American history.
Does that wait. Why does he bring up... Okay, the timing of all that really threw me off a little bit just now, but is Donald Trump saying he's going to deport all the transgender and non-binary people as well? Is that what's happening? Sorry, but you're also illegal.
Illegal.
Soon we'll begin the largest deportation operation in American history, even larger than President Dwight Eisenhower, who has the record right now. And we're going to end the Biden war on American energy and unleash our energy resources to quickly defeat inflation and achieve the lowest cost
yay,
of
inflation's
energy
gonna be
and
over.
electricity on Earth.
I'm very excited. Everybody excited? Inflation's about to be done. Everybody write that down. Tomorrow, your prices are going to go back to what they were 2019. Don't you worry. It's all going to be fine.
And we're going to be using our emergency powers to allow countries and entrepreneurs and people with a lot of money build big plants, AI plants. We need double the energy.
We need double the AI plants. We need more AI.
We're going to slash.
We need the AI because we're going to be deporting the entire workforce, and we're going to have to replace them with robots.
Immediately, if not sooner.
We're going to slash the regulations, environmental regulations that are really put in there in order to stop progress in this country. We're going to also slash something else, the waste in our bloated federal bureaucracy. We will create the new Department of Government Efficiency, headed by a gentleman named Elon Musk, who's here someplace. I don't know where the hell he is. He's here someplace.
Follow the which way now. Follow the which way now.
Come here, Elon. Did you see his rocket yesterday? It was captured. And X is with him. X. Come on, Elon. Say a couple of words.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry, Little X just followed me on the stage here. He's a very enthusiastic supporter, as you can see. Woo! Yeah. So we're looking forward to making a lot of changes, and you know this victory is the start, really.
This guy is such a fucking weirdo.
What matters going
Why can't you say words, Elon?
Make significant changes, cement those changes, and
what?
Set the foundation for America to be strong for
and we're gonna
centuries, forever.
And we're gonna, yeah, forever. It's all gonna happen. Don't. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Wow, what a great speech. What a great speech. Now I see why this guy is the richest man on the planet.
So, yeah. So anyway, we're gonna do great things here. Thank you.
I love how the capitalists all brought their human shields in case somebody decides to Luigi them.
You know, I always say we have to be protective of our geniuses because we don't have too many, but that one is
special.
I watched his rocket
special.
come down about
Special
3 months
genius.
ago, and I thought it was crashing. I was talking to somebody on the phone. By the way, same thing happened yesterday. It came down, and it was captured so beautifully. It came down, it's tumbling, it's a mess, it's going down. I say, oh, look at that thing, that's a disaster. And then it gets like a couple of miles away from Earth, and all of a sudden the engines start going on, the things start, and then I see it coming in and landing in the gantry, and I'm watching it, I'm saying, oh, it's gonna crash, oh, but those engines came out.
I'm sorry.
And
what? I'm sorry, but this does have to happen. If he's gonna sit here and be like, oh, I watched that most recent, very good rocket launch, which had no problems whatsoever from this verified genius, Elon Musk. It was the perfect launch. I saw it, it was so good. The very best launch I've ever seen. We gotta do this. I'm sorry, but if he's gonna say this thing that just happened literally 24 hours ago, we're gonna have to do this. There's no other options for me. I have to do this. I'm obligated.
Tonight, the dramatic
very best.
The mid-air explosion of SpaceX's massive Starship rocket. You'll see it here tonight. And now the investigation. Here's Trevor Ault.
Tonight, these spectacular images of debris ablaze in the sky above
That's what it was supposed to do, everybody.
SpaceX
Come on.
Starship breaking apart and crashing back down to Earth. The FAA now requiring SpaceX to launch an investigation into the mid-flight failure.
Oh, no, it was a failure. Wait, was it the very best or was it a failure? I'm very confused.
I don't want reality. Give me a joke.
all of a sudden those two big arms came and hugged it like you would hug your little baby.
It's like a little baby hug.
That sucker landed it. Nobody's been able to do that but him. And he's a great guy. And we have him and Vivek and some great people working on a thing called costs. And he's got the credibility to do it too.
Does he? In what way?
Amazing. But he went out to Pennsylvania after that. He landed that rocket nobody had ever seen. By the way, China can't do it. Russia can't do it or come close. It'll be 10 years before they can do it. And the U.S. can't do it except for him. And it's pretty amazing. But he did that. And then he journeyed to Pennsylvania where he spent like a month and a half campaigning for me in Pennsylvania. And he's a popular guy. And he was very effective. And he knows those
Who's a
computers
popular
better
guy?
than anybody. All
Vivek?
those computers, those vote-counting computers. And we ended
Wait.
up winning Pennsylvania.
I gotta go back. Who's popular? I thought is he talking about Vivek Ramaswamy?
They can do it. And the U.S. can't do it except for him. And it's pretty amazing. But he did that. And
He's
then
back to talking about
into
Elon.
Pennsylvania, where he spent like a month and a half campaigning for me in Pennsylvania.
Giving money out.
He's a popular guy.
Yeah, Elon's so popular because he was out there giving $1 million a day to random Donald Trump voters. So popular.
Very effective. And he knows those computers better than anybody. All those computers, those vote counting computers. And we ended up winning Pennsylvania like in a landslide. So it was pretty good. It was pretty good. So thank you to Elon. And his
Thank you, Elon, for being the richest man on the planet.
His son's name is X. He's the only
Worst
guy
name
who can
ever.
get away with the name X.
It's doing great, by the way.
His son is a great guy.
Everybody loves
One
it.
thing we know, his son is smart. If you believe in the racehorse theory,
Oh, getting into little eugenics here, eh, Donald Trump? If you believe in racehorses, well, guess what? That little kid's gonna be a fucking genius, okay? Write that down.
he's got a nice, smart son.
He might be 2 months old, or however old he is, 2 years old, but we all know he's gonna be a genius because of genetics.
Thank you very much to Elon and everybody. We've had so much help. Every radical and foolish executive order of the Biden administration will be repealed within hours of when I
Immediately,
take the oath
if not
of
sooner.
office. Oh, you're going to have a lot of fun watching television tomorrow.
More fun than you've ever had.
Somebody said yesterday, sir, don't sign so many in one day. Let's do it over a period of weeks. I said, like hell, we're going to do it over weeks. We're going to sign them at the beginning. Come on! You know that old story. Let's do it later. Then it never gets done. No, we're doing them tomorrow. And we'll have plenty to sign in the future. Don't worry about it. It's not going to stop. But we're going to stop the destructive and divisive diversity, equity, and inclusion mandates all across the government and private sector and return our country to the merit system. You know, the Supreme Court ruled that the United States is allowed to go by the merit system, which is what made us great in the first place. That was a big ruling that a lot of people don't even know about, but it was a big, tremendous ruling. And
the very
focusing
biggest.
on character, competence, and qualifications in all hiring decisions. Now you're allowed to go by competence and ability and genius. You don't have to hire somebody to send up one of his rocket ships that doesn't know anything about what's happening. As a first step toward restoring transparency and accountability to government, we will also reverse the overclassification of government documents and into...
We're going to restore accountability and transparency by appointing a bunch of billionaires to my cabinet.
Days, we are going to make public
very transparent,
records relating
corrupt.
to the assassinations of President John F. Kennedy, his brother Robert Kennedy, as well as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and other topics of great public interest. It's all going to be released, Uncle Sam. And I will direct our military to begin construction of the great Iron Dome missile defense shield, which will all be made in the USA.
Wait, Israel? What? I was too busy reading chat just now.
And I will direct our military to begin construction of the great Iron Dome.
Oh my God. We're going to build an American Iron Dome defense system. How great. How much is that going to cost us? I'll bet you it cost $1 trillion. For the whole United States. Israel's tiny. Israel's like the size of New Jersey. Oh boy, here we go.
Will be made in the USA. And we will get wokeness the hell out of our military immediately. And make it like
if not
it used
sooner.
to be. Take a look at this.
Oh, listen to this.
You little scumbag! I got your name.
Wow, more montages. Yay, military dictatorship. Here we go.
Let's declare it a summer of pride.
So you're a killer, sir, yes, sir!
And as we take a look at this video,
Hey,
again, we're
we want to listen to this
listening
fascist
rally,
montage,
victory rally with
please.
President-elect Donald
NBC, would you stop it?
Trump,
Hey,
the Capitol One Arena
shut up.
here in Washington.
Shut up.
D.C. While we await for the president-elect to speak once again, I want to bring in our correspondent Vaughn Hilliard, our White House correspondent Vaughn Hilliard, who has covered the Trump campaign. And Vaughn, I'm struck by just how much this is similar to so many Trump rallies.
Wow.
That
I can't hear what they're
before,
saying because you assholes are talking.
The president-elect taking a lot of credit for a variety of different things.
This is not helping.
I spoke with Savannah Sellers.
Why are you talking?
The developments with TikTok.
Please shut up now.
The president-elect also discussing
Would
his
you please
role
shut up now?
in his
We don't. I'm just going to mute them. Fuck it. We don't need to hear what they're saying. I just want to see what the fuck these images are that they're saying they have up on the screen. Fuck NBC. Fuck Comcast. Never forget, NBC News is brought to you by Comcast. The people that charge you too much for your internet and sell your data. The crowd loves it. The crowd loves the anti-transgender talk and the military fascist dictatorship that Donald Trump is promising to bring. Yay. Yay.
It's going to be the American people have given us their trust, and in return, we're going to give them the best first day, the biggest first week, and the most extraordinary first 100 days of any presidency in American history. To implement this historic agenda, I've assembled an all-star cabinet of patriots and visionaries and reformers who will fight for America, and together we will win, win, win for America. To restore the spirit of American armed forces, I have appointed Pete Hegseth as our next Secretary of Defense.
Yes, Pete Hegseth.
Where's Pete? Pete's here someplace. Where is
He's great. Great white supremacist, that Pete. The very best one, besides from me.
They like you, Pete. Thanks, Pete.
The people love you and your white supremacy.
To bring
Your
back
love
integrity to our intelligence
of the ladies.
community, Tulsi Gabbard will be our next
I hear Pete really
director
loves the
of
ladies so much. He can't pick one. He's got to have them all, even if they don't want it.
To make America healthy again, we will have Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as Secretary of Health and Human Services. To end the weaponization of our government and restore the impartial rule of law. Oh, this is so important. She's so incredible. Pam Bondi will be an outstanding Attorney General. She's going to do an incredible job.
Incredible job. It's going to be so good.
And she's working with another person who's going to be unbelievable at the FBI, Kash Patel. And tomorrow, everybody in this very large arena will be very happy with my decision on the J6 hostages. Very happy. I think you'll be very, very happy.
Illegal.
I would say about 99.9% of this beautiful arena.
It's science.
And by the way, I want to thank the owners of this arena. They are great. They're up here someplace in one of those beautiful boxes. And their team is doing very well, and Ovechkin is a great player, right? But I want to thank Ted and all of the owners for allowing this to take place. It was really great. And thank you. It's a hell of an operation. Great place. Fantastic arena. Thank you, Ted. Thank you,
Very best
everybody.
Nazi arena.
At Homeland Security, we will have a tough leader in Kristi Noem, and we will have an outstanding
We're gonna have the best puppy killers in our branches of government.
Sean Duffy, Congressman Sean Duffy. Great people. And we're
Day one, all the puppies gonna be murdered. Live television.
going to win so much that Governor Burgum of the Interior, you know Governor Burgum, one of the best governors in the country, is in charge of Department of the Interior, and the hottest man anywhere in the world for energy. When I
So
asked
hot.
him, people couldn't believe
So
it.
hot right now.
You didn't hear of him, but if you're in
That's
the
hot.
energy business, he's considered the absolute best. Mr. Chris Wright of the Energy Department. He's going to head up the Energy Department. He's the hottest guy there is. Anybody in the energy business, they said, I can't believe you got Chris Wright. And a man named Marco Rubio is going to be our great future Secretary of State. And Howard Lutnick, a tremendous success on Wall Street, is going to be our Secretary of Commerce. They have to go through these drills, but they're going to. And I want to thank the Republican senators. They've been doing great. And John Thune has been doing a great job in moving the process along quickly. We're going to have a lot of them hopefully approved very quickly. And a very special woman,
I like this
Linda
comment.
McMahon, is going to be our
It might be. I
Secretary
don't
of
know.
Education,
Maybe that's what keeps him going. Little amyl nitrate. Gotta have some fun from time to time.
I said to Linda, Linda, I'm making you the Secretary of Education, but if you do a great job, you will put yourself out of a job because you're going to be sending it back to the states, and she's fantastic, and her staff, which has been largely hired, is fantastic. And all of the other leaders will come to me and they're going to say, do you remember I used to do this for fun? But it's really not fun, it's fact. Because we have to do some of best of, right? But they're going to come and say to me, sir,
Sir.
we're winning too much, sir. We can't take
We
it
can't
anymore.
we can't win so much. We gotta lose
Sir,
sometimes.
We can't do it. We're not used to winning in our country.
Look, it'd be more comfortable if we could all just lose a little bit too.
Every single one, sir, please, you're destroying our country. We're winning too much. Our country isn't prepared.
Immediately, if not sooner.
They're not used to winning, sir. And I'll say, no, Linda and everybody, we're not going to stop winning. The people of our country want us to keep on winning, and we're going to go win like never, ever before. And that's what we're going to do.
Immediately, if
We're
not
going to be
sooner.
doing it, Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam is having a heart attack down here. Look at him. Uncle Sam is going wild. And they think I pay for these people. I have no idea who he is. All I know is he does. And there's Abe Lincoln. Thank you, honest Abe. I have no idea. I swear, I have no idea who the hell he is. But he looks like Abe. He's probably a little bit shorter, in all fairness.
Yeah.
Abe was 6'6". He's a little bit shorter.
That's okay. It's
He's
okay.
about a foot shorter. Other than that,
Wow.
he's perfect.
Oh.
Thank you, Abe. In addition to the most talented cabinet ever assembled,
He's gotta
and we
burn
think
his own
we're hearing
audience.
Things like that. We will be supported in our mission by countless.
Did this guy just yawn? That was the longest yawn I've ever seen.
Thank you, Abe. In addition to the most talented cabinet ever assembled, and we think we're hearing things like that. We will be supported in our mission by countless wonderful American patriots. First, let me thank my incredible family, and I want to thank in particular somebody that headed up the Republican Party, along with Mike, the two of them, Lara Trump, who you saw before, who produced those two beautiful children. Lara Trump is unbelievable. She was the chairman of the Republican Party, and nobody ever said, oh, gee, it's a family member. They actually said, how the hell did you get her to do it? And she did a phenomenal job. We had a minimum of cheating. We watched them like a hawk. Where is Laura? Where the hell is she? Because she did some job.
Such a great job, Lara. You stopped all that illegal voting from happening.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you very much.
So good. She's gone. She's doing coke in the back room right now.
She's phenomenal.
It's okay.
The job she did, and her son who was up. Didn't they do a beautiful job? The son and the daughter. How many young kids know that one? They don't know that one. But her husband is
your son.
Somebody I'm very proud of. Is doing a great job. He's been subpoenaed more than any human being in history, I believe.
Definitely better than
Every day
Tiffany.
he'd get a subpoena from Congress on something, oh, bullshit. But he got a subpoena. He's got a PhD in subpoenas. But he did a fantastic job. And Don, you know all about Don, how he did. He's great. He's very popular, too.
So good.
He knows a
So
lot
great.
about guns, I want to tell you that. We had, by the way, I have to tell you, we had great support from every gun group, including the NRA. It's really worked hard.
Gonna give all the babies guns.
And Ivanka and
January
Jared are
21st.
here.
Everybody's gonna have one.
And Tiffany and Michael are here. And Barron and my 10 incredible grandchildren, and another one coming through Tiffany. And of course, I want to thank our next
And Tiffany too.
Vice President of the United States, J.D.
I love that he actually brought up Tiffany. It's amazing.
Thank our next Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Where's old couch fucker? Where is he? He's probably fucking a couch right now. It's fine. No big deal. He's busy. There's a lot of couches in here. Got to get through all of them.
You say, where is he? You know, you got a lot of people in here.
So many people.
But
It's hard to
J.D.
see.
Vance has been extraordinary. And he's got an unbelievable wife, the Second Lady of the United States, Usha Vance. So, Usha, thank you very much. Beautiful couple, great people. We're also pleased to be joined tonight by Hulk Hogan, the Hulkster. The Hulkster. One thing, it's not hard to find him. All he has to do is stand up and you say, there he is. But he's great. And Kid Rock, wow. Kid Rock is a friend of mine.
All my favorite elderly
He's a friend
celebrities.
of mine for a long,
They're
long
here.
time. He did that thing on Budweiser. Budweiser will never be the same when he did the gun with a MAGA hat. That was the commercial that everybody saw. Also with us tonight is a great actor, tremendously talented guy, John Voight, who's great, and a friend of mine. And Sylvester Stallone is here. Great guy. And you know, I got Mel Gibson, Sylvester Stallone, and John Voight to become ambassadors to Hollywood, California, to put it back on track.
I love this. I don't know if anybody else heard this because I only heard about it in between the last stream and now. But apparently, Donald Trump named Sylvester Stallone and John Voight and Mel Gibson as ambassadors without calling them ahead of time to tell them, see, they'll accept it. I'm the emperor. If they don't, straight to jail.
Illegal.
So they're all ambassadors. You have to refer to them as ambassador, Mr. Ambassador. And a man who's got an army of young people, Charlie Kirk, is here. And I want to thank Charlie. Charlie is fantastic. I mean, this guy, don't believe this stuff when you hear the...
I am glad that I am somehow making this more bearable for you right now, my dogs. You've been here since the beginning. And I really appreciate the super chat. God. I feel like you people are going to help keep me sane for the next 4 years. So it's really a sort of a symbiotic relationship. You know, we need each other.
They're liberal. They're not liberal. Maybe they used to be, but they're not anymore. You got to see how many people are for us. And I want to thank Megyn Kelly. She's been terrific. She's been really good. And Billy Ray Cyrus. And
Who?
Lee Greenwood, wow, has he been something. What a song and what a man. And you know, by the way, these microphones, you see the microphones? I said, what the hell are those microphones doing standing behind me? You're going to have a little special treat at the end of this speech. I don't want to tell you because you'll rush me off the stage. Get off the stage. But
get off the stage. They're going to shoot me again.
Special treat, and I won't tell you, but let's put it this way. It's the people that 30 years ago had a hot song, never hit #1, hit #5.
That's hot.
But 30 years later, it hit #1 week after week.
So hot right now.
And they're here to sing. They're here to sing.
Who?
For you. And you won't recognize them. They're slightly larger than they used to be, but that's the way life goes. We can all tell you, that's the way life goes. There's nothing we can do about that. Sebastian Gorka, stand up, Sebastian. I see Sebastian here. There's a patriot. He's been with me through thick and thin, right, Sebastian? Now he's with the administration. Thank you. Great guy. And again, I want to thank Elon for what he did in Pennsylvania. He worked so hard.
Follow the rich white man.
He worked so hard in Pennsylvania.
By
Great
working
guy.
hard. I love that. I love that.
Is a champion. A man who took something.
Does anybody here know how hard it is as the richest man on the planet to hang out somewhere for any extended period of time and give money away to people? It's perhaps the hardest thing you can do. And sure, you're thinking to yourself, StreamLord, what are you talking about? People starving across the world? There's people, working real jobs. No. You don't understand. This is the hardest anybody has ever worked. Giving it $1 million a day as the richest man on the planet is arguably the hardest thing anybody could possibly even conceive of. Okay, stop acting like, anybody has had it harder than Elon Musk, okay? He's hard worker. So hard.
Phrasing?
Hush.
He worked so hard in Pennsylvania. A great guy and a man who is a champion. A man who took something from nothing. Everybody said this is something will never work. It's too violent. But he understood people. He said they like violence, unfortunately, right? But a man who understood fighting better than any man ever. There's never been anything like this. What Dana White did with the UFC and turning it into a monster sport franchise. So I want to thank Dana.
Yeah, it's not like Dana had to, repress his workers from unionizing or paying them drastically less than he makes from these events to make all of this happen. But he's done such a great job, that Dana White.
Of
So
USC
good.
for
So
being
great.
here. And Dana, you've done a job like nobody could have done. Thank you. A great guy and a friend of mine.
The stream is so far
Great
behind
friend of
right
mine.
now.
He's a tough cookie. You want him on your side at all time. Every one of
Like, I am so sorry that you're all, forced into this other timeline. You're, 7 minutes behind me right now. I don't know exactly the number of minutes. I'm not counting. But it still doesn't even show the fact that I highlighted... Oh my god, so annoying. I wish it would just catch up already.
people you want on your side. And we have dozens of other celebrities and everything, but we're going to get back to what we're doing. But I do want to say, in the audience, we have many governors, many senators, many members of Congress, and other distinguished guests. Far too many to name, unless you'd like me to name them. No? You want me to name governors?
Name them all.
senators, and
Name all the
Congress
governors and
people?
senators. You gotta do it.
No.
Fuck them.
I thought you were going to say that. Sorry, governors.
Sorry.
No,
Not
but we
cool.
appreciate all of the love that we've
Not as
gotten
cool
from
as
them.
Elon.
I'll tell you, our House and our Senate Republicans have been unbelievable, and the governors are unbelievable, the job they're doing. Of the crime-ridden cities, the top 25, every single one of them is run by a Democrat. Does that tell you something? We don't have problems in the Republican cities. Tonight, I also want to send our love to everyone affected by the terrible wildfires raging in California. We're praying for you all. We love you all. We're going to be there very soon. I'm going to go out there on Friday to see it and to get it moving back. We're going to get some of the best builders in the world, and we'll get it moving back. And I also want to pay my respects to the great people of North Carolina. You know, I won it every single time. And they've been treated very badly. FEMA almost didn't know it existed.
Almost didn't
We're
know.
going to get North Carolina right.
That's hilarious.
Rid of the Second Amendment?
Yeah, no one's ever heard of FEMA before. Certainly not Republicans. It's not like Alex Jones spent like years during the Obama administration fear-mongering about FEMA. Nope, nobody ever even heard of it before, and now it's failing its job. How's that possible?
I don't want reality.
Almost didn't know it existed. And we're going to get North Carolina rocking and rolling, okay? We're going to get them rocking and rolling.
Just like Jerry Lee Lewis and his 13-year-old wife. Gonna rock hard. Very,
Together
very
we will
hard.
rebuild Los Angeles better, more beautiful than ever before. We're going to get it going. We have the best builders in the world. It's the only people that could do it. Nobody else knows what the hell they're doing. And in 2028, the Los Angeles Olympics will be one of the great sporting events and patriotic celebrations in history. I was with Gianni, the head of the Olympics, and because of the wildfires, they're going to do a special job. They're going to really do something very special on the Olympics. And the opposite, some people say, oh, maybe the Olympics can't go there. It turned out just the opposite. They came to see me the other day, and the committee, and it's just the opposite. So the Olympics is great. And Johnny, for the others, you know, the World Cup, Johnny is the head of it. We had our top people, Wasserman.
The very best.
They all came in on the Olympics, and then I saw Johnny. And we got the World Cup, too. And, you know, it's only because they rigged the election that I'll be your president representing you.
I'm sorry. Wait. He wants to give LA and the Democrats a great job for getting the World Cup. And then, I'm sorry, say that again? What the fuck just happened?
On the Olympics, and then I saw Johnny. And we got the World Cup, too. And, you know, it's only because they
Because of LA?
rigged the election that I'll be your president representing you there.
Wait, they rigged the election and that's why Donald Trump won? Wait, so they... I'm sorry. What? What's happening?
Illegal.
What's happening? Did I'll just say that they rigged the election for him just now?
No, I got both of them. I got the Olympics and I got the World Cup.
You did
And
it.
I said, you know, it's too bad.
Donald Trump did it.
One was...
Not LA, even though they paid $1.8 billion to the IOC in the bidding process. It was me, actually.
2026 and the other was in 2028. And I said, I won't be there. I won't be your president. But then they rigged the election, and now we won, so I'm going to be
Now
your
we won.
president
Great
for
job.
the Olympics
You rigged it. Great job.
and for the World Cup. So, Johnny, thank you for the World Cup. And everybody, thank you for the Olympics. We're going to have a great time. We have another thing happening. 250 years. A celebration like no other. 250 years. And that's going to be taking place next year. So we have a lot of big events coming. And everything we do everything. We take it very, very seriously. But what do we do more than anything else? We put America first. And it all starts tomorrow when I raise my hand on the Bible to be sworn as we'll be sworn in tomorrow. We're all going to be sworn in together. That's the way I look at it. It's not me, it's you. Greatest of all time. So we will be sworn in tomorrow. I'll be representing you as your 47th President of the United States.
The very best anyone's ever seen.
And just in conclusion, together we're going to cut your taxes, end inflation, slash your prices, getting them back down, raise your wages, and bring thousands of factories back to the USA, right where they belong, and that'll be done through tariffs and smart policy. We will build American, we will buy American, and we will hire American. I will end the war in Ukraine, I will stop the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent World War III from happening, and you have no idea how close we are. We will crush violent crime in our cities and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect they so dearly deserve. We will strengthen and modernize our military again. We did it. We rebuilt our entire military. And then they gave billions and billions of dollars of it to
Israel?
Remember, to the Taliban.
Oh, you're talking.
They gave it to the
Wait,
Taliban.
wait.
They gave our military equipment.
It's going way back now.
To the enemy.
I love how he wants to skip over the stuff that actually happened during the Joe Biden administration. Because if you're not familiar, the money that went to the Taliban happened during the Obama presidency. I think it was like 12 years ago, right? It was like 2014, right? Or am I just losing my mind?
Do you know that we pay billions of dollars a year? Do you know this? Does anyone know this too?
Yeah, $900 billion a year. Oh, to Afghanistan. Oh, we're giving the Taliban more money still. Okay. Did you say so?
Tell them we're not going to give them the money unless they give back our military equipment that these poor, stupid people allowed for them to have. So we'll give them a couple of bucks. We want the military equipment back. We will rebuild our once great cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And we want to make this city again safe. We don't want people coming to Washington and getting mugged, shot, killed. We're going to stop it. Law enforcement, and they have very good police here, but they have to be allowed to do their job. We're going to stop it. We're going to beautify it. We're going to make it the most beautiful capital in the world. We will teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and to always respect
only the good parts.
Our great.
The only way to honor our history is to only talk about the good stuff. We're not going to be allowed to mention any of the bad stuff.
Illegal.
That stuff is fake news.
American flag. And we will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools.
Well, there you go, transgender people, non-binary people, anybody in between. You aren't going to be allowed to go to school anymore, I guess. Should be interesting.
And always remember, this is so easy. This will be done tomorrow.
It's going to start.
We will keep
wow,
men
immediately.
out of women's sports. It's over. I will defend religious liberty. I will restore free speech, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms. We're going to defend that. After years of building up foreign nations, defending foreign borders, and protecting foreign lands, we are finally going to build up our country, defend our borders, and protect our citizens. And we will stop illegal immigration once and for all. We will not be invaded. We will not be occupied.
Right, we're going to invade everybody else, right?
We will not be conquered.
Bye-bye, Panama. We're coming. We're coming for you.
And that will take place
starting tomorrow.
Tomorrow at 12 o'clock.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Everyone in our country
We're going to take back Greenland, even though it was never ours.
Every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with opportunity and hope.
United States of Canada.
And also filled with a thing called the
no votes, though, for you
dream
Canadians
you
until you get on board.
For the past 9 years, you and I fought side by side against the most sinister and corrupt forces on earth. And in our magnificent victory,
oh my God, the fucking victimhood. It will never end. The next 4 years will be just like, even though Donald Trump is now president, he's now appointing his whole administration to remove everybody else from government. And technically, Republicans have a very slim majority in both the House and Senate. For the next 4 years, I can almost guarantee we're going to be hearing more of this victim speak, even though they're in charge. They're still being victimized by the previous administrations. It's going to be so great. Next 1,300 days.
From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, and from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C.
Everybody, we're going to crisscross the nation. Name all the states, all the cities.
Generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers, coal miners, police officers and pioneers, who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle stand in their path. Nothing could get in their way. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built the great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and launched American astronauts to the moon. It was hard-working patriots like you who built this country. And 75 days ago on November 5th, it was hard-working patriots like you who saved
You all did it. Great job.
country. You saved
Great job, everybody. Really super good.
Now, after all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America's promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we all love so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never back down, and we will never, ever, ever, ever surrender. We will fight, fight, and we will win.
What a movie reference. Wow.
And together, we will make America powerful again.
You can't hear me.
We will make
Why can't people hear me?
wealthy
Huh?
again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again.
Give me a joke.
We will make America proud again.
All of the adjectives.
We will make America
Only the very best
safe
ones.
again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. What a great victory for everybody.
The very best.
America. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And for those of you just joining us here on NBC News Now, President-elect Donald Trump just wrapping up his remarks at his victory.
So victorious. Okay. Well, let's, yeah, it was a long speech.
We won.
It was an incredibly long
aggressive agenda
speech.
in the coming days, promising to sign.
Well, I hear the village people
to
here.
launch an unprecedented mass deportation operation.
Are these the real village?
against some
No,
of
they're
these
not.
controversial
No, they're
Catholic
not.
books confirmed.
The fake village people are here. This is hilarious. Is this real? Is this real?
The U.S. Senate and teasing his decision on pardoning some of those arrested following that January 6th attack on the Capitol. Trump also saying he'll visit California on Friday following those devastating
Is this real?
wildfires.
What is happening right now? What am I looking
Bring
at?
in NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard, who is
Where are the
at
pride
the rally.
flags?
Vaughn, what stuck out to you?
Everybody break out your pride flags. It's village people time.
Right now is that the incoming president of the United States is on the
Gonna make America gay again.
village people for YMCA, which is how typically he ends his
Immediately, if
campaign
not
rallies.
sooner.
And you could say this is his last formal rally before being sworn in tomorrow at noon. This very much had the vibe of a traditional campaign rally for the president-elect, but also it's one with serious.
You know how I know they're not the real village people? Because these guys have no rhythm. This guy just did the turn way after this guy. Where's the choreography? Come on, guys. What is happening?
Political implications, policy implications, outlining.
Oh, there it is. The dance. Gotta do the pump.
But also touting that TikTok is
The Trumpy pump.
online for the 170 million American users, saying if it weren't for him being president of the United States, that TikTok ban would still be in effect. Exactly the path forward for TikTok is not clear because there's still questions about the law that is now on the books that Donald Trump has suggested his DOJ will not go after.
All right. Well, we're going to transition over to the regular stream here. Almost at the regular time. But give me, I gotta take a quick break before we do any of that. So, let's do this. We'll go to the we'll go to the pool. Alright, chat, hope everybody's enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. Very important stuff for you to do. Once you've done those two things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. So many great ways to do that and show your support. YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon. So many options within those even, you know? Super Chat, Super Stickers, membership, subscriptions, bits. But Patreon will give you the most space benefits for your Earth dollars. Only $3 US a month to become a Galactic patron, and you can have an avatar sitting right here behind me on stream. Shoutouts, content, secret Discord channel, so much good stuff for that tiny amount of money. Almost completely insignificant. It's like you would forget about it almost. Anyway, chat. Enjoy this short space break. I'll be right back with the content. We got the regular stream to do, at least some amount of a regular stream to try and get done here. I got a list ready. Just got to prepare myself and also hit the galactic head. So, grab yourselves a drink, perhaps a snack, and I will be right back. Stream. Is this in my playlist right now? It's better be. What happens if I try and do this? Oh, no, it's not. Okay, better fix that. The look on her face is hilarious. Oh my god. Melania looks horrified right now. Oh, poor Melania. Why can't we just be based? Everybody be based. Everybody be based. Alright, I hope everybody is ready because the galactic content's about to come smack you in the goddamn face. Get back in those seats, Space Fams. Space News. It's time. Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready for this. What a start to the evening, huh? Alright, chat, where do we start? Ah, yes, the usual place. America. And we're gonna go right back to Donald Trump, as he and Melania attended a fireworks display in Virginia. Let's take a look at this. I'm sure this was fun for everyone. It is Sunday Fundy after all, so we're going to try and have fun throughout all this, although it's going to be tough because I barely prepared because I was too busy trying to make this stream happen today. Okay, let's switch focus, kind of. Here we go. Fireworks display. Oh my god, Melania looks so angry. Seriously, look at the face. Look at her face right now. I feel like they just got done having a fight. Look at these. Like, watch this again. They both look kind of... like, she literally looks like she was in the middle of, like, saying some, like, shit to him. And then they're like, no, you gotta get out there right now. Fireworks is about to happen. No, I don't give a fuck. Holy shit. She looks pissed. Everybody be based. Stop saying mean things to me on Twitter. It's not my fault I married a fascist. He's a very wealthy fascist. I love how it's all red. It really does give you this sort of, this feeling of fascism. Is that Ave Maria in the fucking background? It looks like blood in the sky.
Let us all thank Donald J. Trump, the 47th President of the United States!
Nothing awkward about this event. Melania looks like she's having a great time. She's not obligated to be here per her contract. This is all voluntary. She is not a prisoner. Alright, let's go back to this. This was happening literally while we were doing the stream just a moment ago. Let freedom ring celebration at the Kennedy Center of all places. Ah, yes. The Kennedy Center. They're going to change the name any day now to the Trump Center. A musical tribute to Dr. Martin Luther King. Yay. This is a perfect way to celebrate Martin Luther King on the day of Donald Trump's inauguration. This is great. Let's enjoy this, everyone. Martin Luther King would, of course, be so thrilled about the future, the current state of our country. Oh, boy. Come on. Get us to the stuff. Let's go. There we go.
Go out and tell the story
Because I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by
DEI.
illegal. I have a dream today.
Having a dream is illegal now.
Illegal.
Bitterness of the past, despite the difficulties of the present, despite the uncertainty of the future, Dr. King held fast to his dream. King rose to that podium and said, clear-eyed and straight-backed, to the multitude that had gathered, even though we face the difficulties of today and tomorrow, I still have a dream.
Today's a new day.
Everything about this is so it feels so surreal now, considering what we're heading into. All of this feels wrong.
If you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl. But by all means, keep moving.
It doesn't cost a thing to smile. You don't have to pay to lie. You better think that I got so much money, the beast envy me. Oh yeah, when Jesus won.
Jesus, I say that.
Begin with me. Let this be the moment now.
And as we step forward into a new chapter in our history, we stand at the edge of another new frontier. We're called to become a nation that more closely resembles the promised land about which Dr. King so eloquently spoke.
Okay, we're not going to watch the whole thing. I just figured we would like contextualize the evening, add some, you know, like, what do you call it? Add a little bit of our, you know, a little bit more to what's been happening to this very strange night. So while Donald Trump was at MSG having a bit of a fascist rally back in D.C., at the Millennium Stage at the Kennedy Center, to be named soon by RFK, I'm sure the Trump Center any minute now, we were celebrating Martin Luther King Jr. It's a weird vibe. It's a weird juxtaposition, if you ask me. But that is what's happening right now in our world. Speaking of what's happening in our world, let's talk about the inauguration coming up in a historical way, and look at some of the peculiar moments from previous U.S. presidential inaugurations.
U.S. presidential inaugurations are major events filled with pomp and circumstance.
Pomp
There's
and circumstance.
A ceremony, a parade, and a presidential ball. But scattered throughout inaugural history are moments that stand out for more peculiar reasons. For instance, at the inauguration of Dwight D. Eisenhower in 1953, the president was lassoed by Monty Montana, a rodeo rider and actor. While this may have come as a surprise to guests, Eisenhower was aware
just wanted to get lassoed.
Aware of the wrangling he was set to receive. In 1977, at the inauguration of Jimmy Carter, a giant peanut floated down Pennsylvania Avenue, a sight that no doubt stood out in Washington. But President Carter comes from a family of peanut farmers, and the personal touch left an imprint. In the first inauguration of Barack Obama in 2009, the president appeared to have jumbled his oath of office, but Chief Justice John Roberts played his part in the mishap by flubbing the oath.
Execute the office of President to the United States faithfully.
And I will execute
Faithfully, the office of President of the United States.
President of the United States faithfully.
So help me God.
And in 2021, at the inauguration of President Joe Biden, Senator Bernie Sanders was seen wearing a pair of warm and colorful mittens, which were crafted from recycled sweaters.
So
The
peculiar.
independent senator from Vermont and his mittens became something of a viral sensation on the internet.
Mittens
on that
2025.
Inauguration Day.
Wait, so you're telling me it's been cold on other inaugurations and people dressed up for the occasion, but in this inauguration they're running scared from the cold? My God.
Winter is coming.
My God, Donald Trump, too scared of the cold. Not even as tough as Bernie Sanders. Alright. Let's go back to talking about this inauguration. Jason Miller, top advisor to Donald Trump, made a little appearance here on CNN to tell us about what the Donald Trump administration is gonna be doing. Day one.
Immediately, if not sooner.
No, President-elect Trump likes to speak to crowds. He loves his rallies. How is he feeling about this change? Is he happy with it? Knowing it's going to be a more intimate setting.
Well, of course, we'd like to have it outside, but when you have this Arctic blast that's coming in and temperatures as low as 11 degrees, and that might be actually on the high end of things, you have to take safety into consideration. And that's the most important thing. You're going to have
safety first, everybody.
Outside of that frigid of weather, it's just, quite frankly, not safe for people to be out there for hours on.
Except for homeless people, they're fine. Stay where you are.
So the president will go inside to the Capitol Rotunda, where he'll be sworn in, and then he's going to take some immediate action to make good on some of the campaign trail promises, and then eventually make his way over to the Capital One Arena, where we'll have essentially the parade will be indoors. And I just received a briefing on it. It's going to be very, very cool. I do have to say that if you are coming to the Capital One Arena on Monday, get there early. Every single seat in the House will be taken, but they have some really special things planned for everyone who's able to come inside and join for that part of the program.
And you mentioned those executive orders, the business he wants to get down to, and I want you to help us put a little meat on the bones in terms of what Americans can expect on Monday. I know a lot of that will be centered around
Yes, we must know.
Help
Tell
us
us what's going to
understand
happen.
what people should expect from the president-elect on Monday.
So there are going to be a number of things, both immediately after he's sworn in and then later on during the day. I think you're also going to see
if not sooner.
Some additional announcements when the president gets to Capital One Arena and then ultimately is back at the White House. But one of the big focuses right away is, of course, going to be on immigration and putting President Trump's border security policies that he had during his first 4 years back into place. And so everything.
Okay. So yeah. Jason Miller here, senior advisor to President-elect Trump, saying day one, minute one, executive order storm. Gonna deport everybody we don't like. And anybody else who we don't manage to deport going straight to jail.
Illegal.
Okay, thanks, Jason. That's great. That is great. And also good for, I can't actually think of who it's good for.
Are you ready for some pee-pee? Yeah. Are you ready for some pee-pee?
It's not Trump. It wasn't Trump's event. Okay, it was the Kennedy Center. No, Heather! It was not Trump's event. It was at the Kennedy Center. It was for the celebration of Martin Luther King Day. God damn it! No.
Barton Digby from the blog Hullabaloo. Welcome back to the program, and very glad that you are still safely in your home, being out in L.A. Maybe that's a good place for us to start. Like, what? Give us broadly your take on what's happened, and also, I mean, you wrote a piece about Republicans seeing the L.A. wildfires as an opportunity to punish California. I mean, just talk about the dynamics behind that, because I'm curious, as a Los Angelino, what your perspective is on this.
Well, I mean, it's been absolutely horrific. First of all, this has been an incredibly tragic environmental disaster. I know people who, one of my closest friends lost his home. He got out barely with just the clothes on his back. People scurrying, everywhere, literally running for their lives. I mean, it's an absolute horror. It's a hurricane by fire, which it's unimaginable. And for those of us who live here, and in a weird way, we're lucky that it's big city, so we have local news. When this happens in small towns, which it does and has up in Northern California, it happened a couple of years ago to Paradise. You remember that the fires went through there. They don't have, these local news deserts. I don't know what people do, because at least here you have that available in a big city like LA. But it was an absolute nightmare. And as I'm sitting here in my living room waiting to find out, I was in a standby to evacuate. I live in Santa Monica. I'm reading on my social media, Republicans and internet trolls and the usual people absolutely gloating over the fact that Los Angeles is on fire. And then probably within hours, Republican politicians saying that they are going to refuse to provide aid to California. And much of it based upon complete and utter bullshit, I must say, because they're making assumptions. I don't think anybody that maybe if you have to live here or you got to live in a fire zone to understand, when you got 80 to 100 mile an hour winds, zero humidity, and fire starts in any kind of a place where it's dry. And why is it dry? We all know that. It's because of climate change. Climate change is causing massive weather events all over the world. We're not unique. We just had a massive flood in North Carolina and hurricane on the East Coast. We had fires in New Jersey last summer that you were smelling it, I think, in New York City. I mean,
we had one in Prospect Park.
Yep.
It's true.
The leaves were so dry.
And there was a bunch of fires in New York
November,
and New Jersey.
Right?
Yeah, there was a huge fire. I mean, and floods all over Europe, all over in Indian subcontinent, in Asia, China. I mean, climate change is upon us. This is not theoretical anymore. This is happening to us, and we're just at the leading edge of it. The vanguard of climate change is happening right now, and you hear these.
It's true. Hold on. I forgot that they talk climate change most of this. We're not even in the environmental app, so that doesn't make sense. So let's talk about this part of it, because it seems like come on, don't be a dick. Whoops, that's not how you click. Click, please.
The percentage of places like that is increasing as climate change goes. I mean, it's almost sort of like the same dynamic, ironically, as, where do you drill for oil? Well, tell me what the price of a barrel of oil is, and I'll tell you if it's
financially viable.
The higher the price of the barrel of oil, the more places you can drill, because all of a sudden, if it takes, if you got to go down 500 feet as opposed to like 200 feet or whatever the numbers are, as that price of oil goes up, it makes it more sense. And if the price of oil goes down, then all of a sudden you shut all these wells and you don't explore in the ocean or whatever it is. We've got the opposite dynamic, maybe not coincidentally, with climate change, which is as this continues, there are going to be less and less places where you can live and not have to expend huge resources to ensure, like, you could, and maybe this is ultimately going to have to happen, bury every single power line within miles of downtown LA. But that's going to cost a ton of money.
Billions and billions of dollars
for this. Our society is just not, the mentality is.
We just got to hold the power companies responsible to do these things. It's their job to keep people safe from themselves.
Spend money to protect ourselves, and we can't even get to that stage because they're still in the denial stage, and that's why people are deploying stuff like, it's, Karen Bass went to Ghana, and everybody knows that's like.
Turn on the valve. Yeah, I mean,
exactly.
It's like, what?
Or homeless people, immigrants. That's why this is happening. I mean, it's
Wake up!
It's
Wake
denial.
up, world,
Illegal.
because this is only going to get worse, and I feel so sorry for younger generations facing this because I'm not going to be here to see the worst of it, but they are, and it is not. If this last week is any indication, it's going to be very, very difficult. I mean, awful. And good luck.
And let's talk about the second part of this too.
Yeah.
The sort of like in the wake of it. In the wake of Katrina, I think every school in New Orleans became a charter, sort of like a semi-privatized.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people never moved back.
How is education going in Louisiana
and
now?
A lot of like real estate developers come in. That is, including the federal funds that came in. It is quite clear to me that the Trump administration is going to use, federal funds there as a who knows what. But you've written this piece about the oligarchy, and it seems like a very unique oligarchy in my estimation. Kamala Harris.
Thank you, everyone, for your concern in chat. I am okay. I just almost knocked my TV off of the stand, and it's like one of those stands where it hangs like from the stand. So it almost went straight to the ground. It was a near miss. Thankfully, I managed to save it. It was a close call.
No millionaires supporting her or billionaire, but Donald Trump was put into office with like literally half of his campaign, maybe more, right? Because
Zuckerberg.
All that outside expenditure from Elon Musk, a lot of it is is dark money. Like we don't know. But literally maybe $500 million maybe came from one guy.
Follow the rich way.
Elon Musk. I would imagine 500 million. I mean, we know publicly
we
he
know
did about 250.
Yeah.
And so it's very easy to believe that there was another 250 associated with that. If not from him, then his sort of like network. And Miriam Adelson with 120 million out of her pocket, and then also more from her network. So you really got about 2 or 3 people here. And then you watch guys like Zuckerberg, billionaire, Bezos, billionaire. They're all contributing to his inaugural fund. They're all running around, guys like Andreessen also pouring money in. These are the type of people who are going to come into LA, where you have a lot of people who don't have fire insurance, where you have a lot of people who are like, I'm going to build up bills.
So true.
From now until, whatever my house is going to be rebuilt, who knows how long that's going to take. They're all going to sell. And they're going to end up selling on 80 cents on the dollar of whatever, they were going to get from their insurance.
Or worse.
Or worse. And it's going to be maybe it's Rick Caruso, but it's going to be others too, who are going to come in and just buy up everything. Yeah. They're going to buy up everything. And this is also the dynamic of climate change.
Absolutely.
Mel Gibson was warning us about that earlier, but he was warning us about it in a different way. It was going to be, they were going to come in, they're going to build low-income housing everywhere in his very wealthy neighborhood, and it's going to make him very, very angry. I'm sure if Rick Caruso comes in, he'll be thrilled.
They call it disaster capitalism, right? I mean, I think there's a book written about it. After Katrina, shock doctrine, and after Katrina, I don't know if people remember this. Karl Rove, who the Bush's brain, had this whole program that they put together to bring in private equity and private money to come in and just
not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
In New Orleans, it ended up because that was such a disaster for the Bush administration. I think that it didn't fully take hold in a way that would have, in the way that they envisioned. Here, I mean, of course, I mean, and there are a lot of rich people here who are going to be jumping on that as well, that are already in LA. I mean, there's plenty of tech and entertainment and all kinds of billionaires who live here.
Yeah, really.
So I fully expect it to happen, and I fully expect it to be enabled by Donald Trump. And this is going to be one of the payoffs that they make, and they'll be pushing hard for the local. Gavin Newsom has already said, look, we're going to loosen regs, we're going to loosen all the things, the red tape. For good reason, But at the same time, what does that do? That enables the disaster capitalists to come in and take advantage of it. So of course that's going to happen. And when you look at the makeup of this new Trump administration, I mean, I'm absolutely sickened by the fact that he's having these people come and sit behind him. He's having Zuckerberg, Musk,
all of them.
You know, Bezos, and I think the guy from TikTok is being invited.
There's more.
CEO
Everybody,
was
exactly.
Just down
right.
in Mar-a-Lago earlier
They're
this
all
week.
coming to pay homage. And pay tribute
exactly.
to the new dear leader.
Exactly.
It's absolutely sickening. I mean, of course, you know,
it is gross.
These people are supposed to be, they're so rich, they have FU money for days, right? They have no reason to have to do this. They really don't. They are insulated from whatever they want to do. Those guys have more money.
You know, when you got an emperor,
they want to do this.
When you have an emperor coming in, right, it's important to show your fealty, unless you want to be, you know, thrown into the gladiator pits. You know, you got to go in and, you know, money, you know, throw the money up in the air, get the money gun out. Remind the emperor that you're an important part of his tapestry, if you will.
They're enjoying themselves. And in
A
fact,
rich,
I think
rich
it's a club
tapestry.
That they now are coming in. They all want to be
Oh my
part
God,
of
I forgot
member
about
of the
likes
club
all
and hanging
stream.
around Donald Trump. They want
I forgot about likes all stream. 40 likes. Well, that's a lot of likes. Okay, please hold. Let's go to the Galactic Cantina. We got to do some rolling here. Another Captain Planet. Get ready, Captain Planet 14. Who's that? I think that's George Carlin. Ooh, that's gonna be a Gary. That's another Gary. Can't have two Garys. Too many Garys.
That's too much, man!
Okay, there we go. I got us 4 characters. Well, you did. I didn't get you anything. It's all you. You are the ones who did it, not me.
be like Elon, you know, dancing to YMCA. It's enough to make me sick
He's
to
a
see
hero.
this happening and to see Donald Trump.
Pollution
he's
down to
childlike,
zero.
right? I mean, he's almost. I don't know. I think he's more degraded than Biden
it's
at
Mork,
this point,
not
just in a
Carlin.
weirdly different way.
Why did I think
And
that
he's
was
down there just basking in the attention from all these rich guys going, look at all my best friends. They're the richest men in the world. And the funding of politics for those guys is pocket change. They have too much money. That is the problem. That no one should have that much money. The amount of power that buys is overwhelming, and it's because this concentration of wealth has become. We're finally seeing it actually come to fruition. You know, all the warnings from Bernie Sanders and Ralph Nader and everybody else talking about this for years. Here it is. These guys are sitting on the dais at the inauguration of the President of the United States. They are his kitchen cabinet.
What is it about tech then? I mean, is it that they are really at the forefront of this?
Hurtful, man. That's what I get for having a bougie ass gravity stand. Look, pal, all right. Yeah, I don't appreciate this series of attacks you are levying against me. All right, we need to take it down a notch. My God.
Help! I'm being repressed!
For like at least transparent oligarchical kind of kissing of the ring. My theory is like, yeah, there was those antitrust lawsuits by Lena Khan that really pissed them off. But Zuckerberg also was on with Joe Rogan and was talking about how the EU's antitrust mechanism was going after them. And for me, it does feel like we're at this level with these tech companies where social media is no longer their primary product that they're providing for people. I mean, Zuckerberg was on with Rogan and was laughing at Apple. Like, they haven't come up with something new since the iPhone. What have you come up with? Like, all they do, Facebook is unusable.
Give me a
Instagram, they deprioritize political content to the election, and now they're picking it back up because it's good for engagement. Do you think that, like, they're kissing the ring because there's a level of, like, they are at the end of what they can actually provide the American public, and they're so rich that their concentration of wealth like actually makes zero sense. They're not providing manufacturing equipment or anything tangible. It's just it's monopoly money almost to a degree. And I just wonder if there's something internally that their lawyers are all telling them the same thing about what's coming on the horizon.
Well, that's really an interesting theory. I have no idea. I mean, I don't know what the business. It's hard for me to sort of speculate on what kind of business motives they may have for doing this, other than the obvious, get rid of all regulations and lower my taxes and all the usual stuff. Because you've got CEOs and hedge fund managers and all these guys on Wall Street saying, oh, good, we can, say all the bad words again, and I feel free, I'm liberated or whatever.
Yay.
But there's something about these tech guys, I agree with you, that's specific. And I think some of it has to do with, and maybe I'm being simplistic here, but I honestly, when you look at these guys like Musk and Zuckerberg, I mean, they're kind of pathetic weirdos.
Yeah, no, that's not simplistic. That's just
that's
an apt description of the situation. They really are just moneyed, creepy weirdos.
Don't be creepy.
I mean, did you see that fucking Trump speech? I mean, not Trump speech, the Elon speech that we just gave. It was the most awkward fucking, even Trump seemed to be better at speaking than he was. I mean, it was pathetic. Richest man on the planet can't even manage to say a public speech. It was, it was fucking weird. But now he's going to be in charge of who knows what exactly. I still don't understand what Doge is going to be doing. It's not clear. But certainly going to be influencing things in one way or another. All right, let's go here. Ooh, this should be fun. This should be really fun. Let's go to Congress. Josh Hawley in Congress decrying the GOP's corporate agenda. What? Josh, what are you so upset about?
What?
What's wrong? What's wrong with the corporate agenda, Josh?
We are here in the second week of the 119th Congress with enormous work to do. We have a border to secure, we have streets to make safe, we have an economy to resurrect, we have, in short, a great nation to rebuild. And nothing could be more central to that rebuilding than the strengthening of the American family. And nothing could be more urgent for our future than the revival of the American working class. And those two things, Madam President, go precisely together. The truth is, we have been living these last 40 years or so in the great American decline. Our economy has declined.
Really?
We were once the manufacturing and trade capital of the world. Everybody wanted to trade with us. We were the envy of the world in every possible way economically. That's not true any longer. Now we are a debtor nation.
What are we going to do to fix it, Josh?
Our standing in the world has declined. We were the leader of the free nations not so long ago. Now the nations of the world rush to court China and regard the United States as yesterday's news. Our cities have declined. They're not safe. Our health has declined. Our hope for the future has eroded. And all the while, this town has plowed ahead with the failed policies of the last 40 years. This town has assured us that everything is fine. We only need to spend a little bit more, issue a little bit more debt, give our giant corporations a few more tax breaks, maybe get involved in another foreign war or two. This town has pursued the projects of the governing class and neglected the weightier matters, the well-being of our families and of our working people.
Yeah.
And Madam President, let's be honest.
What are we going to do to fix all of that, Josh?
My party, the Republican Party, has too often in these years been part of the problem.
Oh, no.
The Republican Party has too often spoken up for corporate interests rather than for the interests of families. The Republican Party has too often
Get out the pearls,
cooperated with
Josh.
a corporate agenda.
Get out the pearls and start
rather than
clutching.
an agenda to empower workers. We need a change in this town. We need a change in this Congress. We need a change in this party. And that is the opportunity that we have in the moment before us. Because I
is
submit
it?
to you, Madam President, the fact is this. You can measure the strength of a nation in the strength of its families.
Oh, listen to Josh. He's so upset about his own party loving corporations too much, while the leaders of all of the largest corporations in the United States are going to be attending Donald Trump's rally and getting inserted, in many cases, into the administration. Josh is very upset. He's got plans to solve all that. I'm sure he'll fix it. We'll keep our eye out for when Josh solves the corporate oligarchy. It's getting set up in the Republican Party right now. I'm sure he'll be leaving the Republican Party any minute once he realizes that that's not going to happen. And, you know, he'll become an independent or something. He'll be like, I am sick of it. I am done. That's it.
That's too much, man!
All right, let's see more what Donald has been doing. Him and J.D. Vance went to Arlington Cemetery, a place where there's been much, a bunch of interesting news. Donald Trump at one time manhandling troops during a ceremony, if anybody remembers that. Let's see what they're doing now. Oh, looking weird and sort of awkwardly tight in this moment. Grab him! Grab him! Do it! Can't let him do this. We need 2 people for this. Here we go. We got it. This whole thing is not weird at all. I love how this is great. I love this. I love this. Donald Trump and this guy over here saluting. And then J.D. Vance says, I'm going to put my hand over my heart. That feels right. I love how unified the administration already is. Unified on whether we're going to salute or put our hands over our hearts. So solemn. I hope that soldier wasn't a Mexican.
Illegal.
All right. Let's go here. I'm going to watch a little bit more of this interview that Hassan did with Bernie Sanders. We caught a little bit of this yesterday. I figured we'd watch a little bit more. Where were we? Yeah.
Immediate family members of Democratic Party officials and, of course, the Republican Party officials as well that go to work in these corporations. So it's a more complex web beyond even lobbying in terms of the conflict of interest, in my opinion, between members of Congress and the corporate elite?
I think you're right. I think it is both factors. Let us not minimize the role that money plays, period. Every American, I don't give a damn what your political views are, should be really frightened that 3 multi-billionaires in the Republican Party could put hundreds of millions of dollars into Trump's campaign. Democrats also had many billionaires contributing. And if you think those guys are doing this out of the goodness of their hearts, you would be mistaken. Obviously, they want to elect candidates who will represent their interests. And the second thing related to kind of what you are saying, son, is that people live in a certain world. One of the crises of the corrupt campaign finance system we have is not only the impact of money. Many of my colleagues are spending 20-30% of their days. You know what they do? They're out talking to their working class constituents. They're on the phone raising money from wealthy people.
Follow the rich way.
They're going to, house parties with wealthy people. When you surround yourself with folks who have come from a certain world perspective, I'm running a corporation. Let me tell you about all my problems I'm having.
Yeah.
It's not, hey, I can't pay my rent. Let me tell you about it.
Exactly. Do you know how hard it is to run a multinational corporation that's bringing in billions of dollars on a paltry sum, like $100 million a year? It's impossible for one to survive on such small numbers. You need to make everybody in the United States a billionaire. That'll fix it.
You live in a certain milieu, I think, is what you're talking about, and that becomes separated from reality. Does that take place? Is that happening? I think it is.
Yeah, I noticed that I was the most out of touch with the outside world when I was directly at the DNC, despite being online the entire time. That I definitely noticed that there is a bubble surrounding, I would say, the Rust Belt for sure, or not the Rust Belt. Sorry, the DC class and the media class, I think, are certainly
it really is. It really is. I mean,
certainly removed.
It really is. I've said this a million times, and it's not just the politicians, it's the Inside the Beltway media. I cannot recall. I have done 12 zillion interviews in my political life over the years. There's nobody who's come up to me and said, Bernie,
we got to get Bernie a better camera.
Equality.
We really do. I don't know. I don't know who's in charge of the Bernie podcast over there, but we got to get this guy a better camera. Cannot be using webcams from your computer. This is
I think we should do about
not
it.
good.
Bernie, what are you going to do about the fact that 25% of seniors in this country living on $15,000 a year or less? What are you going to do about that? What are you going to do about the fact that so many people are homeless? Those are questions that
Thanks,
one
Jeff,
is
for the
not
questions.
asked. One is never asked about income and wealth inequality, for example. It's not part of the mindset of media or, for that matter, politicians. And we got to break through that. We have got to break through it because it is on the mindset of ordinary Americans.
So switching gears a little bit, but going back to the Democratic Party's performance in these past 4 years under Joe Biden, where would you rank Biden's performance across the board? Because there were certainly a lot of good things that occurred. I think pulling out of Afghanistan was a success, and it was the appropriate thing to do, even though it was not defended adequately by the Democratic administration, in my opinion. And the media definitely was very gung-ho about continuously punishing Biden. There were also initiatives, like you said, the expansion of child tax credit, and wonderful work done by the NLRB and many other regulatory agencies like the FTC specifically. But it did seem as though, one, these successes and the impact was not seen as tangible things that the American working class could associate with. But outside of that, do you feel as though it didn't meet the standards that are necessary for improving the material conditions of the working class right now?
Excellent question. And here's the answer. Accomplished domestically.
Wait, you're cutting out.
We lost sound.
Wait, 1 second. Sorry. I don't know what happened. You cut out a little bit. What you said, excellent question. I didn't hear anything after that. Sorry, Senator.
Are you hearing me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah.
I think if you look objectively at what Biden has accomplished domestically, it is probably the strongest record of achievement since anybody, since FDR in the 30s. What you're talking about is rebuilding our crumbling infrastructure and creating a huge number of jobs, making real progress in rebuilding manufacturing in America. First president really to take on big pharma and have some impact in lowering the cost of prescription drugs, most notably beginning to negotiate prescription drug prices under Medicare, investing very heavily in climate change and sustainable energy. A president who is unashamedly pro-labor, walked on a picket line with the United Automobile Workers. That is a strong record. That's only part of what he did. Problem is, record is strong, but I think he was not been the kind of leader and communicator that made that record understandable to the American people. And second of all,
there was not enough parades and victory laps over some of the things that that Bernie is mentioning here. It certainly didn't help. I can say that for sure. You know, say what you will about Republicans, but they will self-congratulate until they die. We just got done hearing Donald Trump congratulate himself for stuff he didn't even do. You know, we need more of that somehow. I mean, not literally congratulate ourselves for stuff we didn't do, but I mean, at least the bare minimum, that being getting the word out to people about the actual jobs that are being done by Democrats. But unfortunately, has been happening. All right, it's Sunday Fun Day, so we're going to try and have a little bit of fun in a sort of weird way. I don't know if anybody here has managed to watch this show. I know it's on Apple TV, so I know most people probably have missed this. Me personally, I'm not on Apple TV, but I heard about this show and managed to acquire a copy of it by you know, whatever means necessary. And this guy decided to do a little bit of a deep dive on it, a little bit of a unpacking of this show. Severance, a critique of late-stage capitalism.
This video is brought to you by my patrons. Written by a hack using nothing more than pop psychology phrases that he's regurgitating to fill space.
Bullies are nothing but bull and lies.
But to the main character, Mark, that book is everything. They are the only words that he has ever read that haven't been spoon-fed to him by a company that wants nothing more than to use him for his labor and drain him like leeches, then cast him away when his usefulness has run out. Yet, however silly this montage is throughout, it ends on a rather poignant line, one that seems to be directed just as much at us, the viewers, as it is to Mark. In a previous video, I mentioned the phrase late-stage capitalism. It wasn't a part of some long-winded diatribe. It was a brief passing phrase that I uttered once and then moved on from. The video really had nothing to do with it. Despite that, I have gotten numerous comments on the video.
Well, I'm gonna skip past some of this. Whoopsies, what did I just do? That was not what I meant to do. Went way too far. Backwards.
Late-stage capitalism, or just late capitalism, is an idea that was coined around the turn of the 20th century by the German economist Werner Sombart. Sombart argued that capitalist economies go through different stages throughout the life of the nation. First, there is proto-capitalism, which in his estimation began somewhere in the early Middle Ages and lasted up until 1500 AD. Next was early capitalism, which lasted from then until about 1800. Then the quote heyday of capitalism, which was from 1800 to the First World War, and finally late capitalism, which has been since then. Later, the term was adopted by European Marxists, who saw the downfall of Western economic stability and capitalism as a whole as an inevitable truth. But I'm not here to argue that point. In a more modern context, though, the term late capitalism refers more to the distortions created by a society in which the ideals of capitalism are so entrenched that they begin to dictate how we live our lives and the lenses through which we perceive value and morality, and even reality. In common usage, it's a catch-all term to describe the ennui of living in a system with vast wealth inequality never before seen on the planet, where our self-worth is so tied up in our jobs that it is basically the second question we ask someone when we meet them. Yes, I already used that line in another video, sue me, where we are taught to see wealth as being equivalent to intelligence, cleverness, or even flat-out superiority, where we suffer through a worldwide pandemic, climate change, and the contradiction of famine with a surplus, yet the biggest concern on many people's minds is how fixing these things will affect the economy. It's the result of companies seeking the almighty profit at the expense of everything else, to exploit the dwindling natural resources of the planet while operating within the theoretical framework of an infinitely expandable system. It's the effect of assuming the economy isn't a zero-sum game, that nobody gets to take your slice of the pie, because we can always just make the pie bigger, right? Even when the evidence to the contrary, finite natural resources, stare us directly in our face. And it's the inevitability of just shrugging it off and going back to work, because what the fuck?
I mean, our economies just continue to just glorify growth at any cost without any considerations for the future impacts of that growth. Whether or not it's going to destroy the planet or, you know, impoverish people, whatever it might be. You know, it's all fine as long as we're growing.
Inevitability of just shrugging it off and going back to work, because what the fuck else are you going to do? That is late-stage capitalism, in case you were wondering. In the last few years especially, critiques of late capitalism have been in vogue in all forms of media, though it's not a truly new phenomenon. Originally, this video was going to be a bit different, less focused. I was going to look at the different ways that these various forms of media choose to frame their criticisms and the different angles they take. However, once I tried writing that script 3 times and failed, and then watched Severance, I knew I had to pivot. So instead, let's take a brief tour through some of the best examples I've seen. In television, my favorite, aside from Severance, has been aggressive.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to switch us to actually talking Severance.
Regardless, the show is really amazing, and I highly encourage you to go check it out first. Severance is a show about the power of a corporation operating within a late capitalist America, left unchecked to do basically whatever it pleases. It is a treatise on the unimaginable power that these companies wield, both on the world at large, but also more specifically on the employees that make up the organization. It was created by Dan Erickson, with episodes directed by, and again, I'm sorry if I mispronounced this, Aoife McCardle.
I think that's right. I think he did it.
Yeah, I would have never believed it if his name weren't at the end of most of the episodes, but Ben Stiller did indeed direct many of them. The name Severance comes from they wake up and drive to work all as themselves, as their outer selves, or outie, as they call them. However, once they enter the elevator to go down into their department, a brain implant switches their brain to the innie, the person that is actually aware of working. 8 hours later, the outie regains consciousness, not even aware that any time has passed since they started their elevator trip. This might not seem that bad. It might actually seem kind of cool. But think about it from the innie's perspective. They wake up on an elevator, go to work for 8 hours, go back to the elevator, only to wake up and repeat the process ad infinitum. To them, life inside the office is the only thing they know. They have no knowledge or memory of their lives outside, and are basically born anew on a conference room table. Now, this brings into light some interesting philosophical questions about what the self actually is. If all of our memories and relationships were suddenly stripped away from us, would we really still be us? Am I, meromorphic, my thoughts and aspirations and personality, all the sum of the experiences in my life? And who would I be without those? It's truly thought-provoking stuff, but honestly, that's not why I made this video. In fact, that video already exists. Link in the description. No, I am more interested in what the show has to say about the follies of unchecked corporate greed. And yes, it centers around 4 main characters: Mark, Helly, Irving, played by the great John Turturro.
Bumblebee, stop lubricating the man.
And Dylan. These 4 are all macro data refiners, or the MDR team. It's an enigmatic position at an enigmatic company called Lumen. The story shows their struggle to come to terms with their existence as innies stuck inside an office for their entire lives, and what that life looks like. While Mark is arguably the main protagonist who has the most screen time, it is actually Helly that serves more as the audience insert. She is the newest member of the MDR team, filling the opening left by the previous department chief. Each of the 4 in the MDR team serve as a different archetype of an employee. Dylan is the jaded realist in denial, Irving is the true believer, Mark is the opportunist, and Helly is the newbie outsider who sees through the bullshit. This is 100% emotional manipulation on the show's part, as if we only saw it from the Audis' perspective, we would probably see the severance procedure in a different light. It would also be probably boring as hell. Absolutely lousy with symbolism. The creators could have just as easily made a documentary following around a menial worker in an actual cubicle farm. Already exists.
That is the thing about this show that I found most poignant, I guess, while watching it myself, is that it does feel very much like our current reality right now. And there's just a few choice sort of twists that they decide to put in there to, you know, bring it into the sort of you know, a fictional fantasy thing, but, you know, the fact is, throughout the entire arc, it really does remind you of the world in which we're currently living, time and time again. It's kind of surreal, and yet so, like, what's the word? Down to earth and surreal at the same time. I don't know how else to say it. It's really weird. That's part of what makes it such a great show. Because it is, in my estimation, a real critique of the system in which we're living under right now.
The exaggerations are only there to highlight the fact. Yet at the same time, the writers could not have been more clear with their message. Severance is a lot of things, but subtle is really not one of them. Unless you're an absolute potato, the meaning behind the show should stand out like a red cap at a BLM protest. It begins with a woman waking up on a conference room table. This is Helly, the newest member of the macro data refinement team. Mark is taking her through orientation, which is basically just rubbing her face in the fact that she has been severed and has none of her memories.
To start, imagine yourself as a seesaw.
On the same day, the previous chief of the MDR team, Petey, suddenly and mysteriously quit without any notice, making way for Mark to take the lead on the team. Hence why he is the one to take Helly through orientation. When someone leaves the company, all communication is cut off due to the realities of the severance procedure. And if they quit or otherwise leave suddenly, like Petey did, they are treated as excommunicant, as heretic, where employees are even dissuaded of any discussion of them within the company.
Petey was just gone. I mean, I don't know if he's got some new job or dead.
That's enough, please.
This may sound familiar to you. When someone blows the whistle at their company for bad practices, labor-related or otherwise, they are immediately shunned as management scrambles to close ranks. Meanwhile, the remaining employees are told over and over again that the treatment they receive from the company is the best they could hope for, and that they should just be thankful. They're like an abusive boyfriend. From the start, Helly does not like the situation she finds herself in. She is, for all intents and purposes, a captured slave, held against her will to work a job, destined to never see the compensation for her labor. Both the company that they work for, Lumen, as well as the actual job that the macro data refiners are doing throughout, are mysterious. We have no idea what goods the company produces or what services they render.
My job is to scroll through this spreadsheet and look for numbers that are scary.
Yes.
Sounds dumb, and Mark said it dumb.
I've
It's
seen
also-
some think
it is dumb.
pieces and listicles talking about the secrets behind the show, speculating that the meaning behind their job may be revealed in season 2. But to me, those articles are missing the forest for the trees. It's not important what exactly their job is, at least
Seriously.
not for the story. The important part is that it's menial, that there is no true satisfaction of finishing a job apart
Exactly.
from a kitschy, low-res, 24-bit DOS picture of the founder with a pre-recorded message. That was absolutely a deliberate decision by the writers, as the feeling of doing a job which holds no intrinsic or visible value is something that I think many workers feel. Even though they are constantly told that the job is important, the refiners never actually experience that importance themselves. They are going completely on blind faith, which is not enough for most people. Throughout
Yeah. It's true. It's true. I mean, this is, many people's jobs, there's not a lot of satisfaction to them, right? There's not a, if anything, the only goal for most employees is to make sure that their parent company, the CEO makes as much money as possible, the shareholders. As long as the shareholders are doing good, as long as profits are up, it's all that matters.
being a first name and last initial. Simply put, they are seen as less than human, only as valuable as the work that they are able to produce. Meanwhile, management is given more freedom. They are not severed. They have their full names and are even referred to by their surnames exclusively. All perks of the job and clear markers of hierarchy. It allows them to view themselves above the menial laborers, and therefore do unconscionable things that you might not convince a person to do otherwise. If you think this is all fiction, I would argue that it happens all the time, if maybe in a less dramatic fashion, and in companies all around the world, even the
I thought these were perfect examples, so let's just go back real quick.
person to do otherwise. If you think that
Here's a tweet from somebody, a Starbucks employee. Another fun thing we've been dealing with at Clarksville, in Starbucks. An hour or two after we filed, all of the stress mats in the store were thrown in the dumpster. We're on our feet the entire time. It's miserable without the rubber stress mats and very slippery. That's so great. So the employees try to unionize, and Starbucks does everything they can to take away safety from their workers. How nice. How nice of them.
it's all fiction, I would argue that it happens all the
Hey, look, you want an extra 10-minute break, but don't forget to give at least a 24 fucking hour notice. Also, you don't have to pick the same day, but it also expires within 30 days. Better choose wisely for that 10 minutes.
time.
Peon.
Maybe in a less dramatic fashion.
Attention employees, work is not meant to be fun. This is your fucking job. Do not fucking dedicate work time discussions of non-work topics. Do not facilitate friendships during work hours. Exchange phone numbers and or hang out after your work is complete. Reach me at go fuck yourself if a coworker is having non-work discussions on company time. Work is not your daycare. Truth.
And in companies all around the world, even the US. In the show, management is constantly scrutinizing and micromanaging frontline workers. It is infantilizing, making them feel less than. Just as their title and power sets them against those people, so too they set those below them against one another. More on this in a bit. Caricature drawings, or if they're really lucky, a dance party that lasts for a single song.
That's
or
exciting.
A weird waffle ritual in which they stay the night in the replica of the company founder's childhood home. Meanwhile, Helly's escape attempts escalate, becoming more drastic as she is constantly rebuffed. Her outside self refuses to her demand to be set free.
I am a person. You are not.
Eventually, she snaps and hangs herself in the elevator. It seems that, while she's prepared to die, she is primarily doing it in order to send a message to her outie that she is willing to do anything to escape. About in the intro, he finally begins to wake up and realize the situation that they're all in. But that's just Mark.
Okay, we're not gonna watch this whole thing. I do recommend watching this freaking show, though. It is really good, and honestly, none of it's really spoiled by this. I mean, the ins and outs of it are really the important part. Really, I would check it out if I were you. But I would just say this: the workers, we must work together, not allow the billionaires to separate us, to pit us against one another, nor to fight back against the system which is oppressing us. Alright, let's have some more fun. It's Sunday Fun Day, after all.
Hello, it's January 17th, 2020. What is it, 5? The weather outside is whatever. The guy died. David Lynch, dead.
And if you can believe it, this is a donut. It is very sweet. Any human being can experience this easily and effortlessly with Transcendental Meditation. Transcendental Meditation is just a vehicle to get you here.
Right.
When you
Well, there he goes. One of my heroes, David Lynch, dead. He was really big on Transcendental Meditation. So, in honor of David Lynch, the passing on to the next realm of David Lynch, I would like to give you all, for free, okay? For free. I would like to give you all your mantra for Transcendental Meditation. So here it is. Do not share this with anyone else. Okay, here it is.
Show me the proof, dumbass.
Sometimes bigger and more intense and more important than the social media censorship fight. As you know, out of the gate, this is going very poorly.
Stop there for just a sec, because
I
we
will
should
not.
dive into that.
Oh my god, look at this fucking
that's a terrible
jacket.
thing.
Whoa, hey. Ooh.
Why does Jordan Peterson insist on wearing these jackets he's stealing from scarecrows? I don't understand.
Dive into that. That's a terrible thing.
Whoa, hey. Ooh.
Boom. Nobody. She spit on them.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah.
So I had the opportunity to talk to Mark Andreessen today.
Oh, great. I can't wait. Okay, so there he goes, my boy, Dr. Jordan J. Peterson. Dr. Jordan James G.
Dr. Jordan, what's the guy? How do you say it?
How do you say that? Put in the comments. I kind of forgot about Dr. Jordan James Squeederman. Kind of forgot he existed, but this came up recommended over here. This came up recommended over here. And he's not doing great. He's not doing He's interviewing Joe Rogan's a cool friend, Mark Andreessen. The guy who's running around.
Mr. Egghead.
The guy who's running around trying to convince people to like billionaires even less. But check out the beginning of this interview. Watch how Dr. Jordan James Peterman asks a question to this guy.
Join us as we have the opportunity and privilege to speak with Mark Andreessen.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, so the interview starts. We're at 3:43. Interview starts, okay? Okay, go ahead. Fire a question at this guy, Mark Andreessen. Go ahead. Give him one of these.
Boom.
Ask him to...
Show me the proof, dumbass.
Or something.
So, Mark, I thought I would talk to you today about an overlap in two of our projects, let's say, and we could investigate that. There should be all sorts of ideas that spring off that. So I was reviewing your Techno-Optimist Manifesto, and I have some questions about that and some concerns. And,
should we cut to the guy?
I wanted to contrast that and compare it with our ARC project in the UK. Quite striking.
Is this the part of the question?
So I'd like to highlight some similarities.
Is there a question in here?
I'd like to push you a bit on,
some of
the issues that I
push him.
that I think might be
push him.
Give me a sec. What does this say?
Give him a little
Love
push.
you, Jordan. You've got to let your guest talk.
Aww.
Hey, you shut your ass up, man.
Boom. Did you really just say that just now? Oh my god.
I can't even right now because
she spit on them.
Okay, he's still going.
They're served by
Where are we at?
totalitarian
Okay, we're at
dictatorships,
5 minutes.
essentially,
Hey, man, thanks for coming. How you doing? You could try that one.
The population. And so that's certainly an overlap with the ethos that you put forward in your manifesto. 30 years, especially since the fall of the Berlin Wall, people have been thriving on the economic front.
Ask him about that.
Speaking.
Do you know what the Berlin Wall is? You know, there's an example. Okay, 7. We're at 7. We're at the 7 mark now.
Then it becomes Luciferian and leads to a kind of
Okay, there we
dystopia.
go.
It's
We're
like-
into Luciferianisms now. Okay, we're about to cross the 9-minute mark here. Has not introduced this guy.
like the all-seeing eye of Sauron.
Exactly.
In the Lord of the Rings cycle. That sort of thing emerging in places like
Just
China.
like that.
And it does seem
Okay,
to me
Red
that
Scare.
that technological vision, if it's not encapsulated in the proper underlying narrative, threatens us
China's
with
Luciferian.
an intellectualized dystopia.
China.
That's the same problem you have when you're educating kids, by the way.
Okay. Can he cross the 10-minute mark? This has never been done in an interview. It's never been done before. He's about to break serious ground in interviewing, in the art of interviewing and Luciferianism. He's about to break some serious new ground here. We're at 9:53. Can he cross, almost 10 minutes? Can he cross basically 10 minutes without letting the guy he's interviewing speak? I don't think this can happen. This has never been done before. I don't think it's going to happen.
And
7,
how do you ensure that the
6,
technological enterprise
5,
as such
4,
is aligned with the underlying
3,
principles
2.
that you espouse?
What?
of,
He did
say,
it!
Free market,
Jordan!
free distributed markets, and
Hey, shut up for a second,
human
man.
freedom in the classic Western
Oh
sense.
man, this guy. Oh man, so admirable. This guy, he just crosses this huge milestone. He just keeps working. He's like all the greats. Lucifer,
Very
the
best.
Eye of Sauron, all this crap.
What? Television
Okay.
cameras in China. And
Right.
they monitor every damn thing their citizens do. And we
Okay,
can, we can slide
more Red Scare stuff. Okay, we're at 10:40 now.
into
Oh
that
my
as
God.
easily as we did when we copied the Chinese in their response to the
Right.
so-called pandemic.
Okay.
So I'd like to hear your thoughts about that.
You just spoke for 7 minutes.
really like to hear
You
your
just-
thoughts about
That's
that
the
right
greatest
now.
moment in interview history, I think. This guy talks for 7 minutes. He never even says, "Hey man, what's up? Where are you? What's that? Polo sweater? Cool, man. You all right? Anyway, what's your deal?" The guy talks for 7 minutes about how China is gonna get our ass. Lucifer, the Eye of Sauron, baby Jesus and Moses and all this crap, God knows what.
Jesus, I
And he's
say
like,
that.
"What do you think of that?"
So what do you think of that? How about that?
Even if you're on Pobra C-Tube and you see a guy doing that, just doing starting off an interview by talking for 7.5 minutes, you're like, okay, that's not normal.
What does that even mean?
This doesn't seem healthy. This even in this fake YouTube contrived context, still there's something off. Something's
Oh
not
God,
right.
why is my browser
Somebody
acting like this?
needs to practice
Oh, there we
wellness immediately.
So I'd like to hear your thoughts about that.
Okay.
Sure. So first, thanks for having me, and it's great to see you.
Okay. Let me introduce myself real quick. What are we? 11 minutes in.
Hey, look.
Hi. I'm a different guy.
Hey, look, I found Mark Andreesen's family.
Wrote this great book called A Conflict of Visions.
I found
and
them.
He talks about fundamentally there are
They're from
two classes
Kremulak.
of visions of the future.
Okay.
He calls the unconstrained visions and the constrained visions. And the unconstrained visions are the sweeping, transformational, discontinuous social change. We're going to make the new man. We're going to make the new society.
Uh-huh.
We're going to have, Pol Pot in Cambodia. We're going to declare year zero. Everything that came before is irrelevant. It's a
Okay, thanks, Mark. Great. So glad we have billionaires like you to come tell us about stuff that's important to you, particularly. Or whatever. Whatever, you do your thing. Seems like you're having fun. Okay. There we go. Conehead Mark Andreessen will be, he won't be officially in the government, but he certainly will be telling Elon about stuff that he should be doing. As they're like best buds, basically. I mean, I'm not even making that up. That's real. Look it up. They're like best friends. They've known each other for decades. Good pals. All right, we gotta take a quick break. Quickie quick. Breaky break. All right, hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, do remember to hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. They both really help out. You know what else really helps out? Donating to the Galactic News Network in whatever way you possibly can. You know, there's all sorts of great ways for you to do it. Super chats and stickers, memberships, all on YouTube now. Get yourself some emotes, some sweet, sweet emotes. You know, if everybody who was a Galactic Network viewer subscribed on YouTube and also added the membership option for just $3, that's right, you would be essentially ensuring the future of the Galactic News Network. So do consider that. Just an idea. Of course, there's other ways that you could contribute, show your support. Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, and of course Patreon, the place where you can get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars. Unless you want emotes, and then you can't get them. So it's really, it's a real Sophie's choice. But I will leave that choice up to you. Anyway, chat, I will see you shortly. Enjoy the space break. I'll be right back.
conspiracies. It's
Okay.
Maybe it's the conversation.
So where are you from?
Or worrying about the driver's rating.
How does this guy not even have 4 stars?
Robotaxis are selling the promise of a future.
How rude.
Rating.
How does this guy not even have 4 stars?
Robotaxis are selling the promise of a future where a ride doesn't have any of that because it doesn't have a driver. Elon Musk unveiled a self-driving Tesla last year.
Just arrived in Robotaxi.
And Google-owned Waymo is already offering rides in San Francisco and Los Angeles. At Amazon-owned company Zoox, AI has helped these self-driving test vehicles adapt to the roads of Las Vegas.
That lets us train and validate our software, and then when it's ready to drive all by itself, we put it on the robotaxi. This is it.
This is the robotaxi.
Yeah.
It looks like a carriage.
It kind of is a carriage, yeah. It's a robot carriage.
No hood, no trunk, and inside, no pedals and no steering wheel.
Shall we go for a ride?
Let's do it. There we go.
As you ride, the robotaxi analyzes everything else around it in real time.
It has to many, many, many times every second understand the state of the world around it, make predictions, and then plan the best trajectory.
The state of the world today, a lane closure on the Las Vegas Strip.
We approached it, kind of came over, and now we're in another lane.
But other robotaxi companies have hit snags, with GM saying it will shelve its cruise program due to costs. And one man in the Phoenix area even getting stuck in a Google Waymo, which the company says lasted only 5 minutes.
I got a flight to catch.
Zoox under investigation itself for 2 reported incidents when test vehicles unexpectedly braked, causing minor injuries to 2 motorcyclists. Zoox saying it works with regulators and state and local
Winter is coming.
governments.
I see an emergency button up here, too.
That's another way to tell the robotaxi, we want to stop.
Safety remains the top concern, with just 20% of consumers who've never ridden in a robotaxi saying they feel confident in one.
The systems are going to encounter situations that they cannot necessarily handle perfectly. That's something I could say about human drivers as well.
Robotaxi makers are hoping to convince users that their vehicles are smarter than the average driver. One maker of those robotaxi brains is NVIDIA, whose chips can learn off of real road conditions and even simulate ones that may not exist yet.
Like the large language model got invented with ChatGPT, but now people are doing video language models for self-driving cars. And that type of algorithm needs a
Illegal.
What you talking about?
Thank you, migrants, Mexicans, and prisoners for saving American lives. That's right, the coalition of first responders who are helping to fight blazes and clear debris in Los Angeles right now include the stuff of MAGA nightmares. So are we finally ready to start humanizing these groups of heroes? I've been here in LA as the city faces climate change turbocharged wildfires that have killed at least 25, destroyed tens of thousands of homes, and displaced so many others. And while it's been apocalyptic and terrifying, there's also been a lot of goodwill and solidarity, especially from groups who rarely receive it in return. Like migrants. Groups here like National Day Laborers Organizing Network and Pasadena Community Job Center have assembled teams of migrant day laborers who are forming fire relief brigades to clear debris from communities. Like Olivia, who's originally from Oaxaca but has lived in Pasadena for 25 years. Some of these migrants often work in landscaping and already have the kinds of skills to do this difficult work. Then there's Mexico. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum has sent 72 firefighters along with disaster relief workers from Mexico's Ministry of Defense and the National Forestry Commission to help stop.
That made me sad. Why did nobody tell me I was muted until now? Oh no, how long did that go for? Way too long. Way too long. That's very upsetting. That's very upsetting. I said a bunch of stuff, right? I can't even remember what I said. What did I even say just now? What were we listening to? Oh, right. The audio industry is without our permission using us as guinea pigs to put driverless vehicles on the road, which have up to now killed many people, injured more. And, you know, if you better hope that those goddamn sensors recognize you as a human being. Otherwise, they might categorize you as other and insignificant and just run right the fuck over you. It's very sad. I'm sure Donald Trump will do something about this, since his the head of the Doge department is going to be a man who is intrinsically interested in not giving a fuck about you and only in making sure that his driverless vehicles get on the road and plow over any of the poor people walking. Stuff like that. I can't remember all of what I said, but that was basically the gist.
In other words, Mexico is sending their best. President Sheinbaum said Mexico is sending aid because, quote, we are a country of generosity and solidarity. Build the wall? What about prisoners? More than 900 of them are working with CAL FIRE after having been trained for months to help clear and cut brush inside of active wildfires.
We hike a bunch of miles, we're on the mountain, then we grab, we work with our hand tools, you feel me? Yeah. So it's like the hardest job in the firefighting for the wildland, period. It's like, we're like infantry. We're the foot soldiers.
Think about that.
Yes, I know I'm muted. The problem is that you're all behind me by like 10 minutes. Nearly, because of all the lag we experienced at the beginning of the stream 5 hours ago. You're all behind by so much right now. It's fucked. It's fucked. I see it. I mean, I'm pretty sure I fixed it now, but you are going to have to... I'm so sorry. Hopefully it'll never happen again.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
About that, wildfire infantry, and their pay is pitifully low, between $5.80 and $10.24 a day. But the program is voluntary, and inmates can accrue time served and are paroled earlier and can have their criminal records expunged. When they get out, organizations like the Forestry and Fire Recruitment Program help formerly incarcerated people get jobs based on the skills that they've gained fighting fires.
We're taking advantage of the second chance that we're being given, you know, and this is the opportunity to change our lives, you know, the trajectory of our lives, to be able to get a career once we leave, you know, once we hit the streets. We're putting the work in to try to not only better ourselves, but better our communities.
Bro, don't hype it up too much. They're not gonna give you more. They're not gonna give you more money. It's crazy.
So while some right want to blame Californians for their own wildfires, play politics with relief money, and peddle conspiracy theories, migrants, Mexicans, and prisoners are getting to work. They're showing that they aren't boogeymen. They're the best of us. They're modeling solidarity. And if we're going to have a shot at surviving the climate chaos that the 1% has created, we're going to need a whole lot more of it.
Do you know what I just realized just now? I think Francesca just got a job at Zendaya. Am I right? That was a clip vid. I think Francesca is fully out the TUIT and is now maybe partnered up with Mehdi Hassan? Am I losing my mind?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
This is amazing. I am stoked on that. I am very stoked on that. And yeah, Francesca makes a fantastic point. All the people fighting the LA fires are, well, not all of them, but many of them are prisoners, criminal prisoners.
Illegal.
Migrants, Mexicans, because Mexico sent fire brigades. Canada sent fire brigades. I mean, wow. Wow, I wonder if any of that's hitting where it should be. I'm sure it's not, but it would be nice if it did. Yes, I know you're all very upset. You're still far behind me. It's literally like a 10-minute delay right now. It's insane. Usually you're like 30 seconds. That's what I've set to, like a low latency, like low, like, but today you're all just trapped in a completely different timeline. I'm so sorry. I really am.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Yeah. Need to be better. Need to be better at my job. Okay. Let's talk about some winter-related environmental stuff. I don't know if it's really environmental. It's Sunday Fun Day. I'm trying to make this one fun for you people because it's our. I mean, especially considering what we got coming in here. I feel like we deserve a fun day.
All right, thank you, Erica. All over town, we are seeing tributes to the Lions ahead of their big playoff matchup against Washington.
And look at what we found along Gratiot in Roseville, a lion snow sculpture. We had to send Damon Fernandez to check it out.
Hey,
oh yeah, look at that.
Downtown Roseville, and there's a big reason, a big blue reason. Folks are stopping in the tracks, and it's all expressing their Lions' pride.
Pretty good. It's pretty good.
In an area some neighbors call the Junction, at the corner of Gratiot and Utica in historic downtown Roseville, there's a large snow sculpture that has Detroit Lions fans and gawkers taking notice.
I had to shovel my snow up as a good citizen, and I put it up into a big old pile, and I seen a lion in there, and I started working with it a little bit. Next thing you know, it turns into this.
Meet Edward Strauss. He's the owner of Gonzo Art Studio and the artist responsible for creating this unique snow sculpture in front of his shop.
First of all, you kept on packing it down because I wanted it dense so it lasts, so it has some strength there to it. And then I got a screwdriver and I was sculpting it with that.
Then came the blue dye to finish things off. Strauss says that was necessary. Look, I see your fingertips are still stained Honolulu blue.
Yes.
Even his face is blue. You see his nose, his lips a little bit, got a little bit of blue here. I mean, that's what happens when you're doing art, okay? You're getting a little messy. It's true.
Fans' way of going all in. With a special tribute to a football team so many fans are rooting for right now.
Yeah, it inspired me. That's why I called it Gritty the Snow Lion, and I had the grid to come out here.
It's true. My understanding of the current state of football right now, the Detroit Lions are actually making it to the Super Bowl this year. Shock of all shocks. I don't think they've been there for decades.
And do it, so it inspired me and the whole community.
And community members are showing up in a big way to show support, from thumbs up in traffic to photos while waiting at a red light, even to a few selfies with Gritty. How proud of you of this team are you?
Hey man, I'm excited like everybody else.
It's that excitement and symbols like this that are making memories around the Detroit Lions so special.
It's not.
Well, there you go. I know it's not really an environmental story. It's just a fun, weather-based one. It is winter, after all. Snow is everywhere.
Winter is coming.
And, using it for art, it's a good thing. I enjoy a little snow sculpting myself. If I could, I would get all Calvin and Hobbes on that shit. I don't know if anybody's familiar with those cartoons, but Calvin was truly a snow artist. Him and Hobbes both just... They had vision. They had technique. They had the skills necessary to pay the bills. And it's the sort of thing to do around this time of year. Now let's take a look at this near snow-based tragedy.
Dad, just go. Go before he gets wide.
Oh, didn't expect to do that one, did you, buddy? You can hear it in his voice.
You know, we were in the Dunkin' Donuts drive-through, and pretty much simultaneously from when I said I have a mobile order to it was within seconds. My son said, "There's a dog in the river." In my head, I was hoping, okay, we could maybe call.
God damn it! Why are you doing this to me?
Call her over to us. That was the best case scenario. It became clear that wasn't going to happen because, you know, she may have been scared and also was extremely exhausted. That was pretty clear to us. So I knew I was going to end up in the water one way or the other. So I did.
Well, I mean, you're kind of misremembering what happened. You fell into the water, pal. And then the ice broke and you fell in the water. You're like, fuck it. Might as well grab this dog while I'm here.
I don't know. It's brave. It's selfless. It's commendable. It's just everything. It's everything that I think that we were on this earth to be. And
all right, let's keep this going. Here, talking about snow, and guess what? A certain portion of the United States is about to get hit by a whole lot of it.
Winter is coming. Winter is coming.
Okay, it's Sunday, January 19th, 2025, and I've got a big update for you on both of our winter storms. We've got one going on right now in the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast, and we've got another one coming down the Rockies, heading towards the Gulf of Mexico. We've got a historic Gulf of Mexico snowstorm, a once-in-a-lifetime event, probably, for a lot of people down here in the Deep South coming, and I'm going to give you all the details we have on it right now. Before we get to the Gulf of Mexico storm, though, let's quickly touch on the storm that's happening right now as I'm filming this here at the Weather House. It's snowing quite heavily. We've got a winter storm warning here in eastern Kentucky. Winter storm warnings go through West Virginia, up past Maryland, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, into New England. This is going to be for around 3 to 6 inches of snow for the entire I-95 corridor. Here in my neck of the woods, I'm expecting more like 2 or 3. But in down east Maine, some places will get more than 8 inches of snow. This is going to make travel quite difficult on I-95. New York City down to Baltimore, Washington. It's a holiday, so it might not be as bad as what you would think, but this is going to be a hard-hitting snow. That 3 to 6 inches is going to fall fast, it's going to stick, and it's going to pile up really quick. It's going to be hard to keep the roads clear, but for the most part, we're looking at moderate impacts for the majority of the Northeast. The big thing with this storm, I think, is going to be the really cold temperatures that come in afterwards. It hasn't been as cold as what it's about to be in the Northeast for quite some time, so get ready for that, and that also might make it take a little while longer to clear the roads. But here's what the radar could look like by 5 p.m. this afternoon. We're going to have snow squalls coming off of the lakes down into Ohio, Kentucky, West Virginia. The bulk of the snow is going to be right in the highest populated area of the I-95 corridor at this point. It'll be snowing heavily in Washington, D.C., Philadelphia. It'll be snowing in New York City, and it'll start snowing heavily at this time, I believe, around Boston. And then the heaviest snow in New York City is probably going to be around 7 p.m., and then the heaviest snow in Boston will be around 9 p.m., and that's when it'll start wrapping up in the D.C., Baltimore area. Snow wraps up in Boston, probably not until 3 or 4 a.m., but then that's completely out of our hair. By the way, if I pull this back a little bit, notice the storms in Florida. Right now, as I'm filming this, there's a severe thunderstorm warning down there. That kind of thing will likely continue throughout the day today as well. But the storms calm down tonight, and then we're not thinking about this one anymore. We are moving on to the next storm, and you might be thinking, what next storm? I don't see nothing. This looks like a clear map. Well, it's not happening on on the surface yet. This is all happening up in the higher levels of the atmosphere, but you'll see all of the magic starting to happen here as I push this forward, especially as we get into about 7 a.m. Tuesday, January 21st. Screenshot this. It's not every day that you see this. Snow showers all the way down to the beaches, sleet in Houston, sleet and freezing rain in Mexico. This is going to be one for the ages. Unfortunately, this is as far out as the HRRR goes right now. So in order to see any farther into the future, we've got to lower the resolution a little bit. Let's take a look at the GEFS ensembles. Look at this. Snow. I mean, you could get on a daggone boat, start driving the boat to the south, and it's still going to be snowing in the Gulf of Mexico. You're going to turn around, you're going to look for land, you're not going to see nothing. You're going to be in the Gulf of Mexico, it's going to be snowing. That is nuts. Some of the heaviest snow could possibly set up along the beaches of Texas and Louisiana, between Houston and New Orleans. What in the world's going on here, y'all? I almost want to buy a plane ticket and go experience this myself. This is
I'm sorry, what?
As unbelievable as it is, it's also quite unfortunate. Notice all of the pinks that we see here, especially in southern Georgia, northern portions of Florida.
If you
on
say
Wednesday,
so,
Tuesday
pal.
night into Wednesday morning, this is
Such
likely
a
going to be a pretty
weirdo.
bad ice storm down here in Florida. And
No
we're
one
not
has
really
ever
sure
said
how
that
much
sentence
ice we're going to
before
see, but it
in
has
history.
the chance of also being a historic ice storm. Don't want to ring the alarm bells on that just yet, but it's looking pretty bad if all the ingredients come together just right. So I think it's been the 80s or something since the last time we had a significant ice storm down here. We might have to deal with something like that again. How about snow totals? In my opinion, it's still too early to talk about exact numbers, and that's because this doesn't happen down here. These forecast models, they're trained on historical data. There ain't no daggone historical data about this kind of storm, so they're clueless, all right? The forecast is going to change quite a bit as we go forward, so I'm comfortable showing the NBM, which is a blend of all the models. It's a conservative number. It's an averaged out, washed out kind of gradient view of what we could see, and but even this is showing 7 inches in central Louisiana. One of the things that is interesting about
7
the
inches in
average of all the
Louisiana.
models put together is the
Oh
snow
my
totals
God.
are a little bit farther north than what we were just looking at with the GEFS ensembles. So that's something to consider. Some of the heaviest snow totals could actually end up farther south than this, but I am confident enough to say that whoever does get the heaviest snow, whether that's in New Orleans or maybe that's up a little bit farther north in the Alexandria area, whoever that is in eastern Texas all the way over to southwestern portions of Mississippi is going to see more than 6 inches of snow, which will likely be a once-in-a-lifetime event for whoever that ends up being. Heavy snow is also going to be possible over here in South Carolina and North Carolina, but once again, some of the models are not catching on to that as much as others, so that's why we're not seeing it in the national blend of models here. This is a good number to go by, all right? This is a conservative forecast. It's going to change, but definitely a widespread.
Well, there we go. The entire U.S. South, it would seem, is about to get smacked by a... or the Southeast is about to get smacked by a snowstorm. Of all things, Louisiana getting nearly 7 inches. If Ryan Hall here is correct, y'all. Well, this should be interesting to see. Let's see what everybody else is predicting. Here's Fox Weather from 15 hours ago.
All right, let's take a live look at Houston, where we are gusting to about 30 degrees overnight tonight, is what we're forecasting. At times you can see the camera shaking a little bit, so yeah, it's pretty breezy. We've got a cold weather advisory that's in place until noon central. Let's talk about this snowstorm in the south. This one's been making some big headlines. Social media is abuzz about it, and it's a rare thing. I mean, there's good reason. This is not something you see every day. Sure, we get snowstorms down in the south, but to see one along the Gulf Coast, where we're actually going to get several inches of snow along parts of the Gulf Coast, that's not really something that you see every day. It's an area of low pressure that's down in the Gulf of Mexico. If this was a couple of months ago, we'd be watching this for tropical development. Of course, way too cool for that now. And actually, all this cold air that we were just talking about before the break, it's going to make it so far to the south that we're going to get some snow on the north side of this low, which is going to include parts of the Gulf Coast. So this is how it's all going to pan out. Really, the worst of this starts to kick in overnight tomorrow night. So Today, we don't have any action. You know, tomorrow we'll start to see some rain developing, and then during the overnight, we'll get some snow in parts of Texas. This will be central, East Texas. We're actually
Texas too, huh?
some pretty impressive numbers
Interesting.
east of Houston right now, because the low itself takes a while to get going down here in the Gulf, and it kind of stalls out for a little bit at the onset of this. So I think overnight tomorrow night through about midday Tuesday, maybe even into the afternoon, there's going to be this certain area here between East Texas and the southern part of Louisiana, I should say central.
It's totally normal that within a year's period we've had like dozens of historic weather events. You know, it's insane. It is insane that people still think that, you know, our climate isn't changing. Like, it is so dumb. South about to get blasted by a historic fucking snowstorm. No big deal. Everything's fine. Totally normal.
Persistent snow for several hours. That's where we're forecasting some of the highest totals. And then the whole system finally starts to move a little bit more quickly. But look at this snow. Places like Mobile, Biloxi, New Orleans. It's been a while since we've seen snow in some of these places. So this is actually a really big deal. You get south of the Big Bend, this is going to be all rain, so don't get too excited down in the peninsula part of Florida. But parts of the Panhandle, we're going to see a little bit of rain. So I mentioned this spot where we're forecasting the most snow here, Kendall. This is something that we really don't see every day. And I also want to...
It's super weird that Louisiana is about to have more snow than New York. It's blowing my mind right now.
Mention that south of where the heaviest snow is going to be, there will be at least some ice mixing in with this. I think the most significant icing is going to be in parts of the Florida Panhandle, parts of South Georgia. Could see maybe up to...
That's a great point, Orb. I've mentioned this in the past. For instance, when the snowstorm hit Tennessee, I thought we needed to defund, what's her name? The senator... I can't think of Marsha Blackburn. She can't get paid until she solves that crisis there, and I think we should withhold aid from Texas until Greg Abbott can get his shit together. Why is he allowing this to happen?
Quarter-inch of ice along with some of that snow. So we'll go west to east here with these numbers, and let's talk.
I'm just going to get ahead of myself here and say Texas does not have the infrastructure to deal with this kind of stuff, and, you know, preemptively say that it's not going to go good.
A little bit. This is a big deal, isn't it?
This is a big deal, a major deal. I would even just argue to say Jasper 5 to 8 inches. That's so much snow. Lake Charles also 5 to 8 inches, but then you don't have to go very far to the west to have that completely drop off. I mean, Houston 1 to 3, even locations a little further to the west, closer to what is that, I-35?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be lucky if we get an inch of snow. So definitely the bullseye where it's going to be setting up shop. There's a fine line, but some people are going to be so happy, kind of like how you are this morning.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
A kid in a candy shop.
There was a reason I wore this tie, because it's the 5 to 8 inch swath of snow.
Oh, I was wondering about that.
It was actually not planned, but I'm just looking down at all the graphics this morning, and I'm like, I guess we're matching all the graphics. But yeah, Baton Rouge, we're forecasting 3 to 5 inches. New Orleans, 1 to 3. That's a very big deal.
You know, I just thought of, instead of withholding aid, Orb, if Texas mismanages the snow, I think we need to implement DEI across the state in full. It just came to me just now, like a, you know, like a lucid dream.
Let me actually put this into a little historical perspective. I'd taken these graphics out, but I'm going to throw it back in.
I think you just have to at this point.
You have to. I mean, so this is New Orleans, the all-time snowiest days. And again, this is not a place where you see snow very often. That should be obvious. But the most snow that they've seen was back
in
obvious. 1963, 2.7. Again, we're...
So like 80 years ago or whatever. 60, whatever number of years that is. My brain just broke. All right, we got more videos on this impending snowstorm. And actually, let's go here. This was during the snowstorm that's happening in more in the northeast. Pizza delivery drivers being repressed.
Wearing just sweats and sneakers, this pizza delivery guy is trudging back to his car after making a delivery. A police officer has a question for him.
You delivering a pizza, bro?
20-year-old Connor Stefanoff just walked half a mile to deliver a pizza to a hungry customer.
Wow.
Then he had to walk the entire way back because the road was closed.
This dude came, I don't even know where he came from.
Then the officer pops a big question.
Did you get a good tip?
$2.
How much?
$40.
$40 and a $2.
Oh my god. You know what? Maybe we should end the tipping system and just pay people like this at least the minimum wage. Because if you're a pizza delivery driver, they don't actually have to pay you minimum wage. They can pay you the restaurant minimum wage, which is less than normal minimum wage. Actually, in almost all states, the tipped wage is lower than federal minimum wage. It's like $4 or $5 in many states. Maybe we should force pizza shops to start paying their delivery drivers at least the bare minimum. You know, I mean, and even that seems like too little. You know, I've worked as a pizza delivery driver. It's rough, especially in these moments where, you got inclement weather to deal with. But of course, I'm sure we won't do that under Donald Trump. Why would we want to increase? I thought we were going to abolish the minimum wage under Trump, right? We don't need wages. We'll rely entirely on tips, and you'll just have to do the best job possible. And I mean, sure, did this guy trudge through the snow, to this person's house and then back? Sure, but, actually, I'm running out of words for that because that sounds like he did the best job possible. And yet, only a $2 tip. Maybe we need to end the sub-minimum wage.
Tip. Yep, that's a 5% tip.
Are you kidding me?
Blame the customers, not the
Richard
capitalists.
Gregg is plenty outraged.
Cold-blooded. $2. Look at this man. This man walked through hell and high water to deliver.
I love how everybody's missing the actual important thing here. We must blame the customers and not the capitalists. It's the only way that the United States can survive. Pit us against one another, It's so cool. It's such a great society we have. 54 goddamn likes. That's a lot of likes, Mono. Hold on. Was that a 5? 3. Oh, that's another 3. We can't have 2 Captain Planets. He's our hero, but we can't have 2 heroes. That's out of control. Captain Benjamin Sisko of the USS. Oh shit, I forgot what. Not the Enterprise. God damn it, whatever it is. Yeah, back to the snowstorms incoming. Thanks for reminding me of the likes. What would I do without the galactic mods and modesses?
Everybody's got a pep in their step at the office today. You know why? It's Northeast Snowstorm Day.
Yeah.
Are you excited? I'm excited.
I think you might be a little bit more excited.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Big deal, right?
I have some big plans for this afternoon, and I think I might not be able to do them because of the snow.
Yeah, the timing on that for New York City, it might not work out for that, but we're going to break down all the details of this storm. It hasn't started yet, so you got a little time this morning, but yeah, it's going to get pretty interesting here later on today.
So let's break it all down, shall we? Because really, the leading edge of the Arctic air brought blizzard conditions to places like North.
Do you know, I just realized? Wait a second. Hold on. I need to do. Oh my god. Look at this. You can't tell me this woman. This I'm pretty sure this has to be like Marsha Blackburn's daughter or something. Right? Am I losing my mind? Are they not the same person? Look at this. You can't tell me they're not the same person. This is Marsha Blackburn. And here's tiny Marsha Blackburn. I don't know why I saw it. I don't know what it was, but I mean, if I'm wrong, you can push back in chat. I'm just saying. I think we can expect great things out of this one.
Because really, the leading edge of the Arctic air brought blizzard conditions to places like North Dakota, right near the Canadian border. Check
By
this
great,
out.
I mean
this
horrifying.
is in Mandel, North Dakota. This is on Friday. All of that air is headed south, and it's set to rush in behind the developing snowstorm that will cut up the East Coast. Now, the state of New Jersey has already declared a state of emergency as the winter storm bears down on the region. And this is going to mean business, to say the least. We were talking about that, Ari, and the fact that, yes, there are going to be a lot of locations where, unfortunately, our overall impacts, yeah, they might kind of put a damper on some of your plans. I had a plan to maybe go take a workout class this afternoon.
Oh God,
this morning, but
that is so sad.
In the studio, everyone's staying home, so I guess it's a good day to just watch football.
The cancellations are rolling in.
Yeah, they're already starting. I would imagine that a lot of churches are also probably closed this morning as well. But here's what's going on. I mean, at least over the past few hours, we haven't really had that much in the way of action. We've had some snow, yes, but there's also some rain hugging the coastline. And I do want to go ahead and bring you in because this is such a chat and something that we have to talk about, because the fact that this is just a few hours away from really evolving.
Yeah, so this is where the storm is right now. I mentioned it hasn't really come together quite yet, but it is going to eventually get off the coast here. It'll take just a couple of hours, and then it strengthens as it moves up the coast. Now, if you're waking up this morning, I definitely noticed this. It felt very mild.
Yeah,
and this is something that's pretty typical, like before a storm system comes through. So we're on the warm side of it right now.
Yeah, my dog didn't even fight me this morning going outside. And so I was like, hey, that's a good start to the morning.
Yeah,
but she is definitely going to fight me tomorrow.
I didn't have to defrost any ice off of the windshield this morning. It was pretty nice. And it was, you know, it rained a little bit yesterday, so the ground was a little bit wet. No ice out there or anything. There's a lot of Arctic air here, by the way, which we're going to talk about in detail in a minute.
Yeah, so that is really the big issue as we head into the coming hours. But there's all that snow, and notice what's going to occur first as we head into the mid-morning hours. Just a swath of snow from really portions of the Appalachian Mountains all the way into the Allegheny Mountains, upwards into upstate New York. That is going to continue to push its way eastward and get very close to the I-95 corridor come this afternoon and evening. So if you're wondering, okay, if you live in New York City like us, where our Fox Weather studio is headquartered, then definitely kind of the second half of the day is...
Seems like this storm's getting bigger. Am I losing my mind? Anyways, let's move along.
Now, for hundreds of years...
So yeah, we were all, at least aware of what's coming in, what may already be coming in your area, I think. So stay warm out there, Space Fams. It's gonna be cold.
Winter is coming.
Depends on the state. That's why I said in most, not all, because in some places it's not the case. Mostly Democrat-led states. I think Washington and California, I think, are the two that I can think of. Maybe Oregon too, but most of them it is sub minimum wage. In my understanding, at least. God damn it! I wish you were all on the same timeline as I was right now. You're all so far behind me. There's no way to bring you into my timeline. Where is Bakula? We need fucking Scott Bakula to solve all this. Alright. You know, just for funsies, because it is Sunday Fun Day after all, I figured we'd do this one that has really nothing to do with our current climate, but in fact the climate of the past. Recent discoveries at Pompeii. Archaeologists making history.
Now, for hundreds of years, the buried city of Pompeii has given archaeologists astonishing snapshots of life in ancient Rome. But
oh, right,
it still
Deep
holds
Space Nine,
some
thank you.
secrets, as science editor Rebecca Morell is
watched
in
enough
Pompeii
Trek
with news
lately,
of a new
sort of.
discovery.
We have something very special to show you. It's a major discovery that for the last 2,000 years has been lying buried beneath volcanic rock and ash, and you are going to be the first people to see this. It lies just beyond this door here, and who better to show us around than the director of Pompeii? Hi, Dr. Gabriel Zuchtriegel. I mean, shall we go in?
Absolutely.
Come on, we'll take you with us. Wow, this is a spectacular room. What is this? What kind of room is this?
Well, it's something, if you see it normally in Pompeii, you would think this is a public bath complex. There were several in the city, but the special thing is we are in a private home here. So someone had really a lot of money and a lot of space, and in his private place, he or her had this bath complex. This is only part of it. It's the frigidarium, so the cold bath. You had cold, fresh water from the aqueduct here, and then you have the warm room and the hot room. So it's a bit like a hammam. You go through various spaces. We're in a courtyard here, so it's partly open air, and this is really what made us think how to explain the fact that in a private home you have such a huge bath complex.
Yeah, I mean, this is an unusual discovery here, isn't it? I mean, normally to go into a bath, you'd go to sort of the public baths. So the person who owned this must have been very wealthy.
Yeah, and they probably had parties going on with banquets and also bathing. We know that this was often linked in the Roman world. And why? Because they wanted to have fun, but also because they needed support maybe for elections and, you know, political activities and business affairs. And so it had also a social function in this society.
Yeah, I mean, you can almost imagine it, can't you? You know,
Conducting
sitting around
business
the
and
ledge on
politics
this
from within the
pool,
bath.
chatting to your friends, taking a dip in the hot weather. I'm just going to show you
And
some.
maybe if you want to make a deal, right, it's working better here with a glass of wine than maybe in you.
Making deals from the spa, circa 1000.
In a formal
office,
setting.
right.
Yes, exactly. And I'm just going to show you some of the features here. I mean, we've got
Actually,
these
it was before
steps,
that.
a pipe here, which would have let the cold water come out into the pool. And just on the corner here, this is one of my favourite things, a little pot that was found exactly
Standing here since almost
It was
2000
it was even
years.
earlier than that. What I'm talking about is
Exactly in the
79.
position where it was.
It's 1,000 years off.
70.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
When
Teetering.
Pompeii was buried and destroyed.
teetering on the edge. Now, we're just going to move around a little bit to show you another part of the bathhouse. I mean, there's lots of scaffolding here because of these exquisite columns around the place. So we're going to head over to here. And these, I mean, they're lovely, the pots here. I mean, would you normally find pots like this in the middle of a bathhouse?
Because what we have in mind when you think of the Roman world are often these drawings and based on texts essentially and excavations of destroyed houses. Here in Pompeii we find everything as it was in 79, and probably it might have been normal that the Roman world was a bit more stuffed and disorderly than we think, but it might also be linked to reconstruction and renovation work going on in the house. You see there's a pipe. This is also maybe not so normal because it was not covered. So maybe they were rebuilding some of the water system and the bath complex.
I mean, I love the plumbing here. Yeah. Roman plumbing is really, I mean, it's really neat. It's the kind of stuff you don't normally think about, but water would have been piped off into the street.
Yeah, and they had actually hot water and cold water. So there's a room without any decorations, painting, because there were slaves working there. This is the dark side of Roman history. They had many enslaved workers in this society, and they would make a fire under a huge water boiler, and then you had hot and cold water for the bath complex.
Yeah, so you've got the luxury, and then the poor people having to supply the luxury.
Had winter too, so
yeah,
you know,
a bit of both. And just
Oh, there we go, people. A little historical perspective for you here on this space stream. Going back 2,000 years nearly in time, preserved in volcanic ash. Of course, Vesuvius erupted, burying Pompeii in volcanic ash in the year 79. Pretty crazy. Before the Common Era. All right, where are we? Let's talk a little bit about green energy during this environmental discussions of ours here. Let's go to one of my favorite climate-based channels, Our Changing Climate, OCC.
In 2014, a consortium of Norwegian power giants set out to develop one of Norway's most ambitious wind power farms on the Fosen Peninsula. Despite the continued dissent from local Sami herders, plans were drawn up, political obstacles were cleared away, and permits were acquired. The path seemed straightforward. Indeed, the state-owned power company Statkraft described it as going full steam ahead. That is, until 2015 hit. And with it, Statkraft pushed hard on the brakes of the project, shuttering it for the foreseeable future. In an era where pundits and headlines celebrate plummeting wind and solar prices and all-time high renewable capacity, how could this happen? Bureaucracy, permitting, and seemingly the cost of materials were all dealt with. So what was stopping these Norwegian power companies from building this massive project? Today we unpacked the hidden obstacle behind the installation of renewables. Drawing heavily on Brett Christopher's essential book The Price is Wrong, we'll untangle the mess and failure of a renewable revolution under capitalism. Traveling from the winter pastures of the Fosen Peninsula in Norway to the boardrooms of Shell, we'll try to understand why cheap renewables won't save us and what's really holding us back from the rapid renewable and zero carbon transition we so desperately need. If you want to watch an ad-free version of this,
guess what? I actually haven't even seen this yet, but I have a very strong feeling of where this is going. Because we've talked about it before, the discussion between green growth and degrowth. And the fact is, we actually saw a microcosm of this in Spain as well earlier this year, where Spain has been working their asses off on getting solar and wind energy up and running, and then the solar energy producers started complaining because they were producing too much energy and they were having to sell it for cheap. And that was, oh god,
That's too much, man!
that was too much for them. They didn't want to be not making as much money as possible. Ah, god, how can we do that and save the planet at the same time? What's more important, money or the future of the planet? I don't know. Depends on who you ask.
Review discussing the concepts of half-earth socialism and much more. It's super easy and you can pay as little as $3 a month.
Sorry, hold on. Let me get us past this little advertisement. Now, of course, you can also support other channels like the Galactic News Network on Patreon. You got, some cool options there. All right, let's get into it.
The path ahead of us is clear. If we are to keep global temperatures below 2 degrees Celsius of warming, which is now the new goal because 1.5 degrees Celsius is pretty much locked in, we cannot build any new fossil fuel infrastructure. Simultaneously, the world must electrify all sectors everywhere and build out wind and solar generation on a massive scale to support that new energy consumption. In recent years, the doom of climate chaos and the immensity of this task looks a little more promising in the light of a surge in renewable development. We seem to be on the right track. Renewable construction has skyrocketed in the last 2 decades. Viewed from just the right angle, things seem to be working. The market has supplied the right incentives, renewables are booming, and green capitalism will pull us out of the climate crisis. Unfortunately, this ignores a dirty reality. Just as renewables are booming, so too are fossil fuels. Taken absolutely, renewable capacity has gone up, yes, but it hasn't eaten into or replaced any fossil fuel production. It's just added additional power on top of them. A renewable transition is nowhere in sight. But how could this be? Headlines read that the price of renewable energy has now dropped below fossil fuels. As author David Wallace Wells notes, the IEA has been calling solar the cheapest electricity in history for several years now, and according to Bloomberg NEF, new renewable energy is now cheaper than new so-called dirty energy in 96.
It's almost like deflation is happening, and yet we're not being allowed to enjoy it. Oh boy. This is where we're at, people. With capitalists in charge, saving the planet is too much of an inconvenience to their bank balances.
% of the world's electricity markets. Looking deeper, even graphs of the levelized cost of energy, which is the average lifetime cost of generating energy, reveal that wind and solar have indeed plummeted in price. So if renewables are the cheapest source of energy, why aren't they rapidly being adopted and replacing fossil fuels as the primary source of power? After all, this is what we've been told for decades was the barrier to a zero-carbon energy transition. Renewables were more costly than fossil fuels, and that's why they weren't adopted. The International Energy Agency asserted as much in a 2000 paper on the wind industry, claiming that the primary constraint affecting wind development is the comparatively low cost of conventional generation. So now that we have reached all-time low renewable energy costs, why aren't we witnessing the great renewable transition that has been promised? Don't get me wrong, renewable construction and capacity has exploded, but to be blunt, it's nowhere near the pace and size we actually need. So what's really stopping us from a renewable transition? In 1824, the Lions of Katrin roared with power. 2 massive water wheels relentlessly churned to satiate the growing demand of cotton tycoon Kirkman Finlay's factories. Despite the increasing popularity of steam power, Finlay was enamored with water power because, unlike coal-powered steam engines, his water wheels were cheap. In a transcript from an 1833 parliamentary inquiry, Finlay reveals that his massive water wheels allowed him to have power for nothing and in abundance. After the initial upfront cost of building the gargantuan wheels, Finlay could have cheap power at his fingertips. Indeed, during the initial stages of the United Kingdom's Industrial Revolution, water was king. Water-powered electricity was abundant and cheap and used widely across cotton factories. And yet, by 1870, water power was all but extinct. It was dethroned by the fossil-fueled steam engine. As Andreas Malm reveals in his book Fossil Capital, steam power and the fossil fuels behind it became the dominant means of producing power, not because it was cheaper or more abundant than water power, but instead because coal-powered steam was much more flexible when it came to when and where it produced energy. Not to mention it more easily slotted into concepts of private ownership. In essence, factory owners embraced the more expensive fossil fuel power because it meant greater control of their production and labor, which ultimately led to bigger profits. Malm's research reveals that we didn't adopt fossil fuels because they were cheaper, but instead because they were more profitable for the owners of production. Fast forward to today, and the echoes of the past seem to haunt us. We are in the midst of another energy transition, except this time, it seems to be in reverse, from fossil fuels to wind and solar. At the moment, this transition doesn't seem to be happening. Despite wind and solar energy now costing less than fossil fuels over their lifetime, they are not cutting into fossil fuel generation. The answer to this failure is profit, specifically expected profit. Renewable projects just aren't as profitable as other forms of fuel, and as a result, the investors that many claim would flock to the cause once prices
energy
drop
that doesn't produce
have yet to
profits.
materialize. You don't have to look far into the energy sector to see this. A 2023 survey of oil, utility, and chemical executives, essentially those that have the most power when it comes to a renewable transition, found that 4 out of 5 executives consider the ability to create acceptable returns on projects a main barrier to decarbonization of the energy system. Meanwhile, oil majors are walking back their already paltry renewable plans for the same reason. The CEO of BP told one Wall Street Journal reporter that he is disappointed in the returns from some of the oil giants' renewable investments, and they have subsequently stalled those renewable investments. Meanwhile, Shell pulled the brakes on its renewable investment spending in 2023. Indeed, it's telling that in one of their most profitable years, Big Oil plowed those profits not into renewables, but instead into stock buybacks. When you actually look at the numbers, this makes sense. According to the chief investment officer at Pickering Energy Partners via NPR, the internal rate of return for fossil fuel companies is anywhere from 20% to 50%. For wind and solar, that number is a dismal 5 to 10%, a number that is too low for fossil capitalists to countenance. The CEO of Shell admitted as much during an earnings call with the oil company's shareholders.
If we cannot achieve the double-digit returns in a business, we need to question very hard whether we should continue in that business. Absolutely, we want
Exactly. And it's not just Shell. We talked about both Exxon canceling their green energy initiatives, BP canceling their energy initiatives. These oil companies realized that they would rather just continue doing the thing that they've been making so much money from, even though it's destroying the planet. They just don't give a fuck about the planet or you. They'll just build a bunker or a sky tower or move to Mars while the earth burns. I don't know. Whatever it is they're thinking in their brains, if you can call it that. And just pumping out as much shit as they possibly can.
Continue to go for lower and lower and lower carbon, but it has to be profitable.
So why would a bank, an investor, let alone a massive fossil fuel company like Shell, invest their cash in energy generation that has an extremely high upfront cost and razor-thin returns on investments when the alternative is fossil fuels that give big profits and secure returns? Under capitalism, corporations and investors aren't making decisions based on the goodness of their heart. They are doing what makes the company the most money. So 5 to 10% returns on a risky investment just doesn't make sense. Indeed, 5% is the amount of expected return you might get from just putting your money in the bank right now. As Brett Christophers argues in an interview with Novaro Media,
when interest rates are like 5%, and you can get 5, 6, even 7% returns from sticking your money in the bank or investing it in US risk-free US government bonds, why on earth would you go to the hassle of building a wind farm with the major risk that investment entails when there are risk-free opportunities available to make essentially the same returns?
Ultimately, energy transitions under capitalism are, as Andreas Malm argues, a series of investment decisions, sometimes with crucial input from certain governments, but rarely through democratic deliberation. This is especially the case with a renewable transition, where high upfront costs for building wind and solar farms require a lot of financing, specifically in the form of debt. Under our current capitalist system, private investors, banks, hedge funds, the financial sector, are the ones who will put up the cash for the construction of wind and solar farms. This means that the opinions of those institutions are the most crucial for the prospects of wind and solar. So if, as we're seeing play out, investors decide not to invest in renewable construction and generation because the expected profits aren't there, then a zero carbon transition will never happen under capitalism. And this is exactly what happened with the proposed wind farm on the Fosen Peninsula. After announcing that the project was going full steam ahead, the time came to calculate the expected profitability of the wind farm. And with those projections came the cold facts of capitalism. The numbers were bad. So much so that Statkraft announced in a press release that updated analyses show that the projects in central Norway will not be profitable. Soon after, investors pulled out, leaving the project on the drawing room floor. Profit, not price, is what we need to pay attention to when it comes to a renewable transition under capitalism. But why exactly are renewables not profitable? Especially when we've been told for so long that cheap renewables will mean they'll get built. Shouldn't cheaper production and construction costs translate to better profits? To answer those questions and more, we need to dive into the depths of energy markets. The cauldron where renewable profitability is
Here we go. Energy markets. Oh god.
Up until the 1990s, electricity generation was a heavily state-controlled operation. Power generation, the transmission of that electricity, and its distribution were usually all controlled and operated by a government-regulated company or the state itself. As Brett Christophers explains, quoting a paper on the political economy of electricity generation, the electricity sector was dominated by large-scale electricity companies that were vertically integrated, meaning that they owned and controlled all industry activities under a single roof. The post-World War II era saw the consolidation of electricity generation, transmission, and distribution into regional, in the case of US utility companies, or countrywide entities like in the case of France or the Central Electricity Generating Board in the UK. Indeed, most of the electrified world organized its grid under state-owned utilities or heavily regulated private entities. But that all changed in the 1990s. Neoliberalism and free market ideology set their sights on electricity and tore into the sector with vicious claws. As Christophers notes, this new era of energy management has been characterized by the unbundling, demonopolization, privatization, and marketization of the electricity sector. Notably, unbundling, or the separation of generation, transmission, and distribution into different entities, has grown substantially since 1990s. Power generation was especially hard hit by unbundling. Take, for example, the case of the United States. According to Christophers, in 1997, the share of independent power producers increased from less than 2% to 42% by 2020. Looking more specifically at US renewables, independent generators produced 80% of wind and solar energy in 2020. In short, renewable generation has become a highly privatized and unbundled endeavor. But the Imperial Core was not satisfied with just transforming their own energy systems. Under loan and reform conditions laid out by the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, energy sectors in the periphery were forced to unbundle and privatize their grids. The World Bank's 1993 policy paper puts it bluntly, claiming that it will aggressively pursue the commercialization and corporatization of and private sector participation in developing country power sectors.
Hey, hold on. We're not going to watch this whole thing. I'm going to skip a little bit ahead. So we've been, oh my god, we've almost been going 6 hours already. It's only midnight on the eastern seaboard. How's that possible? You're just getting a bunch of free galactic content over here tonight. What is it? Sunday Fun Day or something? What the heck is going on?
The last 30 plus years, energy prices for their remote server warehouses, and in return provide price stability for renewable developers and investors. But this means that if we were to rely heavily on PPAs
Pause. Thank you. Where do we want to pick this back up? Let's see. I think right here is probably a good spot. I'm just guessing.
More and more renewable generators means an even more competitive market and thus fewer and fewer profits. The investment calculus just isn't there.
The idea that companies that are used to 15% plus returns in their core business are somehow going to make the decision to switch to businesses with returns like a third of that level is absurd.
In the face of this volatility and unprofitability, renewable developers and generators have increasingly relied on two different flawed paths to assuage lenders and make their projects more investable. The first is using power purchasing agreements, or PPAs. These agreements circumvent the volatility of markets through long-term direct contracts between renewable generators and end users like Google or Amazon. While these agreements do make renewables more attractive and safer investments, there are several pitfalls. For one, PPAs, especially in the Imperial Core, are primarily being adopted by big tech. Amazon and Google can lock in cheap renewable energy prices for their remote server warehouses, and in return provide price stability for renewable developers and investors. But this means that if we were to rely heavily on PPAs to drive a renewable transition, the Amazons of the world would be in the driver's seat, controlling where, when, and for whom renewables are getting built. In addition, corporate PPAs, as one banker notes, are finite. Linking servers and warehouses to renewable power will only take us so far. There aren't enough Amazons in the world, and powering industrial warehouses alone won't cause a transition, especially if it's just powering new servers for AI computing power. Not to mention the fact that these PPAs are often adding on top of already existing fossil fuel infrastructure, not replacing it. In short, PPAs, while allowing for more...
Yeah, that's one of the big problems right now with the race for AI and servers needed to run those AI models right now, because rather than having these renewable energy resources, which are to some degree being implemented, it's really just as a supplement to profit, right? For increased productivity for the richest, for the capitalists, rather than to drive costs down for you or I or anyone else, or to improve our mix of energy, lower the use of fossil fuels. It's just added. It's just more. They just want more and more and more.
Follow the rich white man.
The renewable revolution can't be predicated on profits. Privately owned renewable generation, that is to say a capitalist approach to a renewable sector, will not work, let alone work at a speed needed to prevent catastrophic climate breakdown. The reason we're seeing any sort of uptick in renewables right now is despite of, not because of, markets, privatization, and profitability. State incentives and the massive production output of China are the primary driving forces of renewable booms. Whether it's feed-in tariffs that help stabilize volatile renewable energy pricing or direct financing of renewable construction, private companies receive billions of public dollars through policies like the Inflation Reduction Act in the US to incentivize them to build renewables. So then why don't we just cut out the middleman? If the profits of renewables are so unattractive in our current capitalist system that we have to bend over backwards and manipulate markets to such a degree to lure in investment, why doesn't the state just start building its own renewables and enjoy the 5 to 10% revenue returns from them? Well, this is exactly what New York State decided in 2023 when it passed the Build Public Renewables Act, which mandates its state-owned power company to build renewable capacity to reach the state's zero-carbon electricity goal. But this is rare in the US. If we need any example of what state-backed renewable construction could look like, we only need to turn to countries like China. Their solar and wind capacity have skyrocketed precisely because the corporations and banks financing the operations are either state-backed or state-owned.
The reason that China can and is doing things at a much more rapid clip and on a much greater scale than is happening in the West is simply because it's essentially a state project.
While markets do exist in China, they are heavily controlled by the state. This has led to China installing as much wind and solar capacity in 2022 as the whole world combined. But as much as it's easy to say that
it looks like we just need to usher in communism at this point.
combined. But as much as it's easy...
Although, gotta say, considering who's about to be in office, I feel like maybe... Oh, God. Okay, no, it's not true. But, oh my God. I do worry. If we have communism with Donald Trump as dictator, I do feel like we're not going to get the necessary benefits that we might expect. Oh, God. How are we doing on time? When was our last break? I think we... Yeah, we'll keep going. Yeah, I think we just keep going here. Let's talk space. Let's talk space.
New video shows the moments the world's most powerful rocket exploded in the skies Thursday evening, met with awe and fear below. Pieces of the SpaceX Starship on its 7th test flight rained down across the islands of Turks and Caicos, just east of Cuba. Reynaldo Rivera was playing and says was a close call.
I heard the explosion. Something flew over my head, and it was a piece of the rocket. It feels like a little hot, like if it just came out of the oven.
Now, remnants of man's biggest dreams for the stars are washing up on the sands.
So I went on a morning walk in Turks and Caicos and found pieces of Starship 7.
Island residents collecting debris by the bagful.
It was just along the beach what I picked up. 8 pounds of stuff this morning. If you're telling...
If I found this stuff, I would hold it ransom against Tesla. Not Tesla, whatever it's called, SpaceX. You know, I think you could legally do that. Because they want it bad. So, you know, you pick this stuff up, you gather it, okay? You bring it home, and you post on Twitter or Facebook or wherever, and just say you have SpaceX stuff for sale. I'm sure Elon will come and give you a whole bunch of money. Because they don't want that technology to get into other people's hands.
It's hazardous, don't touch it.
But it's yours now. You found it.
What does that mean for the coral reefs that are in the ocean, and that stuff is sitting on it?
Yeah, it's not great.
Elon Musk has captained SpaceX to take big wins, like this feat of engineering, at big risks that can come at a cost. Starship now grounded while the FAA oversees a new SpaceX-led investigation into Thursday's mishap, while Musk fights for approval to launch the rocket 25 times a year.
If this was to happen again, how do you make sure that you don't pollute the Earth? This is our planet, and to me, that's just more important.
Marissa Parra, NBC News.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and time.
Thanks, Lester. And by the way, if you didn't hear, the FAA has ordered an investigation into this explosion that happened. We talked about it yesterday and how the last time that a SpaceX ship exploded in the ionosphere, it caused a massive hole in the ozone layer, which lasted for over an hour, I believe. Hopefully this one didn't rip it on a similarly sized because it was a 2,000 kilometer hole. I think it was the numbers. So yeah, not great. Not great.
Illegal.
Sounds illegal. You're right. You're right. All right, let's go on. Talk some Earth news. Do we take a break now? Should we take a break? I think we should. I think our last break was like over an hour and a half ago. And it feels like the right time to take a break. Just a quick one. Yeah, no, it makes sense. Because also, I'm going to check the news as well. See if there's anything else to add in here for Earth news. So, final break of the evening. Probably, unless it somehow extends for more than 2 hours from here. All right, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Both are incredibly important for multiple reasons that we don't have time to get into. But while you're doing those two things, if you haven't already, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as your support is intrinsic to our continuation of our galactic efforts. So many great ways for you to do just that. YouTube, of course. Got those super chats, super stickers, which are always fun and much appreciated. But you can also become a member on YouTube, where you get access to a baker's dozen emotes, and those just keep increasing. The more people that add themselves as member, the more emotes we get as a community. So do consider trying to help the community out and getting in there. But if you're not on YouTube, or if you don't feel like doing that, or you've already done that, you can do some other stuff. We got Twitch, of course. We got Cash App and PayPal if you're sick of space benefits. But best way to get the most galactic benefits for your Earth dollars is to become a Patreon supporter. Just $3 a month, you can gain access to the cornucopia of benefits accessible to only our patrons. Avatars here on stream, dancing it up. Shoutouts, secret Discord channel inside the regular Galactic Discord server, and so much more. Whoopsies, did not mean to do that. Why did I just click this? God damn it, Dale. Anyway, chat, enjoy the space break. Grab yourself a drink, a snack, and I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Hope you're enjoying this space break, but I'm about to rip it away from you. It's time for us to get to the final half, Space fans. What is happening? Why isn't this working? What the fuck? To refresh this shit? Why are you being a dick to me? Come on. Come on! Work with me here, pal. Here. And that. 2 hours. Extend the stream. Go. Okay, I just started a goal in chat because technically it's still quite early, so we could keep the stream going. You can make it possible. We are going to get one final half, but like I'm saying, you know, at the end of this final half, it'll only be, you know, 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is a very early end time for us. Even though we've already been going for 6 hours. It's very weird. It's almost like we're in some sort of Twilight Zone. Okay. Alright. Where do we start here today? We already did the space news, right? Right? Yeah. Oh, wait, I technically had a different one, didn't I? Forgot all about that. Double space news, and I have no idea what this entails. This one is completely unknown to me, what we're about to see, but it said space on the title, which means we ought to watch it.
Space. Its vast openness and endless possibility for discovery has kept scientists and just regular people hooked since we first landed on the moon in 1969. On TV, it's been depicted for decades fictionally. But what if, in the prime era of reality television, 2005, a show could send normal people into
the glory days,
all in the name of entertainment? One show, Space Cadets, had this exact idea. What? But then they realized it was too expensive to do, so what's the best alternative? How about we fake it.
Hello and welcome to Space Cadets.
Could you drum
We
up?
have a two-part mission statement. Part one, we must convince a group of people that a large field a stone's throw from Ipswich is in fact a Russian space training facility. Part two, we must convince this same group of people we're going to blast them into space for 5 days, where they'll make history as Britain's first televised space tourists.
This is hilarious
They will be
already.
in this high-tech...
This is already totally worth it. This is amazing. How can we gaslight one group of strangers into thinking A, they're in Russia, and then B, actually in space? I must know. Thank you for doing this.
Televised space tourists, when in fact they will be in this high-tech shuttle simulator based on genuine NASA blueprints. This is the most
amazing.
elaborate and expensive hoax in British TV history. So what could possibly go wrong?
There's nothing. There's no way this goes wrong. This is going to be great.
TV, one giant leap for a Bristol boy.
Producers started production on the working title of Thrill Seekers 6 months in advance. They converted a decommissioned military base, Bentwaters Parks in Suffolk, into a faux Russian cosmonaut training centre, with the art department even going to Russia itself for authentic props and extreme details.
Ooh,
Plus,
very nice.
Signage, even groceries. On the same exact site is a warehouse, which will be where the shuttle, named Earth Orbiter 1, is located, and where they will go to space. The show was broadcasted by Channel 4, was 10 episodes long, and presented by Johnny Vaughan.
Why am I in top
millions
chat?
to build.
It's
but the
highly
Space Cadets
offensive.
going to buy it.
Endemol, the production company who made other reality series like Big Brother, placed a plausible ad in newspapers advertising applying for something, but nothing specified. Thousands of applicants were whittled down to an even 100, and immediately, anyone whose interests or skills included the military or space were instantly ruled out. Further tests eliminated applicants to find who were the most suggestible. Can you see a face in this image? You can't, because simply there are none. However, those who are more suggestible would find other symbols despite this fact, and by being told by authority, the producers, that there is, for certain, something there. Various more tests were conducted to eliminate those with claustrophobia or a lack of social inhibition. Basically, that means if you don't have a sense of humour, you're out. Very importantly, actors were planted within the applicants to encourage participation. Eventually, the final cadets gathered on a runway outside a plane. They are Andrew, Astrid, Billy, Cheryl, Kerry, Louise, Paul, Ryan, and Sarah Jane. Amongst them, Charlie, Rainey, and Steve, the planted actors, stand unsuspected by their peers. Mr. Vaughan entered the scene and finally revealed the true nature of the show.
You are about to become the first televised British space tourist. Okay.
The excitement is tangible. We're definitely
This
gonna do
plane
it.
Went nowhere. It circled around the east coast of the UK to a place that would only take an hour and a half by car. While they were suspended in the air, final checks were underway to rehearse actors.
Okay, has anybody seen It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia? Like, I know some people who watch the show are big It's Always Sunny fans, but this reminds me of the episode The Gang Breaks D. This is like the exact it's like the exact premise of that show, including details of it, but just in space, but not really space. And it's, oh my god, this is so up my alley. This is my new favorite video of all time. This is hilarious. Oh my god.
While they were suspended in the air,
This is amazing.
final checks were underway to rehearse actors, set up scenery, and prepare crew for landing in quote-unquote Russia. Upon landing, one by one they are called off by a man with a Russian accent, and they are transported to the base, complete with a
I have got
checkpoint
news
littered with
for
barbed
you.
wire fences, dogs,
London man.
and horny security guards.
Are there any beautiful
Welcome
girls
to
among
STAR,
them?
the Space Tourism
Sexy.
Agency of Russia. That's an acronym, by the way, that only works in
Star.
English. They get
Aw,
sent to their
damn
new
it.
living barracks and prepare
Come
for
on.
3 weeks worth of.
That's too much.
That's too much, man!
Come on!
It is kind of hilarious, though. It's exactly the sort of detail that you would expect contestants on a reality TV show to completely overlook. It's amazing.
English. They
This
get
is
sent to
amazing.
their new living barracks and prepare for 3 weeks worth of training.
In the words of STAR's mission motto, Eto ni raketstreni, which roughly translated, for any of you whose Russian is rusty, we the adventurers.
Alongside physical tests, they're all given extensive lectures, the majority of the teachings being true facts, but a small minority is just made up nonsense. Here's why.
80% of what they've been taught is absolutely bona fide, along with, of course, the physical training stuff that Val's giving them. So they really are getting a lesson in something. But obviously, to avoid their suspicions being raised, we have to bend the truth a little bit and create our own kind of space world. For example, these buttons genuinely don't work, so we have to think of a way of avoiding their questions. Well, why can't we press a button? So we have to do that to avoid that. That's the real thinking behind our mischief.
For example, this man discusses Laika, the first animal, a dog, to orbit the Earth. That's true. But then he talks about Minsky, a squirrel monkey that was the first animal to fly back down to Earth, a whole city being named after it in its honour.
So the flight dynamics officer is called Fido, the logistics dynamics officer is Lido, the data dynamics officer is Dido, and medical utilities maintenance interface is Mummy.
One of the planted actors, Steve, injures his toe severely and starts throwing up in the night, meaning he has to be taken out on genuine medical grounds. Above anything, the teachers need to communicate one very important detail. There will be no zero gravity on their mission.
Or more specifically, with a good cover story to explain why the cadets will not experience weightlessness.
Yes,
in the
please
shuttle,
explain.
The big thing of space travel. Now, hurdles
is it new technology
than dealing with zero
please
gravity.
tell me it's new technology.
Weightlessness is a pretty rare commodity in Ipswich.
They obviously cannot
No kidding.
recreate the very obvious feeling of weightlessness on a soundstage in the
Right.
Midlands, so these
Yeah.
corners are essential to be cut in order to make the mission genuinely plausible, at least to them. That's the benefit of being cut off from the outside world.
The fact is that gravity is like just about anything else. Once you understand it, you can actually control it.
I think you could tell this group anything about space and they would believe you.
The actual lie here is that by using an artificial gravity generator, the technology is able to simulate gravity, locking them to the ground despite being out of orbit. A second important detail is that the shuttle will not be taking off vertically
This
and
is
instead
hilarious.
go and return on a runway. They do, however, manage expectations by flat out telling the participants they will not be going into deep space. They've also been told, due to various technologies, that they will not feel a G-force. I just needed a reason to put this video of Tom Scott here. The cadets are formally introduced to their pilots.
No, it was
one
worth it.
Russian and one American are educated about their LOL and EVA spacesuits, and then they're forced into silver lycra to do stretches on yoga mats.
This is amazing. This is truly amazing, I gotta say. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Utterly incredible. This was totally worth it. I'm glad I added this without ever watching it. This is the best. It's the best thing I think I've ever seen.
Okay,
it is Sunday fun day after all. We deserve some fun.
How
We
is it
really
gonna
do.
convince the final three that what they are experiencing is a real shuttle launch? This is American special effects artist Brick Price. Years ago, he designed a set that was used in various Hollywood films, which has now been converted into a simulator by using various different assets. 1. Airbags that constantly keep the shuttle wobbling around. 2. Hydraulics that lift the front up on launch. 3. 40 speakers that blast noise across the entire shuttle. 4. A massive IMAX-sized screen that shows images of the Earth out the
These
window.
people are being
Following a
gaslit
press
so
conference
hard
with
right
some
now.
really
This is
stupid
amazing.
questions.
Are any of you planning to have sex in space?
The final four take a look at the nose of their shuttle, which in reality is just a model with a bit of lighting and smoke effects.
Oh my god.
They then go to Mission Control, which was genuinely used back in the Cold War, but now is populated with actors, and the Capcom is actually just the sound guy. They walk through a thin steel corridor, and at the end they embark onto the shuttle. Earth Orbiter 1. Oh, did you see that? Kerry
the most
almost knocks
supreme
the
gaslighting
curtain
I've
down that
ever
if nudged
seen.
A little bit further would have revealed the exterior and ruined the whole thing.
Oh
but luckily,
my
they all get seated,
God.
and the countdown ticks.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1,
Oh my god, we're going
0.
They haven't took off.
It sounded like someone was trying to start a lawnmower underneath us.
This wasn't intentional. The sound system completely failed, but the airbags worked as normal.
Oh,
to cover
no.
this, vital improv from one of the pilots saved the whole ship from going under.
They're actually
Very smooth, like butter.
They are towing us out.
Okay.
Suddenly the computer kicked in and launch was back.
proceed with takeoff on runway 9er. My mark. 5,
Come on.
4,
We're going
3,
from the
2,
tractor.
1.
We are going
mark.
for takeoff, all right?
Okay, let's go. Let's do it.
No way. Get it.
Solid rocket boosters have ignited.
Come on,
We have liftoff. Landing hydraulics retract. Check.
You know, if you watch a film or something and you hear a rocket take off, and it was exactly like that, but the noise was emphasized just loads.
They move into their living quarters, and finally, after 3 weeks of training and hours of isolation, supposedly 120 miles in the sky, they saw the Earth below them.
This is unbelievable. I can't believe they got away with all this for as long as they did.
There you go. All right. All right, you can stand, but just don't come any closer. But there you go, folks.
It's the world.
That's the world, folks.
Honestly, I feel a little bit bad for these people. You know, they were lied to on national television for what seems like days and days and days. You just, you know, it's a little fucked up.
Respect this, all right?
Paul and Charlie have been asked to say a few words.
Mr. Bimby seems like a nice dog.
So here we are now, orbiting the planet, skimming the stratosphere. Just like a hungry gannet skims the surface of the Adriatic in our shuttlecraft. We are flying on automatic. We are the...
This is so embarrassing. I can't watch it anymore. It is so cringe. It is so wildly cringe. You noticed that there was a sound drop from It's Always Sunny in here?
I got boxes full of Pepe!
Yep. Yep, that's one of my favorites. There is no Pepe Sylvia. This goddamn office is a ghost town, Mac. Look, I'm going to stop you right there, Charlie. Not only do all of those people exist, but they have been asking for their mail constantly. All right. Let's let's go on to the Earth news finally, although we really never left. Hold on, I gotta refresh my list here, make sure that I've got everything right in front of me. Oh my god. What a cringy show. And yet somehow it's amazing. I need to find this show and watch it. I feel like somehow this montage did not do it justice. I need more. I need to know more. I need the inner workings of what happened on this show. Even. Oh wow, this is freaking amazing. All right, we must move on to the Earth news. Let's start in Latin America. If you missed this story yesterday, we're gonna do this one again, just because of how relevant it truly is. Okie dokie. CNN. Let's go to Panama.
What is behind President-elect Donald Trump's seeming obsession with the Panama Canal? He's threatened in recent weeks to take back the canal, once controlled by the United States, by force if necessary.
Illegal.
So our colleague Phil Mattingly went to the Central American country to find out what this is really all about. And he spoke to the man who ran the canal for nearly a decade and says Trump is spreading lies.
This is the Panama Canal, a 51-mile corridor linking the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. Its creation helped the United States become a global superpower.
Most people don't get access to this, but what you're standing on top of right now, it's a modern marvel. It is an engineering miracle. Only twice in the history of the Panama Canal has transit actually stopped. It's that invaluable to world trade, to the world economy, to geopolitics in general. It also underscores why any president, President-elect Trump being one of them, cares so deeply about its operations.
China!
Now, Trump's interest in the Panama Canal, it makes a lot of sense. It's 4% of global shipping. That's what comes through here on an annual basis. 40% of U.S. containers come through this waterway. But what people here unequivocally do not understand is why, after 25 years of smooth operations under Panama's control, all of a sudden Trump is threatening to take it back and refusing to rule out using military force to do so.
The Panama Canal is a disgrace.
He's railed against how the canal is being run and China's growing influence around the waterway.
They charge more for our ships than they charge for ships of other countries. They charge more for our Navy than they charge for navies of other countries. They laugh at us because they think we're stupid. But we're not stupid anymore. China's at both ends of the Panama Canal. China's running the Panama Canal.
I asked the man who was in charge of the canal for 7 years, Jorge Luis Quijano, about those claims.
Does the canal charge U.S. ships more than others?
No.
Does the canal charge the U.S. Navy more than others?
No.
Are there Chinese troops operating in the canal?
No.
Does Beijing or the Chinese Communist Party operate the canal?
Definitely no.
Trump's current Panama fixation has left officials here perplexed and frustrated, but also cognizant of the former real estate magnate's roots in the country, long before his turn to politics.
Well, my interest in Panama really began when we had the Miss Universe contest in Panama, which I own. I own the Miss Universe, and it was one of the most successful contests we've ever had.
Not
and they kicked
all
us out.
Of his business dealings in Panama have been a success.
There's a complicating factor for Panamanian officials trying to figure out what the president-elect actually wants here. And that starts right here, because this building is the tallest building in Central America, and it is a building that used to be known as the Trump International Tower and Hotel, also home of the Trump Ocean Club. Now, it is neither. The gleaming 70-floor resort marked Trump's first international hotel venture, a massive project, mired by mountains of litigation and confrontation that led to the removal of Trump's name from the property, halfway through his first term in the White House.
Oh my God.
Illegal.
You're telling me Donald Trump's trying to take back the Panama Canal and is just lying up a storm, not because he actually gives a fuck or
I have to have my choice.
Actually believes that China's getting preferential treatment, but because he got a hotel taken away from him a long time ago for not paying his fucking Panamanian taxes? My God.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the rich white man.
I see it. We've got 60 likes. Thank you, Monope, for reminding me so we can get our emotional support out there. 19. Pretty sure that's Wharf. Alright, back to Panama.
As for Trump's attack on the terrible deal that set in motion the U.S. handover of the canal and its surrounding zone to Panama, that's rooted in an even longer-standing preoccupation.
Jimmy Carter gave the Panama Canal away for nothing, zero. In other words, they said, we want the canal. He said, oh, okay, even though we spent the equivalent of many billions of dollars to build it.
Now, Trump is calling
many
for
billions
to reduce the tolls and rates U.S. ships pay to transit the canal, or else.
That was one of our dredges working on it.
I put that to Ilia Espina de Marota, Deputy Administrator of the canal.
You know, one of the things that you hear from people in the United States is, well, just all Trump wants is you just cut the rates a little bit for U.S. ships or make some adjustments there just for U.S. ships. Is that a plausible option?
It's not a possible option.
Why not?
Because of the treaties.
The same treaties Trump rails against mandate equal treatment of all vessels. No U.S. carve-outs. Trump has also ignored that the canal today is far bigger than the one handed over by the United States.
There was an expansion.
Yes.
The U.S. government played what role in the expanded version?
Okay. As far as financially, none.
More than half of the revenue that comes in from the Panama Canal doesn't come in through the one that the United States was integral in building. It comes in through the expansion.
That's right. This is the Atlantic side. Which
Larota led the massive $5.2 billion project, which dramatically expanded the size of cargo ships that can traverse the canal.
Whoopsies.
So when
You're telling me Panama's been spending billions of dollars to maintain the canal and improve it? Weird. Very weird. Okay. Wait, did I give you your emotional spark? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Okay. Alright. What next? Alright, let's go to Colombia. Just a hair south. Where, unfortunately, peace talks have failed. There has been a bunch of fighting recently between a group, I can't remember the name of it, Ecuadorian, what's it called? The Ecuadorian Liberation something or other? And with Colombians. Honestly, I can't even give you the whole breakdown on the situation right now. It's not clear, but there's much of it, from my understanding, is over land and mineral rights. And at least 80 people recently were killed as peace talks there have failed, according to officials. That's all we got on that one. Alright, let's go on now. It is Sunday Funday after all, and earlier in the... Well, actually, I guess it was last week now, as time is... it's moving faster. Moving faster than I'm keeping up with. But last week, DragCon happened in London, and I figured since it's Sunday Funday, we would do a little bit of fun stuff like checking this out. What does that say? I can't read it. Strokes? Hotline? For a second I thought that was Lady Gaga. She kind of looks like Rihanna. A little bit. I don't know why I'm just trying to compare. Whatever.
I'd wear it. Okay, so jumping straight in, DragCon 2025.
Yeah, I think the Vivienne was such a huge presence in the community, and also with Drag Race. I think she's such a massive association with the show, with the franchise, and she won my season as well. So for me, it was like, oh my god, this is not only a queen that I admire, it's also a friend that has passed away. So it's been quite a shocking and a sad week, but I think today is all about kind of the celebration of the Vivienne, also drag, and she loved drag so much. So if we think of drag, we think of the Vivienne. So yeah, it's kind of the perfect day just to celebrate an amazing person. Yeah.
It would be so much nicer if I was going out tonight with Vivienne for a drink. Of course it would. I think it's sad that we live in a society. Turn your phone off! It's sad that we live in a society that we celebrate people more when they've passed away than when they're living. And I think the one thing that we need to take from this, other than remembering that Viv was an amazing, incredible entertainer, is we should celebrate each other more. If you've got someone at home that you love, go home now and tell them you love them. If you've got someone you're proud of, go and tell them you're proud of them, because tomorrow's not guaranteed. And that's what I'm taking from this.
It's true. That's a good life lesson.
Live my life as much as I can. I think we just saw, sadly, we had one of us that just passed away, the Vivienne, and I think it's a good reminder that we have to continue living our life. That's exactly what she would have wanted us to do. And just, yeah, more sex, more gym, and more sleep.
Why is Bob Carmody hidden? Is Bob Carmody hidden? That can't be true. What's happening? Mods, looking at you.
Okay, so Sasha, just to kick things off.
Oh, it's amazing. Any opportunity to get to have FaceTime with the people who are the reason why we have a career, getting dressed up in drag, to say thank you, to meet people. Not everyone is able to come see our shows because of different limitations or some financial restrictions, and getting able to meet so many people is a dream. That's what this is all about. So just spreading the love, being queer and loud and proud together.
What they wanted to ask was the fans, they want to be the most authentic and loud self.
Top
Okay.
figures in business
Please
and
hold.
politics are gathering
Excuse me,
once
that's very rude. I am in the middle of something. Thank you. I am trying to figure out why Bob Carmody is hidden. That doesn't make sense. That's not who we want hidden on the channel. Where's Bob? I don't even see Bob on the list. Bob, where are you? Wow, we have a lot. We have a lot of people banned from this channel. Wow, this is a long list. I'm actually not seeing you here, Bob. I think there's something weird going on. I don't know what it is. I'm not seeing Bob anywhere on this list. Bob, we're going to have to talk about this one later, because I don't see you. Yeah, no, you're not on the list. Huh. I don't know. I don't know what is going on with that. It makes no sense. This will make no sense. Yeah, you're not banned. I don't know. I do not know. I wish I could tell you what's going on with that. I think it might be something with the app itself, maybe. I don't want to suggest things that I'm sure you've done, like trying to reset it. But yeah, I don't know. We'll have to look into this later. Because you're not on the banned list. So something else is going on. Something that I have zero explanation for. Okay, what are we doing now? What are we doing? Alright. Done with DragCon in London. Now let's go to Davos in Switzerland. Oh yeah, very good.
Oh, never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
What's happening in Davos, I wonder? Oh, the same thing that happens every year. The richest, wealthiest people on the planet come together and circle jerk over their repression of the rest of us. Let's see what's going on.
Top figures in business and politics are gathering once again in the Swiss mountains. The annual meeting of the World Economic Forum takes place this week in the resort town of Davos. Organisers claim over 60 heads of state and government will be present, with some 3,000 other business and political leaders. But one man won't be physically present, even though he's the centre of attention. Donald Trump is set to address the event by video link. He's been a regular at past meetings, including in 2020.
We need less events like this.
I declare that the United States is in the midst of an economic boom, the likes of which the world has never seen before.
This year, all eyes will be on what moves he makes after being sworn in. Trump's promise of sweeping tariffs runs directly contrary to the Davos agenda of free trade. Delegates will also keep a close eye on any changes to US energy policy. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will be present, aiming to rally support from other world leaders. WEF Managing Director Mirek Dusek says Davos has always been a place for dialogue in times of conflict.
So we are very glad that we are able to welcome him together with a governmental delegation to be able to have dialogue among his counterparts from around the world, including also European leaders.
Other key topics on the agenda will include climate change and how to harness artificial intelligence. But not all the rich folk gathered in Davos see things the same way. Protesters will make their voice heard too, on the margins at least.
Are you sure they're all wealthy?
German Austrian millionaire heiress Marlene Engelhorn.
We're here at Davos today because we need to tax the rich. Inequality is soaring. The climate is in a disastrous state.
Interesting.
We see what democracies are facing when we don't tackle inequality. And it's not like taxing the rich is the easiest of things, but it's a democratic solution.
As the world's wealthy get together, that call seems unlikely to gain traction in the conference halls at Davos.
There we go. A meeting of the wealthiest people on the planet getting together to determine how they're going to fuck us this year.
I'm at an event.
It's all very, very exciting for no one except them. Okay. Okay, and once again, I'm sorry, Bob, that you are not able to type on here. It doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna have to look into that. I don't know what happened. Doesn't make a sense at all. Wondering if you got unintentionally hidden for a period of time. Maybe somebody can go back on the stream and try to... Oh, but I don't think you can do that until it actually posts. God damn it. It's very annoying. I'm very, very sorry. Alright, now let's go and talk about the Middle East, and more specifically, the ceasefire deal between Israel and the Hamas. And here's the reason I keep pushing as what was the actual reason for the deal. It wasn't Joe Biden, it wasn't Donald Trump, it wasn't America. It was this.
I'm at an event in Tel Aviv that is being put on by soldiers who say that they are refusing to continue to fight in Gaza. The soldiers said that they do not agree with the way that this war is being fought. Some of them have been inside of Gaza, say that they don't agree with what they had to do or what they saw.
Soldiers in the field have a lot of freedom of act. They could do pretty much whatever they want and they won't be accountable.
As a therapist, I see the suffering of both sides, and especially the suffering of Israeli soldiers and civilians that experiencing trauma after trauma after trauma with no end near.
Some people say that there were too many strikes on too many innocent civilians. Now, while some people say that this is just a drop in the bucket and that this movement is fairly insignificant, the soldiers say that they're hoping this movement is going to put pressure on the government to have a ceasefire.
This is from the same meeting. For me, actually, my hesitations regarding what should be done started just a few days after October 7th. I think it seemed clear to me that the war and the military operation was not the way to return the hostages. It seemed to me like a simple and delusional idea. How do we allow ourselves to bombard Gaza and kill Palestinians in such quantities? This is terrible in itself. But the thing that surprised me, I did not expect Israel to have special mercy, of course, for Palestine. Israel is not known for such mercy, but I didn't think that we would endanger the hostages like that either. I thought that the war would end in a very simple way, that the deal would be signed very quickly. And very quickly I was deceived.
Soldiers who served during this war signed a letter saying we're
we're not gonna play along with this game anymore. Enough is enough. Enough manipulation, political manipulation of this war. We're not going to be pawns in your war anymore, and we're raising our voice. We appreciate soldiers. We appreciate the IDF. We do not appreciate a government who uses the IDF as a chessboard for their political game.
And I know that many people rush to give Donald Trump credit for this ceasefire deal. But this is what I am alleging or postulating is the reason, right? If, you know, and sure, the number of soldiers who signed on to this wasn't that many. It was hundreds, right? Not thousands. But if the IDF didn't need more soldiers, then why were they beating Orthodox Jews in the street in Israel to get them to stop protesting against mandatory military service, right? And forcing them into the military, right? Well, why would they be doing that? Well, it doesn't make sense. And of course, we've seen a shit ton of protests to get the hostages back and all this other stuff. And I think that because, you know, I think we all know that the only thing that's gotten the hostages back up to this point in the last 15 months has been the ceasefires, or at least the, you know, short deals that happened. And so, you know, in my opinion, it's stacked on this. And let's just go here. This was from yesterday. We looked at this, but I just wanted to go and look at this again. Because Benjamin Netanyahu came out. He made a statement here, and during this statement, he basically says as much, that Donald Trump had nothing to do with the deal. He just called him after the fact and said, great job. So let's go here. Where does he say that? I think it's around here, maybe.
So my spouse and myself, we pray and we are working so that all the captives could be released. I think about them all the time. My spouse, Sarah, is also investing and capitalizing all her thoughts and also all her prayers all the time for all those captives, whatever she is, inside the country or abroad. And I know that this is the source of concern of all the Israeli families. And I promise you here that we will implement and achieve all the goals of the war and also free all the captives. Up until now, we have been able to release more than 157 and 117 were alive. And within the framework of the new agreement, we will release 33 new hostages. Most of them are probably alive. This is the fruit of our soldiers in the battlefield, but also this is also the effort, the result of our efforts. We were able to stand fast and we didn't change our position. This agreement is also the result of the coordination with the administration of Biden, but also the new administration of Trump. And when Trump was elected, he was mobilized and he started working, and also he talked to me yesterday.
Wait, it's Bender? Is Matt Bender in the chat? Wait, where? I don't see Matt Bender in the chat. Where is Matt? I don't see. Where are you gaslighting me right now, Gabby?
And blessed this agreement, and he on.
Let's hear that again.
And when Trump was elected, he was mobilized and he started working, and also he talked to me yesterday and blessed this agreement, and he on.
So Donald Trump blessed the agreement. He called Benjamin Netanyahu and said, "Great job." Okay, all right, there we go. I don't see Matt Bender in the chat. All right, let's go. Let's keep this going. Let's talk about what's been going on now for the last 24 hours, and that being the final, well, as you know, during this, or you may not know, but during this discussion, or this, not discussion, this press briefing that Benjamin Netanyahu gave, we're not going to watch the whole thing, but he basically went on about how he actually didn't like the ceasefire agreement and started coming up with new reasons why the ceasefire couldn't go forward. And, You know, it was like, oh, what did he say? He said he needed lists. He sort of just pushing the goalpost like he has essentially. He was like asking for lists of the names of the hostages. So the ceasefire deal didn't even happen when it was supposed to at 12:01 on the 19th. And instead it went on unceasefired, and this happened. Great ceasefire deal, Trump. 8 people in Gaza killed after the ceasefire deal was supposed to happen. Great job. Great job. Super good ceasefire deal. Only 8 people dead after the deal was supposed to happen. There you go. That was a post from the AP from 16 hours ago showing the aftermath of more Israeli strikes after the ceasefire deal was supposed to happen because Benjamin Netanyahu didn't agree to the current state of the ceasefire deal at the time and started pushing the goalposts. Even though we keep being told that we had U.S. involvement in it, they still managed to push it even further so they can murder more Palestinians. Shocking. Unbelievable. Who could have guessed on that one? Not me. No, no, no. Never could have done it. All right. By the way, this was something that happened before the ceasefire deal. This is AP archive footage. Got posted recently, but this was before the deal. Around the same time that the soldiers had signed the petition saying that they would not fight in the war anymore, there was a chain of protesters surrounding Israel's parliament in Jerusalem, demanding a hostage deal. Look at that. An entire human chain going all the way around Israel's parliament. I'm sure that wasn't pressuring Benjamin Netanyahu at all. He's fine with this, actually.
From my family, I know how it is when someone comes back alive on a deal. Yarden, family member of mine, came back on November 23 to hug her daughter. But my cousin Carmel, she remained behind and she didn't manage to come back alive. She was murdered in captivity. So right now we're standing here, 98 people to hold the signs of 98 people that we're waiting for. This is the chance. We can't let it go until they're all here with us.
So yeah, you got this, you got protesters surrounding the parliament, you got soldiers saying they won't fight in the war, and in my estimation, that is the pressure that has really been the most consistent here in Israel, and the most, I think, important, because you can't wage a war without soldiers, and if you have soldiers, publicly stating they won't fight in your war, PR-wise, it's not great. It's not a great look, and it happened right before this petition got signed. Literally within I think it was 24 hours before the ceasefire got announced. So, just saying, could be a connection there. Who's to say? All right, let's go to Europe and see how people are reacting to this ceasefire deal.
The 15 months of war in Gaza has seen thousands of demonstrators take to the streets of London, voicing their supports for Palestinians and demanding an end to the fighting. The announcement of the ceasefire has been welcomed by pro-Palestinian demonstrators. They're hoping for a permanent end to the conflict.
We might now be on the brink of an agreement that will bring an end to the immediate slaughter of Palestinians. We come here with trepidation because we know Israel has a history of violating ceasefire agreements.
Demonstrators over in Barcelona are also keeping up the pressure on Israel's government. Some fear it will not live up to its commitments. Under the agreement, Israeli troops should withdraw from Gaza and the enclave should see a surge in humanitarian aid. For these activists, there are still many unknowns.
It is not clear if human rights will be guaranteed, that the refugees will be able to return, or that the bodies of the dead will be returned to their families. In other words, we have to keep fighting, and we have to keep a close eye on what is happening in Gaza.
The agreement also involves the release of Palestinian prisoners in exchange for Israeli hostages held by Hamas. These demonstrators gathered in Paris are deeply concerned about the fate of the hostages.
We want the hostages to be released as soon as possible, and we want their captivity in inhumane conditions, as we know, in the tunnels of Gaza by Hamas, to end very soon.
Of the 251 people who were kidnapped, 94 are still in Gaza, including 34 who are dead, according to the Israeli military.
All right, let's go to the
colossal for people in the West Bank. If you go back,
France 24. Yeah. Whoa, what's happening?
After the last ceasefire, that was when the last releases took place. The celebrations in Ramallah and across the West Bank were colossal. So one could expect that once the names are released and once the releases actually start happening, the celebrations are going to be pretty big here as well this time round. The Israelis have set things up slightly differently this time.
Oh my god, this video sucks.
This time it's the Israeli prison service.
Their audio is garbage. Okay, France 24, we're gonna move on. Let's go here. Hyundais versus tanks.
Watching this video, what is key as we watch these three Israeli women gain their freedom after 470 what have been torturous days is that as they leave that SUV there, and we'll zoom in a little bit more as they step out, we can see that they step out of the vehicle under their own power. They're able to walk out of the vehicle there, you could see it now, onto the Red Cross that received them. And that is a good sign. We did know that two of them were injured during the October 7th attacks. Romy
Probably by Israel.
And Emily Damari, that they were injured in their hand from gunshot shrapnel and their families had been told that their wounds worsened during their captivity, but they were able to walk out. That is one sign of their health there. But the other detail I draw your attention to as we watch this is that those are Hamas Qassam Brigade fighters around the vehicle, on top of the vehicle, providing security at this exchange.
Is it a military vehicle or is it just a van?
However decimated they may have been by these 470 days of Israeli military operations there, some survive. They are still armed. They are still something of a force on the ground. They're not clear what their role will be going forward, but they certainly have not been eliminated as a fighting force. I should say that as this was happening earlier this morning, we and others witnessed Israeli forces withdrawing from some positions in Gaza as planned, locations in both southern and northern Gaza, which was part of the sequencing of this.
Since CNN's not going to bring it up, I'm going to mention that, of course, Israel's own military doctrine, the Hannibal Directive, essentially requires troops to fire on their own people, as it is, in their estimation, better to have dead Israelis than live Israeli hostages. It's not. I'm not making it up. They're the ones who did it. I'm not saying it's definite that they were shot by their own military, but I am saying it's a possibility.
Release and ceasefire deal. And I should also note, given Mustafa Barghoudi's comments there, he's of course in the West Bank, that what is happening now or quite soon is that 95 Palestinian prisoners will be released as well. The Israeli military was waiting to confirm the release of the Israeli hostages before they began the process of releasing some 95 Palestinian prisoners, most of them women, a number of them teenagers. And I should note, given the administrative detention laws in Israel, that...
Okay, so good for Gabby is Binder. Okay, good for Matt Gabinder. Matt Gabinder.
That many of those
good to see you.
Released today were under administrative detention. That is, they were not convicted of crimes. They were held under Israeli law. So you have a mix of prisoners who are being released in this very first stage. Again, I want to caution, as you well know, Fareed, that this is a multi-step plan. 3 hostages today, another handful in a week's time, 33 over the course of 6 weeks, and Palestinian prisoners, hundreds of them being released as those Israeli hostages are released. But at each stage, of course...
They're all hostages. Stop trying to distinguish. I am so sick of CNN. These people lied throughout the last 15 months about all this and put out Israeli press briefings without any context or criticisms. And they're still doing it. And they're still trying to distinguish between, importance of lives. Palestinians are, of course, lower on the totem pole for CNN. They kind of hate Palestinians, honestly.
Hostages today, another handful in a week's time, 33 over the course of 6 weeks, and Palestinian prisoners, hundreds of them being released.
Prisoners, criminals.
Israeli hostages are released.
And Israeli hostages, and innocent hostages, and criminal prisoners, you piece of shit.
Each stage, of course, there's a possibility of interruption or upset. We'll continue to follow the events closely. But for those 3 families here in Israel, they're just about to be reunited, a moment they'd only imagined for 470 days.
Thank you, Jim.
Yeah, because their government was unwilling to do what was necessary.
Watching those videos, you saw a lot of armed Palestinian militants. They were fully masked. That is, of course, to evade.
How dare they?
Security cameras analysis.
Oh my God! Yeah, you better bring it up, Fareed. Yeah, let's talk about that. How Israel's been, Oh my God, the clips are quiet. How did I not notice this? I see what you're talking about now. Fucking hell, that's my bad.
They are.
We are here in Re'im near a military base where we expect that those 3 female hostages who we've just been alerted have now been transferred into the arms of the International Red.
CNN's coverage of this has been so fucking garbage, and they're just trying to stay consistent, okay, everybody? They're just trying to stay as consistently biased as they have been since the beginning. It would be weird if they just suddenly switched, right?
Cross inside of Gaza. This is the point where they will then be transferred in vehicles, and behind me here It may be hard to see at the moment, but there are 2 choppers, 2 military helicopters that we saw landing here within the last hour or so that will then transfer them to a hospital in central Israel. We've also been told, as of now, that Israel has been informed that according to the Red Cross, the 3 hostages are in good condition. They are expected to meet their mothers right here at the Re'im base. We've told that the mothers of all 3 of these women, Romi Gonen, Doron Steinbrecher, and Emily Damari, all 3 mothers will indeed be here at Re'im to meet their daughters for the first time after more than 15 months of captivity. And there is also quite a bit of symbolism at this very moment, Fareed, and that is because one of those hostages in particular, Romi Gonen,
I'm seeing some symbolism right now. It's, you know, it's a symbol of propaganda. This is the propaganda that CNN has been doing this whole time, symbolic, journalism that's not real journalism, but more just sort of repeated narratives, talking points from 2 specific governments, the US and Israel. Might as well just be one government. Who's for it? Israel for 51st state? Might as well, right? We're sending all our tax dollars there anyways.
kidnapped by Hamas at the Nova Music Festival, which happened just behind the highway here that you can see behind me. And so from the same place where she was taken captive, she is also expected to experience her first moments of freedom, to finally be able to hug her mother after 15 months of captivity. Really an extraordinary moment, as we have also been watching, of course, Fareed, extraordinary moments playing out inside the Gaza Strip as well, as people are finally experiencing their first respite after 15 months of war, seeing hundreds of aid trucks beginning to cross into the Gaza Strip, people celebrating this moment where they no longer have to fear, at least for the time being, the threat of bombs and missiles that have been dropping on them, of course, over the course of the last 15 months. And so this really is one of those rare good news moments that I'm being able to report here, Fareed, after covering this war for the last 15 months.
Genocide?
President Biden just landed in Charleston, South Carolina. This is his last full day in office. We're waiting for a statement from...
Okay, let's leave this alone. Enough CNN. It was painful, incredibly painful to have to listen to that much. We didn't have to, but we did it. We did it, and we heard that they are still sticking to the, same old CNN playbook of repeating propaganda rather than doing the journalisms. And that's fine. That's fine. That's their thing. They're into it. How are we doing on that goal? Oh god, 0 of 5. That means the stream is going to end very early tonight, because we've already been going 7 hours. In order to keep this going, we need some more galactic funds. I'm very sorry. We can do it. I believe in us as a team. Alright, let's keep it going. Let's go to Associated Press. 12 hours ago. 3 Israeli hostages arrive in Israel as fragile ceasefire passes its first hurdle. That hurdle being Israel's own government. Okay. This is from 11 hours ago. Trucks loaded with aid crossing the Gaza Strip. Finally. 4 of them. Wow. I see a 5th one. We got like 10 trucks now. There we go. I see where you all are right now, and just... whatever. God, I'm just so pissed off still about that CNN video. Okay, it's fine. I'm fine. Everything's fine. All right, let's keep going. As you can see, some trucks are finally making it into Gaza, including what appears to be a fuel truck, which is sorely needed in this area. Oh my fucking god. Okay, let's go now here. Associated Press showing the further release of these hostages in Israel, where they arrived by way of Red Cross. Probably would have gotten bombed if they were aid workers. Thankfully, they had hostages in them. Remember when Israel did that? You know, not the one time, all the times that they did that. Bombed aid workers. I know, I remember it. They did it all throughout this time. Aid workers have been targeted specifically by the IDF because helping Palestinians is, in their minds,
illegal.
Alright, this is 6 hours ago. 3 hostages arrive in Israel from Gaza as fragile ceasefire passes first hurdle. First hurdle being the shifted goalpost of Benjamin Netanyahu.
3 Israeli hostages have come home after over 470 days in captivity. The 3 young women were released as a long-awaited ceasefire between Israel and Hamas took effect. The women came home to a hero's welcome. As they met with relatives at a military base on the Gaza border, thousands of people gathered in a Tel Aviv square, cheering on the release as they watched it live on a large screen. At the same time, Israel was releasing 90 Palestinian prisoners in return. This all came on the first day of the ceasefire. This is a 6-week pause in fighting. It is not an end to the war, but during these 6 weeks, a total of 33 hostages, that's about 1/3 of those in captivity in Gaza, are set to be released. In addition, hundreds of thousands of displaced Palestinians will be allowed to return home in Gaza, and the territory will be flooded with badly needed humanitarian aid. This is not the end of the war, but international mediators are hopeful that it will lay the groundwork for negotiations aimed at ending the war altogether. That would mean a release of all of the roughly 100 hostages being held by Hamas, as well as a full withdrawal of all Israeli troops from Gaza. On the ground in Gaza, Palestinians began the process of returning home. This is something that will not be easy. Most Palestinians have been living in makeshift tent camps for much of the past 15 months. We saw scenes of people packing up, trying to head home. Very few people were able to make it. Those who did returned in many cases to just find piles of rubble where they used to live. Most people will have to wait. The route to northern Gaza from the south remains closed and is expected to be closed for the next week. So many people will have to wait to make it back. But drone footage just showed what lies ahead. Vast, vast sea.
Rob Skelts, I saw that you joined Patreon earlier. I will try and message you within hopefully a few hours after ending the stream tonight. And we can figure out what your benefits are. I send everybody a message requesting that you at least give me what you want written down for your shout out, like as your name, and then what you would like your patron avatar to be, and we'll try and get that all done as soon as possible. Unfortunately, I can't do it midstream. It's all a little too much. But I appreciate your patronage.
Of destruction as far as the eye can see. This is just a sign of the gargantuan task that lies ahead for the people of Gaza in rebuilding this vast...
There we go. I gave you the funds? What does that mean, Soul Life? You gave me the funds? What funds? For what? Or are you talking about somebody else? I don't know what we're talking about now. I don't know. I know that we haven't reached our super chat or super sticker goal. Still woefully short on that one, and continuing the stream, which was going to end in like 45 minutes or something. Alright, we got more videos on this ceasefire deal, fragile as it is. I'm going to keep talking about it. Oh my god. PB with the very generous spinning mood dang super sticker. That's going to count as 2. That one's counting as 2. That means we only need 3 left to get that extra content, which I've got a whole bunch of already queued up for us. I mean, we got a whole bunch to talk about. So, thank you so much, PB, for getting us much closer to that. It's a beautiful sticker, by the way. I really do love that one. Spinning Mudang. Can't get better than that, can you? I don't think so. I guess I could be proven wrong. I don't know. I'm just gonna let Mudang spin there for a while. It's just so beautiful. Alrighty then. Let's keep it all moving. Oh my god, Soul Life with the $5 super sticker. Look at that beautiful citrusy love. I gotta put that one up now. I'm sorry. That is beautiful. Oh my god. It makes me feel things inside. All of these gorgeous, gorgeous stickers. That's 3. We only need 2 more, people. Only 2 more. We are getting so close. Wow. Really great. I'm feeling the love. I love you all. Alright. We must venture further in. Where are we now? Okay, we'll go to... we're going to skip this one. Fuck you, Global News. Fuck you, Global... well, no, we'll try. We'll try Global for now. We are getting so close to being able to extend this stream into the future.
On this Sunday night, a fragile ceasefire in Gaza begins. An emotional homecoming for the first 3 Israeli hostages, while displaced Gazans return to what's left of their homes, and much-needed aid finally pours into the battered region. Chaos for Christia.
This is
Protesters tried to derail the former
random.
finance minister's first official campaign event for the Liberal leadership. And
What is happening?
Inauguration Eve.
Okay.
Washington.
Wow, Global News. Really trying to... This is a full episode, isn't it? I see. Alright, let's go here to where they actually start talking about this. There we go.
171 days ago during the deadly Hamas attacks in southern Israel. In exchange, Israel confirmed it has just
Oh my god,
released
another
90
super sticker from Soul
Palestinians,
Life.
all women and minors, as part of the
2
deal.
beautiful citrus fruits high-fiving in excitement for the fact that we are only 1 away from getting that extra content. My god, we are so close. Wow, you're all so beautiful. What would I do without you, Space Fams? I don't know. I think I would just cease to exist. I would float off into the void, never to be seen again.
Evening, and thanks for joining us. It has been an historic day in the Middle East as the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas is now in effect. Aid is flowing into Gaza, and Palestinians are finally able to return home. But for a moment, it seemed as if it wouldn't happen. Our Jeff Semple is in Tel Aviv with the details on a day filled with anxiety, tension, and relief. Jeff.
Well, Carolyn, it really was an extraordinary day here in Israel that ended on a high note. A sea of anxious faces. Thousands gathered for hours, waiting for news of the 3 Israeli hostages set to be released, including 24-year-old Romi Gonen. Her mother has spent the past 471 days clinging to hope.
I'm focused on my decision that she will come home alive. There is nothing else.
After 15 months of war, today brought the promise of peace, a planned prisoner swap, and a ceasefire for Gaza.
Yes, by the way.
The entire region holding its breath.
By the way, I am counting these, don't worry. I know that it's not counting the super stickers for the goal, but I am. So when we get to it, we're going to get to it. You know, it really, you know, forget YouTube system. We're going by the galactic system, all right? The goal is merely symbolic in terms of the counter, because I am keeping track of the counter here in space. You don't have to worry, even if YouTube doesn't want to give you credit. I'm going to do it, because, of course, why wouldn't I?
It's very fragile. It can collapse every second.
And it almost did. The ceasefire was supposed to begin at 8:30 a.m., but Hamas still hadn't confirmed which hostages would be released. So Israel continued bombing, reportedly killing at least 19 Palestinians.
Oh, it was even more than I thought.
Later, the names were sent. The airstrikes,
literally more than double than the number that I quoted earlier.
Began.
Wow. Even worse than I had reported to you not 30 minutes ago. Wow. Israel pushed their own goalpost that they had agreed to, made up a new one completely, and then started bombing Gazans once again, completely indiscriminately. Probably all civilians and children killed. But they don't need any reasons for killing Palestinians, do they?
Gazans flooded back to their war-ravaged homes as hundreds of trucks carrying desperately needed aid and food poured into communities on the brink of famine. I'm going home to my family and my victory, even in its ruins, Palestinian Ali Azouabri told Global News. God is great. The joy is truly indescribable. And then came these ominous images that appear to show Hamas gunmen back out in the open, patrolling the streets. A reminder the group has been decimated, but not defeated. This afternoon, tense moments broadcast live around the world as Hamas pulled the 3 Israeli hostages through the crowds, handing them over to the Red Cross, then driven across the border to Israel. Well, this is a moment that people here have been waiting 15 months for. They just announced the news that those 3 Israeli hostages are on their way home. How are you feeling? What was that like? Really?
Hey, look at that. Rob Skelts with a super sticker, I guess? Yeah, it's a super sticker, right? Game over. What is A? What is a $? What does that mean? I don't know. Is that a different currency? Are you in a different country? I like that. I didn't even know that one existed. I don't think I've seen that super sticker. I'm going to count that towards the goal as, I guess, a half a one. If somebody else does one of the similar size, that'll get us all the way, I think.
A country long consumed by fear and anger erupted in joy. And nowhere more than here. The hostages' families held a private vigil where they were reunited with their sisters and daughters, including Romi Gonen and her mother. An emotional homecoming that's hard for most to imagine, but Gilly Roman knows the feeling.
In a heartbeat, your whole life is changing back again.
His sister Yarden was also taken hostage by Hamas, but released 2 months later, back in November 2023.
You see her face on the screen, you see her walk, and you know that we have her.
Is it lagging?
It's like a ghost coming back to life.
The hostages will now be transferred to hospitals, including this one. Is going on? We took a tour of the returnees ward.
Sorry, I gotta pause this. This is really weird. I'm seeing lag happening on the stream. I don't know why that's occurring. What do I have running in the background right now? Nothing. What is this? Oh, it's back. It's fine. Okay-ish. Still kind of a little bit of lag there. Whatever. All right, let's keep this going. Let's go here now to a cheering crowd welcoming freed Palestinian hostages in the West Bank. Wait, this is the wrong one.
It is a strange place to see smiles, but they're there.
Sorry, I'm ahead of myself. Where am I? Where am I in this list? Hold on, I gotta refresh this. Something's wrong. I am like saying the wrong things right now. Where are we actually? Oh, okay, I see. I see where we are now. Okay, great. Thanks for fucking me. All right, here is Gazans returning to their destroyed country, essentially, to their homes that are now rubble.
It is a strange place to see smiles, but they're there. They are still painful times, but there is a feeling for many displaced Gazans that on this day they are at least walking in the right direction, towards home. This man says he is joyful, as if it were a holiday, even though he lost many loved ones. After months away from home, thousands of displaced Gazans jumped at the chance to go back, even before it was safe. This family of 10 didn't wait for the ceasefire to go into effect and headed back to their home in Jabalia in northern Gaza early Sunday morning. What they found, they say, was heartbreak and tears. We came with hope, the mother says, thinking we might find just a single room, just a small shelter to protect us. But when we arrived, we found the situation as you see it. Tragic. The family spent part of the day salvaging what they could and then turned to shelter, trying to build something. Even
Out
with
of
the
rubble.
structure barely standing.
This is completely
they will
dangerous.
Stay.
Like, you think about that. You're living inside of a broken building. At any time, the walls, the ceilings, whatever could collapse on top of you. That is horrifying. Oh, God. OSHA would have a field day. Okay. Alright. Let's go on now to the one I said before, that being cheering crowds welcoming freed hostages, Palestinian ones, in the West Bank.
This bus behind me is full of dozens of Palestinian prisoners who
Hostages.
have been released from Israeli jails.
This is a hostage exchange. Okay? We gotta stop saying prisoners, people. It's imprecise.
The ceasefire, you can hear the crowd here. They've been here for hours. They are chanting and cheering. They are so excited to see their loved ones. They've been waiting into the early hours of the morning. You see people waving Hamas and Palestinian flags. They are slowly getting off of the bus right now. Some people have been hoisted on the shoulders of others as they've gotten off the bus. The majority of people being released tonight are women. There are children and younger people as well. The youngest is 15. There's just this feeling of joy and excitement in the air. People honking and shouting and throwing firecrackers. A lot of people, however, say that it's unfortunate that it took the war with Gaza and what's happened in Gaza for the release of their...
The genocide. We gotta stop saying things like war and prisoners, okay? Hostages and genocide. Thank you.
Precision of language, please.
Thank you. You're completely right. Oh my god, I just forgot her name. What is her name?
Precision of language, please.
Why can't I think of her name right now? I want to call her Suri, and I know that's her daughter's name. Oh my god, Suri Cruz. What is this woman? Katie Holmes, thank you. There we go. Katie Holmes. Thank you, Katie. Much appreciated. Precision of language, please. Alright, let's go to a guy. Oh, Rob Scouts! Bringing us all the way. That is good enough right there, my guy. We got there. All the way. With a dancing Very sexy pair, I gotta say. Those glasses, the headband, my God. That is a nice super sticker. Thank you very much. And that's going to get us the extra content, people. Disregard that goal, which is counting down with only 38 minutes left. We got it. We got it. I mean, if you want to contribute more, I'm all about it, but we have done it. We've done it thanks to all of you who have contributed up to this point. I love you all so much. And with our galactic powers combined, we can keep the stream going through over 8 hours. So we're going to have to take a break in like 30 minutes, but then we're going to get right back to a whole bunch of content that I have lined up for here. All right, let's go now to one Mehdi Hassan. Get your Jew hate on? Let's not do that and say we didn't. I hope that's a sarcastic...
If the deal does take effect.
I hope that is sarcasm.
If the deal does take effect, what will this mean and what will it not mean for Gaza, for Palestinians, and for Israel and Israeli society? And that is the single most important question right now. So only once we've all addressed that, then let's talk about what these developments tell us about the legacy of Biden's administration and what the hell, we can expect in geopolitics in the Trump 2.0 era.
I mean, they're interlinked in the sense that I'm thoroughly cynical about everything that happens in the Middle East, and I'm very cynical about the Israeli government because they are a group of very cynical people. And all American negotiators, whether Democrats or Republicans, don't have the best interests of the people at Gaza at hand. Let's be honest about that. Look, if this is real in any shape or form, even in a temporary form, that's a good thing. Because even if you get an hour where the bombs stop falling, that is some kind of relief for one of the most oppressed peoples on earth, the Palestinians of Gaza, who spent the last 16 months being genocided, right? Having their capacity to continue living, existing, destroyed in front of our eyes, live streamed to us. As the Irish lawyer for the South African government said exactly a year ago at the ICJ, this is the first genocide where people are live streaming their own genocide, begging for help from the rest of the world. And a year later, here we are with no change. So if we've even got an hour of a pause, I'll take it, and Palestinians in Gaza will take it. Now, that doesn't mean, though, we have to start celebrating and, cheering and suggesting that there is peace in the Middle East, peace in our time. That's bullshit. And I'm very skeptical about this deal, not just because Netanyahu today said they're not going to vote on it, not just because Ben Gvir, his far-right terrorist, convicted terrorist national security minister, has threatened to resign if the deal goes through, and that means the Netanyahu government would fall, and Netanyahu is all about self-preservation. But separate to that, just look at the deal itself. A, it's the exact same deal that was on the table in May of last year that the Israelis rejected, but the Americans lied and said Hamas rejected. B, it involves 3 phases, right? 42 days for the first phase, 42 days for the second phase. It's really the second and third phases where the actual long-term impact of this kicks in terms of withdrawal of Israeli forces, in terms of any kind of humanitarian reconstruction. Those 2 phases, a lot of people are saying we will never get to, right? Netanyahu is only interested in phase 1. If we even get to phase 1, where you do a limited release of prisoners, and then he goes back to bombing. Netanyahu has made it very clear that he's not going to stop the war. He doesn't want to stop the war, and that's why he's never been interested in a ceasefire. He's only interested in pauses. So, some people are spent the last 24 hours attacking me on social media because I was one of the people who said Trump will be worse on Gaza than Biden. So there's a lot of gotcha moments going on right now. So, well, look, Trump was better. He did it in 24 hours, what Biden couldn't do in a year. I would say let's wait and see, right? I'm old enough to know that
that's sensible. That is a sensible opinion,
people
Mehdi.
Who have celebrated Donald Trump early tend to.
Seriously, and that's kind of what I've been. Me and Mehdi align on a lot of stuff. I feel like I am so on this same track. Now, I think this was from a few days ago. This actual stream. This is a clip from the Real News Network.
Find egg on their faces. So I hope I'm wrong. I hope that in a year's time or 6 months' time, people will say, Mehdi, you were wrong. Donald Trump was much better for the people of Gaza than Joe Biden. But the man is not even president yet. Please stop the premature celebrations.
It is premature.
Let's see if this ceasefire happens on the Sunday. Let's see if it holds. Let's see if it actually delivers peace. Let's see if we get any kind of reconstruction, because stopping the bombs is only one part of it. Gazans cannot continue to exist in a place that is uninhabitable, which experts say will take, 80 years to rebuild. 42 million tons of rubble. So I want to see what happens first. Already today, we've seen Donald Trump's incoming National Security Advisor, Waltz, Michael Waltz, I think his name is, saying that we support Israel's right to go back into Gaza whenever they like. We've seen Marco Rubio, who's going to be the Secretary of State, saying he's going to lift all sanctions on the settlers that Joe Biden brought in, the limited sanctions on the limited far-right settlers. So this is far from done. People who think it's all done now are very naive and learn nothing from the first 4 years of Trump. But look, having said all that, I know you want to get into it in a bit. Clearly Trump's done more than Biden in the last week in terms of applying pressure. That's undeniable. And it's embarrassing for Joe Biden and the Democrats that that's the case.
No, I was just going to say, I think, everyone is rushing to do the thing we were just talking about in L.A., right? Is like rushing to have a take on what's happening while it's still unfolding.
Gotta have the hot
what's
take.
going to happen, right?
I mean, that's the thing right now. You can't take time to think about stuff or, have any self-reflection or, just reflection in general on the history. You got to get the hot take out there, and you got to get it out there while it's still hot.
That's hot.
You're right, Paris. It is hot.
And so I think everyone, especially on the MAGA Trump side, is trying to kind of sell this as a, Jimmy Carter, Ronald Reagan hostage kind of moment before we even know if the deal is going to be accepted.
It's interesting
and
you mentioned the hostage situation because, of course, in 1968, you had Nixon, Vietnam, and Kissinger. We discover later that Kissinger was treacherous and was passing messages to the Vietnamese saying, we'll do a better deal, don't stop the war now. And many more Americans and Vietnamese, of course, and Cambodians and Laotians died because of that. We know that in 1980 now, and there's a great new book from Craig Unger on this, that Jimmy Carter was very close to getting the hostages out of Iran, but Ronald Reagan said to the Iranians, don't do it. I'll give you a better deal, and I'll get you weapons. And this may be the third time that happened. We know that Netanyahu and Trump met at Mar-a-Lago last year. We don't know what was discussed, but I wouldn't be surprised if Trump said, make sure you hold off till I'm in office so I get the credit. We know Trump doesn't give a shit about Palestinian life. It's all about his ego and showing that he is a deal maker. He's a successful president. He wanted this done by January the 20th. By the way, it's not going to be done by January the 20th. Can I just point that out? Everyone, I love the way we grade
It's a great point. It's a great point.
Grades Donald Trump on a
It's a great point, Mehdi. We literally just got done talking about this, and we are days ahead of Mehdi right now. But we were talking about just now how only the first stage of the first stage has begun, where only 3 hostages have been released from Gaza, and 30 hostages have been released from Israel. Right? Like, that's only a tiny fraction of the amount of hostages that are going to be released. It's like 3% of them, I think. And so, yeah, we're not even approaching the finish line on this one.
He literally said he wanted all the hostages released by January. Hostages won't be released by January the 20th. The deal only begins on the 19th. So this is the man who also said he would end the Ukraine war in 24 hours, right? Good luck with that. Apparently it's going to be over on Monday night. So this is the kind of bullshit that unfortunately leftists too have allowed Trump to be graded on a curve about. And like I said, I hope to be proved wrong. But to say that I'm wrong right now, or that those of us who warned against Trump on the issue of Gaza are wrong because there's this ceasefire deal that hasn't been even implemented or voted on by the Israelis yet, calm the F down.
All right. Let's see here. What next? Let's go a little bit east to Syria. Talk about what's been going on the ground there. I mean, we've been so inundated with news outside of Syria, we have barely been talking about it. But of course, a lot is changing in Syria, and a lot is changing really fast, right? I mean, and oh my God, have we been inundated with news recently? Like whether it's the LA fires or the inauguration oncoming or all of the Senate confirmation hearings, whatever else. I mean, we've barely spoken the word Syria in the last 2 weeks, even though in the last 2 weeks, a shit ton has been happening there. All right. She got the weirdest message from Chrome? An app downloaded an Adobe extension? Wait, what? Sounds like a pop-up almost. It'd be weird for Chrome to... It'd be weird for Chrome or Adobe to be doing either. But weird. That one's creeping me out. I don't even know what to think about that. I would not even click on that. I would just go into my Chrome settings if I were you and avoid any of that. But wow, weird. It's a little Twilight Zone-y.
Follow the rich white man.
Whoops, wrong one. Okay, I hope that's fake. All right, let's go on now to talking about Syria a little bit. As officials on the ground are attempting to essentially bring the country, to a one of new prosperity and security. We got video here showing the first, graduation of Syrian police cadets. We opened enrollment after the liberation of Syria and the fall of the oppressive regime. There was a significant turnout for our volunteer brothers. This is one of the first courses with approximately 400 to 415 volunteers. The goal of this course is to maintain security and safety in the Syrian provinces, pursue the remnants of the Assad regime after its fall, ensure security and stability in the region, and protect civilians in general. I want to convey the message to the entire world that we, as members of the general security apparatus, are not uneducated, uninformed, or lacking in social awareness in the true sense. Today we have social awareness, health education, and psychological and social support. We have advanced studies. We speak languages such as English, French, and Turkish. And we possess all the necessary skills to achieve our community goals, God willing. The goal is to achieve security and peace of mind for the people, protecting them from thefts, assaults, and injustice. We are here to remove injustice from everyone, regardless of their sect. Oh, this is just a double. This is a duplicate AP archive with more footage. Okay, alright. We're gonna skip past this one, not necessary. All right. Let's go here. Let's go here to Russia, not far from Syria whatsoever, where the former lawyers of now dead leader Alexei Navalny are being jailed for their opposition, I guess, to Vladimir Putin.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
3 lawyers who represented the late Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny, who is a prominent critic of Vladimir Putin, have been given jail terms after being accused of belonging to an extremist group.
Illegal.
A court just outside Moscow sentenced Vadim Kobzev, Alexei Lipster and Igor Sergunin, who were arrested in October 2023, to prison sentences ranging from 3.5 to 5.5 years in a trial which had been conducted behind closed doors. Well, for more on this, let's go live to Petushki and speak with the BBC's Russia editor, Steve Rosenberg. Good to talk to you, Steve. This is a case that, of course, predates the death of Alexei Navalny.
Yes, indeed. These 3 men were arrested before Mr. Navalny died in this remote penal colony. Today they were convicted on extremism charges. Basically, they'd been accused of using their status as lawyers and their access to Alexei Navalny when he was alive and in prison to pass on messages from Mr. Navalny to his associates. And for that, they were given prison sentences ranging between 3.5 and 5.5 years. And that sends a strong message that in Russia today, you can end up in jail not only for being a fierce critic of the Russian authorities, but for standing up and defending in court a fierce critic.
Yeah, being a lawyer is illegal.
Illegal.
If you defend the wrong person. Makes sense. Makes sense. That's justice. Alright. Now, let's go here. Let's talk China a little bit. What do you say? And I guess, yeah, this seems like a good place to start on this, but Sunday Fun Day, might as well have a little bit of fun. And this one's kind of fun. In a way, it's also maybe problematic. Hard to say 100%. This paraglider is carrying an unusual passenger. She brought her golden retriever with her up into the sky. That's a big boy right there. She said she wanted her dog to experience the thrill of paragliding. He does seem to be enjoying it. Aw, come on. I felt like I was Harry Potter on a broom. This is amazing. She said the pet appeared excited as they were about to take off. Normally dogs move around when they are up in the sky, but this dog was very calm. An instructor said, look at that, tongue out. Floating through the sky, both landed safely. However, some online said paragliding might have been too much for the dog. Are you sure the golden retriever was enjoying it? I think it almost passed out. I think the dog was struggling. Its tongue was out. Have you ever seen a dog with their head out the window? They always put their tongue out when they're doing that. Come on, this just seems like advanced head out the window type stuff. We all have seen a dog with their head out the window, and they love it. This is just advanced tongue enjoyment, okay? People, enough of your criticisms. Can't we have anything nice?
Come on!
Alright, we're gonna stay talking about China. But we're going to loop in this whole discussion of TikTok and whether or not it's getting banned or not. It's unclear still what's happening with it, but Donald Trump and technically Joe Biden originally may be giving it time. I mean, I know, let me go back. We do know, of course, that Joe Biden on his last day in office, literally within the last 24 hours, said that he wasn't going to ban TikTok. He was not, well, he already did, but then said he wasn't going to, what was the word? Enforce the ban. And was leaving it up to Donald Trump to do, passing the buck to Trump, who was quoted as saying he was considering
Meantime,
an
TikTok,
extension.
as we say, is on the clock. President-elect Donald Trump says he would most likely issue a 90-day extension to avoid a national ban as he is set to take office on Monday. This comes shortly after the Biden administration released a statement addressing the app's threat to go dark, calling it a stunt. Earlier this week, the Supreme Court voted to uphold the law that would shut the app down, set to take effect tomorrow unless TikTok's China-based parent company agrees to sell the company before then. China. ABC's Alex Brachet joins me now live with more. Alex, this showdown is escalating, and now we are hearing from the White House and President-elect Trump on the issue. Trump even saying he may step in once he takes office. What's the latest at this hour?
Hey, Phil, you're absolutely right. And look, I mean, there has been a back and forth in the courts on this. But what's interesting about where we stand right now is that it appears that there is no indication from the Biden administration or even from the Trump administration that there is a push to have TikTok banned. We've seen the Biden administration basically say that, you know, this is something that Trump will have to act on. And even today, the president-elect telling our Rachel Scott that he says that more than likely he will given an extension of about 90 days to figure something out on this TikTok thing. Now, TikTok has said that it will go dark starting at midnight, which right now the Biden administration is kind of slamming TikTok and their CEO, saying that the decision or the threat to go dark is, quote, a stunt, and also saying that we have no reason for TikTok or other companies to take action in the next few days before the Trump administration takes action.
It's a stunt? I don't know if it was a stunt. Maybe it was, but the fact is that, you know, there was threats of massive fines and all this other shit. It's unclear to me whether it was a stunt or whether it wasn't. Alright, let's keep it going. BBC News. TikTok goes offline in US hours before ban could do to
TikTok has
come.
stopped working in the United States. It's disappeared from Apple and Google app stores too, as part of a blackout ahead of a law implementing its shutdown. The US has cited national security concerns about the Chinese-owned video app, but President-elect Donald Trump has said he will probably give it a 90-day reprieve from the ban. Well, let's speak to a North America technology correspondent, Lily Jamali, who's in San Francisco for us. So, Lily, just tell us what happens when people in America try to access TikTok at the moment.
Well, I can tell you from personal experience, because I have it pulled up right here on my phone, that I'm getting a message that says, sorry, TikTok isn't available right now. And I imagine the 170 million other American users are now getting that very same message. It then says that a law banning TikTok has been enacted. That's part of the story here. That's part of the law that was passed by Congress last year, which you mentioned went through on national security grounds, concerns about Chinese ownership of the app. But left out in this statement by TikTok is the fact that TikTok and its Chinese owner, they've had 9 months to sell this app to a U.S. buyer, and they didn't do that. Of course, both of these options are clearly unsavory to the company. But at this point, you know, they have exhausted every legal avenue at their disposal. They've taken this to a U.S. appeals court where the law was upheld. The Supreme Court did the same on Friday. They do, of course, have an ally, as you noted, in President-elect Donald Trump, who takes office the day after, so tomorrow on Monday. And he, as you mentioned, has said he will try to enact he's likely to, is the phrasing that he used, to enact a reprieve of about 3 months. The question is whether legally he can actually do that.
And so
because of the law.
Why has the company chosen to effect this ban, even though it has, you know, a very powerful ally in Donald Trump? Talk us through the ecosystem about how Americans access TikTok and the companies that could have been liable if they'd continued making it accessible.
Well, as of right now, this law is in force. Donald Trump is not the president. Joe Biden is the president, as you know. And even though Joe Biden has said, his administration has said that they will not enforce this law, companies involved here are technically flouting the law if they continued to uphold the status quo. So that would include companies like Oracle, the web hosting service. They basically have all this data on their servers. And so they have taken action, presumably. You mentioned the app stores. So Apple and Google administer the biggest app stores in the United States, where most Americans go to
5,000 a download
app to put TikTok on their devices. These various aspects of the ecosystem, these different companies all faced legal action if they didn't do something as of Sunday.
It's making me very hungry.
And they also faced potentially very steep fines.
Why is it every time we talk about TikTok, they have to put pictures of delicious looking food in front of me? It's very unhelpful because I'm stuck to doing the stream. I can't be just eating. Who am I, Hassan? I can't just be sitting here shoving my face full of noodles and burritos or whatever else and also talking. That's too much.
That's too much, man.
All right. Well, here's news from 10 hours ago. TikTok restores U.S. service and thanks Donald Trump. Thank you, Supreme Leader.
TikTok announced it was restoring service to users in the U.S. on Sunday after it briefly went dark in anticipation of a law forcing it to shut down in the country. The video sharing app said the reversal was thanks to U.S. President-elect Donald Trump, who said he would revive the app in the U.S. after he was sworn into office on Monday.
I did everything
a bipartisan
right
law
and
had
they
threatened to
indicted
force
me.
TikTok to either divest its U.S. operations or shut down,
the
citing
volume
national
so
security
quiet?
concerns and data risks due to the app's Chinese parent company, ByteDance. A unanimous U.S. Supreme Court upheld the law on Friday. But on Sunday, Trump wrote on Truth Social that he would postpone the period of time before the law took effect and set a goal, 50% ownership in the app by U.S. investors. He said, quote, by doing...
And of course, I mean, this is just a thought, right? This is not agreed upon whatsoever. It's my initial thought. It's a joint venture between the current owners and or new owners. Like, this is not real. He's not actually... Nothing has actually happened yet. He's just, as always, prevaricated. Right? He is basically lied about the existence of any sort of deal and just taking credit for whatever he can. Right? I mean, like, and the fact is Donald Trump, of course, is the one who first floated the idea of banning TikTok. And then over the last 4 years, our government just sort of got on board with this idea, put it into law. And now that he's coming in, he's like, I'm going to save it. Don't worry, everybody. Wasn't my idea in the first place. Terrible plan. Who started this? Me? What? No.
Give me a joke. Now, I don't want reality.
All right. Let's go here. Wait, actually, this is probably a good time for us to take a quick break. Don't worry though, chat, we have a whole bunch more content coming at you soon thanks to our space fams. All of you who have helped contribute on this stream, you donated, and you made that goal happen. Even though it says 0 out of 5, YouTube's just lying to us. We got it. We got there. And so we're going to take that quick space break. Here. Alright everybody, I hope you've been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Both incredibly important, as they do help out, even in ways you don't see. Now, while you're doing those two very important things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. And we count on your support here, month in, month out, to keep the lights on here at the Galactic Space Station. So many great ways for you to do that, of course. YouTube, I actually, with all the super chats and super stickers we've done today, I would recommend anybody who's still considering contributing further today to become a member on YouTube, so you can get all of those awesome galactic emotes that I have worked, and some of the mods have worked painstakingly on getting to you. And YouTube membership, I think, is only $3 US. That's right. You can get baker's dozen YouTube emotes for cheap price. Certainly less than a dozen eggs. And even, I think it does more, right? Wait, what does it do? Oh, the feeling of galacticness, of course. Alright, chat. What else we got? Oh yeah, if you don't want any benefits, I guess you could go to Cash App or PayPal and just give us money, just because of how much you love the content. But if you want more space benefits, you could become a Galactic Patron on Patreon, which is also, I think, the same price as our YouTube memberships. I think I did that on purpose. And so yeah, you can also get even more benefits there, like getting an avatar on stream and shoutouts and so much more. Alright chat, enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, perhaps a snack, and I'll be right back. break there because the rest of the galactic content's about to start coming at you in just a second. Fix that situation while I'm doing that. Okay. Actually back this time, sorry. I lied to you. Okay. What are we doing? Yes. Talking about TikTok. Alright, let's go here. South China Morning Post. 3 hours ago. TikTok is back online.
What?
Apparently it is, according to South China Morning Post. Let's find out if that's true. Oh my god. The music they're using. TikTok is back online. Welcome back. Thanks for your patience and support. As a result of President Trump's efforts, TikTok is back in the US. TikTok stopped working for American users on January 18th, just before the ban took effect. This music is badass, but Trump said he would now issue an executive order to restore TikTok. They're really... It's like a party in here right now. In agreement with our service providers, TikTok is in the process of restoring service. We thank President Trump for providing the necessary clarity and assurance to our service providers that we will face no penalties, providing TikTok to over 170 million Americans and allowing over 7 million small businesses to thrive. It's a strong stand for the First Amendment and against arbitrary censorship. We will work with President Trump on a long-term solution. Well, there you go, people. According to TikTok, Donald Trump has saved the app. Let's get a little bit more into that. Did Donald Trump save TikTok? I don't know, but Hassan is claiming to have the answers here on his YouTube channel. This just got posted 30 minutes ago. Breaking news, my God.
Why are people so weird about, like, giving Trump credit, even if you're being apprehensive with the credit that you're giving? Like, even if you understand that things may fall apart down the line, people get very weird about that. Like, you don't have to deny reality. You know what I mean? It's not a partisan situation at all sometimes. Because he banned it? No, he didn't. He wanted to ban it, okay, by executive order initially. And you know who actually did ban it? The Democrats did. Under Democratic leadership, under a Democratic president, the Democratic president signed it into law. They found the bipartisan support to actually get it banned.
I mean, technically, Republicans have a majority right now. That's why the speaker is Republican. So it was a combination. Like you said, it's a very bipartisan effort, if anything. It's not just the Democrats. It's everyone in government didn't like this. Literally, right? Congress, Republicans have had a majority since 2022.
They found the bipartisan support to actually get it banned. A major thing that actually pushed it over the finish line, helped the TikTok ban cross over the finish line, and the legislative side of things was specifically the influence of the pro-Israeli lobby and their efforts, because they hated that there was too many people talking about Palestine on there. Okay, ironically enough. And the Democratic Party was like, no, we have arrested 3,500 students so far. And we also will take away your treats in this really silly way, even though, lo and behold, as I correctly and consistently have said, Americans have nothing. The only thing they have is treats. If you take their treats away, they will lose their minds. So guess what? You know who took it back? You know who was at least giving it a stay on the execution? Donald Trump. That's just the reality. It's so strange that people just like are refusing this.
Hassan, you're kind of evincing the fact that Joe Biden refused to actually keep this thing, this ban in place, right? I'm sure maybe he didn't see it. I mean, it was a very short, quick announcement that once again, Democrats refused to take the victory lap on something, even though it was really victory undeserved. But I guess my point is neither Trump or really, who do we even give credit to in this case, right? Because, like I just said, Joe Biden, the president currently, refused to enforce the ban, and now Donald Trump is saying we'll see what happens, but for now it's fine. So it's just bipartisanship across the board more than anything. We can't give any one person or group the fault or the credit in this case, in my estimation.
Refusing to recognize the honest reality here. It's so strange to me that people would just actively deny reality in the interest of some weird partisan thing, in the interest of maintaining some kind of partisan perspective at a time when the Democratic Party has abandoned you. The Democratic Party has abandoned all of us, and they seemingly will never learn from their lessons. It's not a team sport at all to me. Okay, I'm calling balls and I'm calling strikes. Trump is great at creating a mess and getting credit for cleaning it up, but yeah, this was an easy layup from Dems, just like Gaza and immigration. No, I think that in terms of who is most responsible for TikTok getting banned, it's not Trump. Trump was nowhere near power when TikTok got banned through Congress. What are we talking about? Yeah, he initially wanted to ban it via executive order many years ago when he was president. He couldn't do it. And guess what? The Democrats were like, no, it's fine. We'll do it. He started the conversation. That's cope. You guys are coping. Trump started a million different conversations when he was in office. What are we talking about? Trump SCOTUS upheld the ban. Double cope, triple cope. It was a 9-0 unanimous decision. It was a Democratic Party legislative agenda item. It was deeply unpopular.
The 9-0 decision. Are you talking about the Supreme Court? Because it's 6-3 Republican to Democrat. So if we're going to talk about the Supreme Court, definitely Republicans in that case, right? Right, Hassan?
Legislative agenda item. It was deeply unpopular, and for some weird reason, I could see how unpopular it was when it was happening, and yet they couldn't until the very last second when people went, "Oh no, I didn't realize."
Am I gonna get canceled for disagreeing with Hassan right now?
And yet they couldn't until the very last second when people went, "Oh no, I didn't realize this was gonna be bad. Oh my God." So it was bipartisan. This is idiotic. You are playing an idiotic game.
No, it was definitely bipartisan.
You are playing an idiotic game here. It is, of course, it's bipartisan. Republicans are always going to push for awful shit regardless. It is up to the Democrats who are in charge at that point to not push this silly, stupid legislative item. You are being ridiculous. What is this weird attitude that people have where they just constantly are just well, the Democrats are powerless, they're babies, they're stupid, they don't know what's happening. It's no, they made an incredibly stupid, incredibly unpopular decision. I'm beginning to feel like a lot of the reasons why the Democrats get away with this is because of the mentality that is baked into our minds. Is the reason you have more smoke against Dems than Republicans because they're the opposition party? The reason why I have more smoke for the Democrats against the Republicans is because, first of all, that's not true. I have more smoke for Republicans than Democrats always. But the reason why I'm yelling at my chat right now is because they refuse to recognize reality. And there is nothing that is more annoying to me than a group of people who routinely undermine the reality that is in front of everyone's eyes, where they just look for an alternative way to message around it, where they're like, no, you don't understand. It was actually Trump that wanted to do it. Okay, so we should just kept the ban in place. Why didn't he keep the ban in place? Why is he saying he wants to give it a stay of execution? Why did he successfully give it a stay of execution as the incoming president? Please stop. This is not a politically sound way to operate, but more importantly than that,
I don't think the way that Hassan's talking right now, I don't think he did hear about Joe Biden saying he wasn't going to enforce the ban. Because that clearly that definitely happened. We talked about it just yesterday.
More importantly than politics, you're basically training yourself to deny reality at the behest of a party that has abandoned you, instead of trying to get your party, if you are a Democrat, to wake the f up. Okay? It's truly ridiculous. So what is your point, though? People are trying to rationalize all this. What do you recommend us to do? I recommend you to all open your eyes and don't lean into false narratives because you feel as though...
I mean, my eyes are pretty open right now, Hassan, and from what I can see, it was a fully bipartisan effort, right? Started with Donald Trump. He wanted to do it, but he didn't get it done. Then it basically got introduced into Congress once it got taken by Republicans in 2023, right, in the House, and then a bipartisan group of senators passed it, and then a Democratic president signed it. It's the most bipartisan thing I think I've ever heard of. This just, that's where I'm at on this, right? And then the same thing for the unbanning with Joe Biden first saying, I'm not going to do it. Not gonna do it.
Not going to do it.
Wouldn't be prudent.
At this juncture.
And then Donald Trump's like, it's not necessarily banned. We got 90. We'll give you 90 days. It's, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
It is more beneficial for the Democratic Party in an effort to defend the Democratic Party and their incompetence. It's so silly. It's so stupid. It is proof that TikTok broke brains. Even if you're on TikTok's side, you have to understand the way people are acting about this is childish and low-key insane. No, it's not. I think you're being childish and insane if you don't recognize that an application that 170 million people were using to communicate with one another, more importantly than that, 7 million small businesses had started on. 7 million people were relying on TikTok for, you know, income. And it's not just like dance people, okay? It's not just
those
like
numbers
people
are
doing
all
dances
right.
and making money off of doing advertising. Even then, that's just like one of the only viable economies remaining in this country. So what the are you supposed to do? But outside of that, there's people that are making, you know, belt buckles. There's people that are making bags. There are people that are making things and selling it on the TikTok shop. And you're just gonna rip that away for what reason? For no reason whatsoever? Ridiculous. It's completely out of control. The people that
Technically, Biden wanted, if he wanted credit, he could have vetoed it initially. Absolutely. I mean, he should have. But I mean, once again, you know, Democrats were either ignoring the pulse or just, you know, not near it. And it took way too long for them to figure out just how unpopular this ban was for whatever reason. And that's where we're at right now. I think it was the little red note which took them to this level. They were like, oh, never mind. Actually, banning no, we take it back. No, we don't want you on a Chinese Communist Party, a real Chinese Communist Party app, not the one that we were fear-mongering about.
think like, no, it's actually totally understandable. We should entertain stuff like this. We should entertain ridiculous things that the Democratic Party does like this. Why? Because I don't like it personally. Come on now. Giving Trump praise is exactly what he wants, saying Trump saved TikTok when he still agrees with the bill passed. No, he doesn't. Because if he agreed with the bill that passed, he wouldn't have passed the bill. I mean, he wouldn't have stopped the stay of execution. What? It's so stupid. They don't sell them or see your friends 50%, then TikTok will be banned once again. Don't fall this propaganda.
I'm sorry, people. I'm really in disagreement with Hassan. It feels like Hassan, I don't think he's doing it intentionally. I don't think he even knows that Biden did this. I think he's just sort of talking out of his ass right now. Because this isn't actually, meeting up with reality.
I don't want reality.
Because Joe Biden did it first. He put a stay of execution on TikTok. He said, actually, I'd take it back. I'm going to let Donald Trump decide. Right? So really, it was both of them. Right? And so, it's a weird vibe. It's a weird vibe, Hassan. I usually respect most of the things Hassan says, his takes.
Guys, hello?
Generally speaking.
What are you saying? If he agreed with the ban, he would have banned it. If he agreed with the ban, he would have banned it. What propaganda are we talking about? He would have just let it happen. Like, there's nothing in this for him to defend TikTok's honor or whatever.
If he really wanted it
I don't think you guys understand how comprehensive of a bill this was.
But of course,
I don't think you understand. The way the Democrats wrote this bill was so...
Let's not forget that Donald Trump is saying that he still wants it to be sold, which, explicitly ByteDance said they're not going to do. So who knows if this thing is even going to happen, okay? We're saying it right now that it's been stopped for now. But it's even if, it is 90 days, I don't see how they're going to be able to convince ByteDance to sell off part of their company. Maybe it'll work. I don't know. It should be interesting to see what would happen in that case. Because that is the proposal right now by Donald Trump, right? Is that during that 90-day period, they're floating different buyers of TikTok, right? Who are going to buy a majority interest in the company, which would essentially take away ByteDance's control of the company. Once again, a thing that they have said time and time again they don't want to do, right? So, to me, it just feels like an oasis, right? It's an illusion. People will grasp at TikTok and then it'll disappear again by March. Or April, whatever it is.
And where they were like, you either divest from this company that is very profitable, or you're done. And not only, they wouldn't even punish TikTok directly, they would punish every other, they would punish every other American corporation
Poor
for
Apple,
having
poor
its hands
Google.
on TikTok. Servers that run TikTok servers would get punished. Apple would get punished for having it on the App Store. Google would get punished for having it on the Android Store. This is a very comprehensive piece of legislation that extends beyond the next 4 years. It was a 5-year piece of legislation as well. ISPs would get punished. $5,000 per person that is actively using TikTok. With 170 million people, that is like $800 billion in damages. Like, this is an incredibly dangerous precedent. I talked about this quite a bit.
Well, I mean, they're talking about
quite a bit yesterday.
They're not talking about $5,000 for every download that happened before the ban. They're talking about $5,000 for every person that downloaded it after the ban takes place, right? So it's not like 170 million people are going to go and re-download the app. So I don't think that number checks out.
For the past couple of months, as a matter of fact. This is not just about like, oh, I like TikTok, I enjoy using it, and you're taking away my treat. This is not that at all. This is a far greater issue than simply the government taking away your treat. The fact that treats are the only thing that motivate the broader American public, and treats are the only thing that hold this entire social fabric together, because without treats you have literally nothing. Then you recognize that you don't have healthcare, the roads are and you'll never be able to retire, and life is utterly dog, right? And your rent is too.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely that part of it. And that's the thing that I think they hate, is that, you know, Americans are going over and finding out that much of, you know, many aspects of a Chinese system don't include the same sort of horrifying things that we have to deal with as Americans, especially as it relates to things like healthcare. But yeah, the do we have 70 likes right now? Is that what you're saying to me? Oh no, we're near it. Wow, we are nearly 70 likes today. That's a lot of likes. Wait a second. Yesterday I didn't. Oh my god, I almost forgot. Hold on, I almost forgot. I don't know how I forgot this. But if you recall, yesterday you all went over, and I don't think anybody even called me on it. But I remember. Okay. I have a galactic memory of steel. I remember. You actually are owed one from yesterday. My god, it's getting crowded on the left side. Look at it. Look at these guys over here. All right. Let's go back to listen to Hassan over here postulate about all this. Whoa. Why are you doing this to me? Please hold. Why is my computer betraying me?
Much, and you can't afford nice things. All of a sudden, when you take that last treat away, people are going to go, what the hell is this about then? And that's precisely what happened during COVID as well. And there was a good reason to deny some treats during COVID. There's no good reason to deny this treat, okay? It's so shocking to me, personally, that liberals have this tendency to look at something when any politician actually responds to public pressure in a positive way, okay? They go, that's bad. That's automatically bad. I'm going to yell about that. I'm going to be against it. Inherently, I'm anti that.
That's not what I'm doing.
A bad guy did it.
That's
Trump
not what
is
I'm
still
doing.
a very bad guy. He is not a good guy at all. He's a horrible guy. Starting Tuesday, ICE raids are going to start in Chicago. You'll see how bad of a guy he is then.
I still disagree with that part of this take from Hassan. I don't think that what I'm doing is just going bad man bad right now, okay? I'm saying a situation more complicated than appears and or is being touted right now.
Me, okay? But there is no reason to look at the situation and deny reality. It doesn't make any sense. It does not make any sense whatsoever to look at the situation and not recognize who the real perpetrators are and how they, in the most incompetent ways possible, gave Donald Trump a massive opportunity to present himself as this savior of this incredibly popular app against the incredibly unpopular thing that Congress had done in a bipartisan manner. That was still, at the end of the day, signed into law by the Democratic administration. This is in the hands of the Democratic Party. So looking at a person, looking at any politician that responds to public pressure in a positive way and immediately going, no, I'm against it because the other team did this, is stupid. It's incredibly stupid. It's incredibly dumb. And I need you to understand that. And I need you to never do this. Please don't do this.
Oh my
Being
God.
a partisan in
Hassan
this
is so
regard
upset
so
over
silly
this.
because
I don't understand why he's so upset over this. For fuck's sake, pal.
denying abject reality that is in front of you. It's the same as like thinking, no, Trump's influence played no role in pressuring Israel. Trump's influence played no role in pressuring Israel whatsoever to actually come to terms with the ceasefire agreement. Like, it's ridiculous. So what happened for the past 15 months? Biden couldn't exert his influence, but then all of a sudden at the last second he was able to? No, of course not. That's precisely the reason why everyone is saying, no, this was Trump.
And that's also not what I've been saying either, right? Like I've been saying that Donald Trump played very little role in this, and but what I've been saying is it's not Democrats, but it was the IDF petition that said that they refused to continue fighting in Gaza. It was the ring of protesters around Israeli parliament in Jerusalem. It was, it was factors on the ground that aren't being talked about nearly at all. The videos that we watched earlier had so few views, it's like they didn't even happen. But here we watch the niche. We look at all of the very least watched videos on the internets. And I just have a slightly more nuanced take than I think Hassan has in this moment. I'm sorry. Sorry for any of you. And the fact is, I generally am a Hassan lover. I watch, I've been subscribed to Hassan's channel on Twitch for fucking hell, years, at least since the pandemic, when he was like blowing up and playing like Among Us, like definitely at least around that time. I just think this is a bad Hassan take. We're gonna move on. He's yelling too much. There's too much Hassan yelling, even for me. All right, let's move it along. Go to one more story in Asia before we go on to the true bonus content that I had been adding, although that technically counted as one. Because I definitely threw that one in there after the fact. But I still have one last story that was planning on watching on the regular part of the stream that we didn't get to yet in India. At the oh god, what's the name of this festival? I can't remember the name of this festival. But there's a huge pilgrimage that's happening in India right now, Hindu festival, where millions and millions of people have been showing up. Let's go here to this fucking tragedy which is unfolding. As you can see here, a bunch of tents, which I believe were essentially like vendor tents, caught fire quite suddenly. As you can see, a whole, it must be like 30, 40 tents here, maybe less, but like a large portion of tents, this festival is, because we saw some of the other footage of this. Like I said, there are millions and millions and millions of people all packed into one area. This becomes a huge danger really quickly. A fire, and I don't know if people were injured during this. There's no information on this video aside from the footage itself. I don't know if people died. It's unclear. Just, I guess, pray to Gary. Pray for the best. Hopefully nobody died in this fire here. Now, let's go on back to the United States, since it's now technically Monday in at least 2 time zones, 3 time zones actually, in the United States. I figured we'd get back to talking about this, that being the very, very near future Donald Trump presidency, which we are going to be probably covering the inauguration today. At least that's my plan. Hopefully I wake up early enough and manage to do that. I think it's supposed to start at like 12:30. But it's Sunday Fun Day still technically in parts of the US. So we have one Sunday Fun Day. Actually, I'm definitely going to get copyright claimed on this one. I'm going to have to cut this one out. Do I do this right now? I don't think I am. I'm going to skip it because I think SNL forces me to cut the whole clip out. And it's gonna delete all of the chats. God damn it. Fuck you, SNL. I want to have a little bit of fun. This looked really fun. I haven't even seen it yet. It was probably funny. Fuck it. Let's go here. Take a look back at the presidency of Joseph R. Biden.
I'm staying in the race.
We're just going to be looking? Are you going to say anything?
Joe
AP?
Biden is finishing his term as president, and he's wrapping up a very long political career. But it's not ending the way he wanted it to.
Oh, no way.
Biden hoped to defeat Donald Trump and his political movement, and he had ambitious plans for remaking American government and American foreign policy. Although he accomplished some of those things, he also failed to prevent Donald Trump from returning to the White House. Now, with Trump preparing to become president again, we're taking stock of Biden's legacy over the last 4 years and what he accomplished during his time in office.
Wow, this is really great stuff here, AP. Pictures.
Biden's first challenge as president was the coronavirus pandemic. He hoped to distribute vaccines and get the country reopened. However, it was much more difficult than expected. Americans were left frustrated by a series of variants of the virus that continued to kill people long after they expected the pandemic to be over.
This is the most awkwardly edited video I think I've ever seen.
Although Biden's first priority was the pandemic, he also had visions of a president.
Here's a question, AP. Why didn't you combine these two things? It would have been so easy. It would have been so easy. Why didn't they just put the voice under the video of the photos? This way we wouldn't be awkwardly broken up like this. This is such a weird video.
Much like one of his political heroes, Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Oh my God.
Biden hung a portrait of the former president in the Oval Office, and he talked about ambitious plans that were along the lines of FDR's New Deal.
There we go. Back to an awkward cut to just photos with no sound. Thank you, AP. This is really great stuff. There we go. There's Joe Biden sitting with Vladimir Zelensky in the Oval Office.
He wanted to expand social services. He wanted new educational programs. And he also wanted a massive new infrastructure law. Some of these things came to pass. The infrastructure law, for example, has laid the groundwork for new roads and bridges and other projects around the country. There's also billions of dollars for clean energy initiatives and domestic manufacturing of computer chips. Other things never did get done. Those educational and social programs, he was never able to get through Congress.
Here's photos of Joe Biden's signing laws with Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi
Despite Biden's
clapping.
legislative accomplishments, inflation turned out to be a problem throughout much of his term. It was very frustrating for Americans who, even though they were more likely to have a job, were less likely to be able to afford necessities like food and housing.
Here's a picture of Joe Biden giving a speech at the Growing the Economy, the Middle Out Method Conference. That's an awkward name for a conference. Joe Biden
Another
pointing his
challenge
finger.
for Biden was managing the influx of migrants at the country's southern border. The spectacle of uncontrolled migration increased anger at his administration.
Okay, I can't keep doing this. This is the worst video I've ever seen. AP, be better. You know, that's all I've got to say right now. I often have criticisms for your journalism, but this time it's just for the editing. Come on, just come on.
Come on!
Okay, let's just go here now. See some of the preparations ahead of Donald Trump's second inauguration.
And just days before President-elect Donald Trump's inauguration, brutal cold is forcing the ceremony indoors for the first time since 1985. Workers now scrambling to prepare the Capitol Rotunda. Our White House correspondent Mary Alice Parks joins us with the big changes. And Mary Alice, what can we expect?
Yeah, it is hard to believe that inauguration weekend is here. It has been months of planning and security preparations. They actually start building the platforms and infrastructure around town before the election. But now a major scramble this weekend after that decision to move the events inside to a space that can only fit a fraction of the VIP guests.
This morning, just 48 hours until Donald Trump's second inauguration, last-minute changes and a major scramble in Washington, D.C. The president-elect now choosing to move his ceremonies inside, citing the Arctic blast set to hit the nation's capital Monday. A forecasted high of 23 degrees in Washington. With the wind chill for much of the day, it will feel
23
like 7
degrees. Come on.
I don't want to see people
Is that
hurt
so
or
scary? 23 degrees.
in any way, Trump writing on Truth Social. Therefore, I've ordered the inauguration address, in addition to prayers and other speeches, to be delivered in the in the United States Capitol Rotunda. The last indoor inauguration 40 years ago. In 1985, Ronald Reagan was sworn into his second term in the Rotunda.
So help me God. Congratulations, sir.
The temperature then just 7 degrees. The coldest inauguration since,
Oh.
back in 2009, Barack Obama taking the oath in 28-degree weather.
Congratulations.
Oh, not as good as Obama. Better switch it back outside, people. Can't be worse than Obama.
The Joint Congressional Inaugural Committee acknowledging the vast majority of ticketed guests will not be able to attend the ceremonies in person in the new location. No traditional parade down
I wonder if
Pennsylvania
they'll get
Avenue.
refunds.
Instead, many festivities moved inside to the Capital One Arena. And overnight, scenes of the transition. From the State Department to the Justice Department to
Oh,
the
God.
Pentagon,
Oh,
fighting
God.
cabinet officials
Oh,
saying
God.
their farewells with staff cheering.
Those three people are getting replaced by, in order, I believe, Marco Rubio, Pam Bondi, and Pete Hegseth, right?
Goodbyes.
Oh, God.
As Trump's nominees wrapped a
Somehow
busy
we
week
got
of Senate
worse.
confirmation hearings.
Somehow we got
South
worse.
Dakota Governor Kristi Noem, nominated to be the
Puppy
next
killer.
Secretary of Homeland Security, facing tough questions about Trump's pledge to conduct mass deportations and his previous record separating families, promising to make good on Trump's hardline immigration proposals.
If confirmed as secretary, I'll ensure that our exceptional, extraordinary Border Patrol agents have all the tools
To kill all the puppies. Okay, thanks, Christy. Gonna give the border agents as many tools as they need to kill all the puppies. Puppy murderer. You should be ashamed of yourself.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Alright, now let's see what's been going on. Ooh, what's that? Donald Trump and Melania? Oh, wait, let's go to this. What is this? It's a Donald Trump mega party. What is a Donald Trump mega party? I don't know what that means.
Which is, unheard of, especially, I shouldn't say this, for a Republican. The Republicans are actually becoming the mainstream party. And
That little kid looks so awkward. Why is she there? India's richest person, Mukesh Ambani, at the Trump Gala. Ooh, exciting. Kalpesh Mehta, Indian partner for Trump Towers, also seen. Mukesh Ambani accompanied by wife Nita Ambani. Oh. Don't worry, chat. I know people said they're getting rid of DEI, but they're going to keep it in one place. DEI of billionaires. Going to make sure we get all of the billionaires across the planet to contribute, to participate in Donald Trump's future administration. Ooh, look at that. Sweet, sweet Woodang. Thank you, PB. Loving it. That Woodang looks very surprised. All right. Let's go on to here. This was President-elect Trump alongside contractually obligated wife Melania as they delivered remarks at the Inauguration Eve dinner. I guess this happened after the party at MSG. Here's Forbes breaking news. What is that outfit? Why does Melania look like she's in Star Wars right now? Look at this outfit. What is this? They even kind of got the Star Wars-esque music, the trumpets. Got the horn section here. Wow. We're gonna take over space, people. Get ready.
Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. It's been a very big day, and tomorrow's going to be an even bigger day.
Very biggest, some say.
Especially thank you all.
Even though
for
we're
being
keeping
here
everybody
on
from
the
coming.
eve of one of the most important days in the history of our country. The day we save our nation and begin to make America great again. I'm thrilled to share this special moment with so many friends and supporters. You are a very extraordinary crowd of people. You're the men and women who helped make this momentous day possible, and I'm incredibly grateful.
Now, I know this is from directly or shortly after the Madison Square Garden rally, but the energy here, I mean, within a few hours, Donald Trump sounds like he's fucking ready to pass out. Listen to this guy. He's like, oh, everything is very good right now, actually. A little tired, past my nap time, but it's all very good. I don't know. Melania told me I had to come out and do a speech, but kind of tired right now.
And supporters, you are a very extraordinary crowd of people.
Listen to
You're the men
him.
and women who helped make this momentous day possible, and I'm incredibly grateful for your love.
Run out of
and support
Sudafed
and
back there?
generosity. You've been amazing.
What's going on?
Our journey has not been an easy one, as you perhaps have seen. A lot of people said that was an impossible journey, but here we are.
Oh my God.
We stuck together through every...
I just had some weird... Okay, this is a complete fantasy. Okay, but at that moment, when I was talking about that, the only thing I could think of... I looked over at Melania's face, and I was like, oh my God. Melania poisoned Donald Trump. She was waiting this whole time for him to get in office so she could poison him and become the best president ever.
Challenge and obstacle, and we stood strong for our country and for our freedom. And this is not my victory. This is our
Everybody
victory.
be based.
Everybody in this room. Thank you. Over the past 8 years, we've built a new political coalition of hardworking patriots of every race, religion, color, and creed, youth, women, African American, and you know that
all of the
we
people.
set every record there is with African Americans and every record
All
there is with
records.
Hispanic Americans, union members, and so many others. This is a once-in-a-lifetime realignment that will endure and lead America for generations to come. This was a very, very special time in our country's history. So as we begin this exciting new chapter, I especially want to thank my family, starting with our great First Lady, Melania. Thank you, Melania.
She definitely poisoned him. We're gonna have
And a very
We're gonna have the
special
first woman president.
Thanks to our outstanding
It's gonna be a
Vice
little
President-elect
circuitous.
J.D. Vance, along with his...
It's definitely. I can already feel it. It's coming. It is coming, people. Well, my chat froze. Oh, there we go.
incredible wife, Usha Vance. Great. Thank you, J.D.
Gotta love that, Usha.
Fantastic job.
Donald
Thank you
Trump
very
spent a lot
much,
of quality time with my wife.
And I have to call out somebody that's very special, who we put into a position that she knew nothing about other than she's an extraordinarily competent person, and she learned everything she needed to learn probably in the first day. And that's Laura Trump, who became the head, along with Michael, of the Republican Party, and she ran a tough group of people, and we made it too big to rig. They tried, but they couldn't get past her and Michael, so I want to thank both of you. It's a fantastic job that you did. Thank you, Laura. Thank you very much. Tonight, I also want to thank Speaker Mike Johnson, Senators Rick Scott. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. He's the nicest man. He's actually a killer, I have to be honest with you, but everybody thinks he's the nicest man. He reminds me of Witkoff. Everyone says Witkoff's the nicest guy.
Really?
But he's not. Not at all.
Yeah,
Just
no kidding.
happens to be very capable. But Mike is something because everyone likes him. And when you have a majority of about 2, it's going up to 5, but right now we're 2 because I brilliantly decided I wanted 3 people. Sorry I had to do that. It just was really testing you, Mike, to see how good you really were. It's a test. But he's done an amazing
no
job.
energy.
He's going to be a great
Very
speaker.
tired.
Senators
It's past my
Rick
bedtime.
Scott, David McCormick, Eric Schmidt.
The very, very
Bill
tired
Hagerty, along with
boy.
Representatives Jason Smith, Tom Cole.
It's hard
Elisa.
being awake
Former
for 12
Speaker
hours.
Kevin McCarthy is here.
Don't worry, I can be president
Governor
24 hours a day. It'll be
Sanders,
fine.
Patrick Morrissey.
This is not
co-chairs,
foreshadowing
Steve
at
Witkoff.
all.
Thank you, Steve. What a job. Just got back from the Middle East. He had a little project that he did very well on. And we took in the first hostages today, and they're coming in tomorrow, and they're going to keep coming in. And
I feel like Melania is waiting for it to
we
fall
take
over.
office, even though the other administration,
Is he
I'll be
dead
nice
yet?
tonight, the other administration says, well, they didn't have too much to do with it, did they? No, not at all.
General
Just happened to be
palpitations.
the day before we took office. But you were fantastic,
It's a good
Steve,
one.
and I
I like
appreciate
that.
it.
It's on
And
brand.
Kelly Loeffler and Miriam Adelson. Where is Miriam Adelson? She's so fantastic. Thank you, Miriam. She is a fantastic woman. She was very generous, as were many of the people in this room. And countless other
Everybody was
distinguished
generous when they were
guests. Let
filleting me
Also
backstage.
express my appreciation for all of the
So generous
members
with the
of our
balls.
incoming cabinet who are all here and who have stepped forward to serve. And they're doing really well in the process. And the senators, the Republican senators, have been very understanding and very professional. We appreciate it so far. Now, if that changes, I'll let you know. I'll let John know. This will be among the most talented teams ever assembled, and we're getting tremendous credit for that, by the way. And together we will make America stronger and prouder than ever before. This group of people is extraordinary. Tomorrow we will end 4 years of failure, disaster, and decline.
You can barely read the speech. Low light.
And we will begin
Use his
the 4
glasses.
greatest years in the history of our country. We're going to turn it around. We're going to turn it around quick, and we're going to do things that nobody thought even were possible. We're inheriting a nation faced with crises at home and abroad, but I will describe in my inaugural address tomorrow. Can you believe it? Tomorrow. It's been a long 4 years. Nasty. It's
The
been a
nastiest
nasty
4 years.
My administration will take immediate and decisive action to confront every single problem America faces and put our nation back on the path to success and greatness. Within hours of taking office, I will sign dozens of executive orders, close to 100 to be exact.
Wow.
Many of which I will be describing.
And people said that they didn't have a, you know, like, I love how Donald Trump, Project 25, never heard of it. Actually, I've got 100 executive orders straight out the book, ready to go. I tricked you all. Here comes Project 2025. I know people were talking about it a lot, and that's why I pretended like it didn't exist, but now that I'm a president, well, no reason to lean away. We've got the whole book to throw at you, ready to go.
My address tomorrow. We will not waste a single moment in delivering on our promises to the people. The Trump administration will again live by the motto, promises made, promises kept. And
Solo
we kept those
energy
promises.
president.
We had a very, very successful last administration, and this one I think is
Melania's towering
going
over
to
Donald
be
Trump right
even
now.
more
He looks like a little midget next to her. He's like a weak man.
successful, maybe a lot more
a
successful
beta.
if that's possible.
Beta male.
Less than 24 hours from now, the invasion of our borders will end and the restoration of our sovereignty will begin. We will stop immediately criminals from pouring into our country from countries all over the world. That will stop immediately. we will quickly defeat the inflation crisis and unlock the liquid gold. You know what liquid gold is? We have more than anybody under our feet. In other words, we will drill, baby drill, and get those prices down. And
where is this being held? Is this in one of Donald Trump's hotels? I think it is. I think this has to be one of his hotels. Oh, the National Building Museum. Okay, it's right there in front of me. It's been there the whole time. Okay, cool. Well, there you go. Inauguration Eve dinner. I wonder how much a plate cost at this puppy. Let's look that up. Just for fun. See how much people are paying to be in proximity to Donald Trump. Whoa! Oh my God. No. $500,000? No. No. What? That can't be right. Get the fuck out. Oh, it's like a... Oh, I see. Oh my God. Wow. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Let's see who showed up to this little dinner. This also was breaking 3 hours ago. Let's take a little peek here. Oh, look at this stuffy fucking occasion. Gotta get the quartet playing in the background for all these fascists. It's kind of perfect when you think about it. Is that Janine Pirro? It's Judge Janine. Gotta have Judge Janine. Very best judge I've ever met. It's not a criminal. Can't quite make out who that is. Is that Laura Trump? No, that's some other ghoul. Wait, I know this guy. Wait, who is this guy? Where do I know this dick? Where do I know this guy from? It's breaking me. I cannot think of who this is. I've definitely seen this dude before. Jeffy Bezos, of course. Gotta have Jeffy Bezos. And Miriam Adelson here hanging out together. Look at that. Two disgustingly wealthy individuals who should have all their money taken away from them. Hanging out together. Perfect. It'll make things easier. Is that Elon? Is that Elon? No, it's JD and Usha. Ah.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
It's true. Donald Trump has spent a lot of quality time with JD's wife. Who knows what that means?
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
What does that even mean? You know, I've been wondering myself what that means. What kind of quality time did Donald and Usha spend together?
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Look, RFK Jr.'s there. It's all so exciting. Look at all the glad handing happening. Is that Steve? No, wait. It's not Steve Bannon. Who is that? I know that guy too. I cannot think of what his name is either. Oh my god, I forgot that she's married to RFK. I totally forgot she was married to RFK. That must be fascinating. I gotta say, Larry David's way better than RFK Jr. Come on.
Come on!
71 likes. Look at that. That's another Gary. I'm running out of the characters that we can land on here. This might take a second. Do we have this one? Oh, fucking hell, dude. Oh, that got away from me a little bit. What was that? No, we have 2 as well. 4. No, that's Mark. That's another Cisco. Okay, we don't have that one. Perfect. Perfect, thank you. Back to the action here at the 500. Well, I guess it's 250. You can't buy 1 plate. You have to buy 2. You have to have a date. Okay, you can't show up as a. That's not okay. So it's $250,000 per plate, but you have to raise, I think, 500,000. Sorry, to get here. Or unless you're like you probably don't have to pay if you're a pal. So I don't know who paid and who didn't pay. Let me think. What was I doing? Oh, right. I have to give you your 7th, 8th character. She can barely fit in here. Jocelyn Bell Burnell. Nobel Prize winning physicist. Was it the... No. Is it the Fields? No, I think it was Nobel Prize. Ugh, all the stroking is getting weird. I know it's your wife, but that's too much stroking. That is too much stroking for the public. Let's keep the PDAs to ourselves there, RFK. Settle down with those hands. Oh, there's the richest man in India. That's exciting. Mr. Ambani. Incredibly wealthy man who held a disgustingly lavish wedding for his son earlier this year, in 2024 actually. Who are all these turds? We're ringing in fascism, everyone. Get excited. There's Elon. There's Elon. Where's Grimes? You're not gonna buy Grimes a ticket? What's the deal, man? Oh, you two are on the outs right now? You're in the doghouse? It sucks. It sucks for you. Is he hitting on Ivanka right now? Is that who that is? I think that's Ivanka in the diamond dress. Who's the composer of this? I think this is Schumann. Although I don't know if I'm responding to the same song even, because I know you're all behind me by like 6 or 7 minutes. Or at least you were at one point. I don't know how far behind you really are now. I haven't been keeping as much track. Seeing as we're 9 hours into this stream. Is this Ivanka? I'm pretty sure this is Ivanka. I can't tell. I haven't seen her face one time. Oh, Jeffy and Elon shaking hands. Look at this. This is a fucking disgusting gathering of billionaires. Their arm candy. sorry. Am I just breaking the news to chat that Cheryl Hines is married to RFK Jr.? I'm sorry if I just broke your existence just now. It was unintentional. I assumed everybody knew this. That she's not actually married to Larry. She is married to RFK. Oh God. Actually, this might be Schubert. I don't know. Is that Puppy Killer? Who is that? Oh no, that's the same chick. No, it's not. Wait, who? Oh my God, they all look the same. The die is loaded. That one killed me. Oh, PB, I'm sorry. I am sorry. You know, I don't know. The dice could be loaded. I mean, it was one I bought off the internet from a set of tabletop RPG dice. It looks beautiful. You know, it's my favorite pair of dice, but I don't know. It does seem to not hit certain numbers a lot. It doesn't crit. We rarely get 20s. We get a lot of 1s. We also don't get a few of these in here, like 15. We don't get 15 a lot, which is very sad. I think that's what you're referring to. That we don't get enough 15s, and I'm sorry. You know, I don't know what to tell you, really. I wonder if the photographers get to eat the billionaire scraps when it's all done. That only seems fair. JD going around. Gotta remind everybody that he still exists, even though he's been hiding for weeks.
Please welcome President Donald J. Trump and Mrs. Melania Trump.
Oh, I guess I did these in the opposite order. That's my bad. Because I guess that happened right before it. I think it was worth it. I liked it that way. That was fine. Let's see. What next? What do we got on this? I think this was a clip from Donald Trump's speech. Yeah, this one. I don't think I remember hearing it because I was making fun of him so much during the speech, but let's listen to this part of it. We will get wokeness the hell out of our military immediately.
We'll get wokeness the hell out of our military immediately and make it like it used to be. Take a look at this.
Could be Mozart. I don't know. I don't know who it was. Oh no, this wasn't.
You little scumbag!
Oh, thank God. We actually, yay, we get to hear this full fascist montage now. Because Forbes is going to put the whole thing in there. Because they kind of love fascism, so they're stoked on this. But NBC just talked over it like a bunch of assholes. We wanted to hear what the fucking plan was on this shit.
We'll get wokeness the hell out of our military.
I was wrong. This is from the MSG speech. Yeah.
And make it like it used to be.
Get rid of the wokeness.
Take a look at this.
Okay, here we go. Montage time.
You little scumbag! I got your name. I got your ass. You will not laugh. You will not cry. You will learn by the numbers.
Happy Pride. Happy Pride Month. And actually, let's declare it a summer of pride.
So you're a killer? Sir, yes, sir. Let me see your war face. Sir, you got a war face?
I love this. I love this. They're celebrating a movie, the part of the movie, right? Like they're celebrating the fascist elements of anti-war movies, anti-military movies. Essentially, they're like, actually, it's all about perspective. It depends. You can interpret movies however you want. Actually, Drill Sergeant, what was his name? He's actually a good guy. Actually.
That's the war face. Now let me see your war face. Ah! Bullshit. You didn't convince me. Let me see your real war face. Ah!
I hear it and I know. I know you wanna take.
You will be a weapon. You will be a minister of death, praying for war. But until that day, you are pukes. You are the lowest form of life on earth. You are not even human fucking beings. You are nothing but unorganized, grabastic pieces of amphibian shit.
How to abracadabra, these bitches know I got answers the way I...
It looks to me like the best part of you ran down the crack of your mama's ass and ended up as the brown stain on the mattress.
Here we go, people. Fascism 2025.
Immediately, if not sooner. I love working for Uncle Sam. I love working for Uncle Sam. Lets me know just who I am. Lets me know just who I am. 1, 2, 3, 4, United States Marine Corps. 1, 2, 3, 4, United States Marine Corps. Thank you. So we won 2 world wars with that. And that's the way it's going to be.
There you go, Donald Trump saying that we're going to get wokeness and DEI onto the military, and then celebrating the worst elements. So sorry. What was I saying? Oh God, that hurt me. Oh, that cough hurt. What was I saying? I had things I was saying. Oh God. Metal Gear Solid. No, that's not the name of this movie. Oh my God, my brain just broke. Oh God. Why can't I think of the name of the movie now? Oh God, that's breaking me inside. Full Metal Jacket. Why did I say Metal Gear Solid? Full Metal Gear Jacket. Full Metal Jacket. Celebrating all the worst elements of it and the, you know, horrifying treatment of soldiers and all that shit. It's just a wow. It's a wow fucking montage. 9 hours we have gone. This is wild. This is one of the longest streams we've ever done. Utterly wild. Oh, and we still have some insane fucking news that broke during the stream. Like literally from like an hour and a half ago or something. I cannot believe that this even... Maybe we should have a change up the numbers on the die. Interesting. The changing of the numbers on the die. Oh God, that would kill me. I mean, it could be done. It would require me to do a bunch of rearranging on the stream itself, but I maybe could be convinced to do something like that in the future when I have some free time on my hands. Alright, what am I doing? You've never seen a 100-sided die before? I've seen one in person. I don't own one. And the fact is there's auto number generators online, fake die rollers. You can use them like D&D Beyond, Roll20, whatever you want. So, and I think Google even has die rollers. So it's all, I don't really need them. I just like the physical aspect of the D20. Okay, let's go to the BBC News before we talk about that news I was talking about just now. Because there is something horrifying unfolding. But before we do that, let's see BBC's own assessment of how they cover news on Donald Trump.
Hello. One of the great things about doing this podcast is we don't just bring you the news, we've also got a bit of extra time and space, which means we can explain why the news is the way it is And I think that makes the news better for you. So we're going to do that on this episode of Newscast. We're going to pose some of the questions about how do you cover Donald Trump 2.0. And we're going to do it with some people who've got a lot of experience of covering Donald Trump 1.0. So that's what you're going to hear on this episode of Newscast. Some of the people who have been and will be instrumental in covering Donald Trump for the BBC, explaining to me and you how they're going to do it.
Immediately,
Hello,
if not
it's Adam
sooner.
in the Newscast studio. And as the world gets ready and gets used to Donald Trump being back in the White House for a second time, I've brought together some of my most valued colleagues who've spent a lot of time covering Donald Trump and are going to be spending a lot of time covering Donald Trump again. So joining me here in the studio is the man who runs the BBC's foreign news operation, and when Donald Trump first entered the White House, ran the BBC's office in Washington, D.C. It's Paul Danaher. Hello, Paul.
It was a long time ago. It feels like a long time ago.
I feel slightly like this is a combination of like a work meeting or a job interview.
Okay.
Times I see you.
Well, let's see how we get on.
Yeah. And also joining us down the line is Gary O'Donoghue. Hi, Gary.
Gary, come on now.
Hey, Adam, how are you doing?
Don't
Good,
be
thanks.
shy.
So where are you geographically right now?
I am in LA at the moment.
Okay, covering the wildfires, I'm guessing. And also joining us down the line, friend of Newscast, one of the BBC's chief presenters in Washington, is Katrina Perry. Hi, Katrina.
Hi, Adam. How are you?
Very well, thank you. So I was thinking we could split up our conversation into the past, the recent past, and the future. So if we go into like the past, so Trump's first term, is there a quintessential moment for each of you that sort of sums up the kind of the dilemmas and the challenges of covering him as a public figure and as the leader of America? Paul, do you want to start?
Yeah, I guess the oddest moment we had was deciding whether or not we could say on the 10 o'clock news.
And the context was?
Well, it was because basically there was a report came out that Robert Mueller, when he was appointed as a special investigator into the allegations about Russian interference, there was a claim within his report that when that was announced and Jeff Sessions told President Trump,
who was the Attorney General at the time,
that he was going to be appointed, that Trump said, "I'm f***." And then the question for us was, did we need to use that language to really capture the frame of mind?
It's history.
Of Donald Trump at that moment.
It's historical.
And it was a long conversation.
Was it?
All the other words we'd use and ask whether the context was important and whether we needed to really use that language to articulate just how much vulnerability Trump felt that he had.
Yeah.
So we did. But it was a kind of illustration of straying into areas of journalism and how we thought about how we covered Trump that we'd never really had to before. It began before the election. It began with the way that he used to do his campaigning, but as it moved into the White House, it was fascinating as a journalist.
By the way,
you were constantly having conversations.
For those of you, because I see some of you showing up who haven't been here the whole time, just so you know, we had serious lag problems at the beginning of the stream today, so I can't see your comments until like 6 minutes after they get posted or something like that. I think it's been improving over time, but it's like, I don't know, it's like 4 or 5 minutes. The stream delay, I know we usually have like a 30-second stream delay or shorter, but today it's minutes long. So if I don't respond immediately to your statements, or if you're trying to help me with stuff, I appreciate it. But sometimes I'm not gonna see them in so many Full Metal Jacket comments. Yes, I know. I figured it out. It was trapped deep in my brain and was mixed up with a PlayStation video game. It's just something we've been dealing with all stream, unfortunately. All 9 nearly half hours.
And other colleagues about how to say things, how seriously to take things, how much coverage to give things. It was a fascinating time, and Gary's about to have another 4 years that are very fascinating.
And even before kind of the discussions about how to cover things started, you would have woken up to inevitably a Trump tweet.
I mean,
every morning.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I had my tweet set to kind of notifications, and I drove my wife nuts. Well, rather, Donald Trump drove my wife nuts because I used to have to look at them because that could change your day. And he had a tendency to get up at 2 a.m, as men of his age often do, and in those moments have a thought. And that thought could be quite profound. It could be quite consequential, or it could just set off a whole raft of events that didn't lead anywhere. But you couldn't not listen to what he was saying because he was the president of the United States.
That's true. That's true.
He didn't have people in place around him that wanted to necessarily do what he wanted to do.
Now he
was trying to go over their
does.
heads.
Now he has an entire administration ready to go of purely sycophantic loyalists and just pure fascists, billionaires, and everybody else who's basically ready to just implement whatever the fuck he wants, from what I can tell. I think if anything, the billionaires are going to have maybe less incentive to enact because they'll have their own personal sort of agendas, I guess, perhaps, like in terms of moneyed interests. But I think, generally speaking, the entire Biden administration, holy fuck.
I'm staying in the race.
I'm getting tired over here. I've been talking for like 10 hours. Entire Donald Trump administration has already been announced, and just 99.9% of them are all just purely just, oh my god, just Donald Trump lovers. They are here to do whatever the fuck he wants. Basically, the Donald Trump cult is being implanted into our government here. Immediately, if not sooner.
Those kind of scattergun posts on social media because actually he can get his way within the institutions that exist.
Yeah, I mean, last time around, he had no idea he was going to win. And on election night, there was mild panic within his family because they didn't know what to do. And so they went to the Republican Party and basically said, help, find us some people that can help us govern. That's not the case this time around. This time around, they've got people in place that they know are loyalists that will carry out what he wants to do.
Wow,
so when
he's basically just
fighting with the people
I haven't even heard this yet. This got dropped. This literally got dropped 2 hours ago. I haven't heard a single piece of this, and somehow I just predicted what this man was going to say. Shocking.
Really a good idea, Mr. President.
It's almost like I listen to the news constantly.
It's all been thought through. So I think we will get his thoughts on everything. We always do. But I don't think that will be the start of the policy. I think the policy will get underway on day one with a raft of executive orders.
Yeah.
And that will set
He just got done.
Katrina, what's your quintessential moment from the...
We just got done listening to him say that he had 100 executive orders to fly through. At that speech he gave at the $500,000 a plate dinner.
Term.
I think to kind of build on what Paul was saying there, it was the fast and furious nature of everything. I was working for RTE at the time, the Irish public broadcaster, but a much smaller operation than the BBC has here. So I was trying to spread myself in a million different directions. And those tweets that Paul was talking about would come in the morning and you'd start off doing a certain story and then you'd flip halfway through to something else. And I've such a clear memory of being in the White House on many days, and at 5 o'clock in Eastern time here, so I guess 10 p.m. in the UK, a new story was breaking from the New York Times or the Washington Post almost every other day. And like between us journalists, you know, the joke was like, oh, what's the 5 o'clock moment today? It wasn't, 5 o'clock drinking time, sundowners. It was like, what's the next big story? And just trying to, cover these stories when you never really had enough time to do a deep enough dive on them. And you were trying to give, proper coverage and credence to things, but you would have to move on to the next bus that was arriving in the next few moments. Such was the kind of just onslaught of news, particularly in those first maybe 6 to 12 months of the Trump presidency.
And Gary, what would be your moment?
So there's a couple of quick things I wanted to mention when you asked that question. One really big moment I remember, and this is just before the election, is when he tweeted that he wanted to ban all Muslims coming in for the country. Now, our initial reaction in the newsroom was the account must have been hacked, because you can't just say things like that. So we didn't immediately go with it. And then when we realised it was true, that's when I realised politics and the politically possible had changed.
Yeah.
So that's one. The other
It is kind of hilarious to hear the BBC talk about this stuff in post.
At the time when he talked about...
Yeah, BBC was like, no, there's no way that a U.S. president would say something this insane. This account must have been hacked. That's hilarious.
Illegal.
Oh, no, that's our commander-in-chief. Thank you very much, Gary.
If I can say SH1T.
Thank you very much, Gary, but that's our president-in-chief, thank you.
Go back, talking about some of the awkward squad, go back to where you've come from. How do you talk about those in the context? Because those are dealing with things like tropes, they're dealing with nuanced dog whistle type issues. And we had a lot of discussion about whether you called someone who did that a racist, whether you just called it racist language, racist tropes.
Yeah, that's his go-to. What does this mean? Is this... oops, that's not what I meant. Not glasses. I know what glasses mean. There we go. What do you mean by this, AC? Why don't I just bring it up in another window? Bring what up in another window? I need an explanation, because this is confusing me. Unless it's not even directed at me, in which case you can just disregard this question.
And we really struggled with that stuff. And I think, again, we will get some of that this time around, where you try to put it in a proper context without inflaming things.
And I suppose there, Paul, that the challenge with that is when you've got a couple of minutes, like we've got here, you can talk around that stuff and as Gary says, put it in context, give other people's reactions to it. But when you're just trying to do a headline or something, that's very, very hard because headlines are not very nuanced. You can't put a lot of context. You can't put kind of disclaimers and footnotes in a headline or a push alert on a mobile phone.
No, but you can be sophisticated in the words that you do use. And Gary's absolutely right. I mean, the other thing we had to think about was people were constantly calling him a liar. And there were one or two occasions during the presidency that we could say that he had lied because we had proof that he'd said other things. And so we did say that he lied on one or two occasions. But in America, they were always calling him a liar. I mean, there was a real divide between the two sides of the kind of mainstream media, as they're now called all the time in America, and the kind of more liberal media, if you like, were always calling him a liar. And we didn't do that. We were very careful about using that word. But you're right. The important...
I did everything right, and
the problems you have are more online because you have templates on your pages and you've got to fit the number of characters into the words. That does make it more difficult. The beauty of the English language is there's always another word you can use. So it sometimes slows down the process of getting the headline right. And you do need to look at it and go, could that be misinterpreted? Is it over the top? Will people say that there's an influence in there because we can't really go into the context and the detail? But with careful writing, and one of the things I think the BBC prides itself on is careful writing and having journalists who can write. We make sure that we do get that right because, the headlines are the things that most people consume nowadays. They're what pop up on their phone. They don't even open the story sometimes. They just see the headline. And so getting them right is particularly important today in the kind of social media world we live in.
It is true.
Katrina, just talking about the practicalities of that time you were in the room with Donald Trump and something a little bit odd, charming, weird happened.
Yeah, so I would have been in the Oval Office quite a lot covering President Trump because, that's what happens. He's doing things. He brings in the press pool and you're covering and reporting on whatever's happening there. But on this particular day, this event I think you're referencing there, Adam, President Trump was speaking to the then new Irish Taoiseach Prime Minister Leo Varadkar, who'd just come into office. And, it's customary practice that there would be a phone call, a congratulatory phone call between leaders like that. So I had contacted the press secretary at the time, Sean Spicer, who's an Irish American, and said, it'd be really great to be able to get some footage on the Trump side of this conversation happening, because my colleagues in Ireland will get it from the other side. So he said, oh yeah, you can come and get a still picture through the windows outside the Oval Office side. That's fine, that'll do for our purposes. Obviously, it's a private conversation, etc. So we were looking through the window, and suddenly the door opened. Come on into the Oval Office. So myself and some other media colleagues went in, and Donald Trump was on the phone at the Resolute desk, kind of making a face that looked like he was listening to something or looking around the room. And this went on for a long time. Everyone's filming it because they had said you can film it, not just stills. And suddenly a voice comes over saying, Mr. President, the Taoiseach of Ireland, Prime Minister Leo Varadkar is on the phone for you. And at this point, we were starting to get ushered out, because this obviously was when the private part of the conversation was starting to happen. And so President Trump said something along the lines of, oh, we have all of your beautiful Irish media here. I was the only member of the Irish media there. So this made me kind of turn and catch his eye. And at which point then he summoned me over to the Resolute desk, come here. Who are you? And I said, oh, I'm Katrina Perry from RTE. The Taoiseach will know me very well. And so President Trump relayed this and said, oh, we have Katrina Perry here. She's got a beautiful smile. I'd say she treats you real well, which was quite a bizarre thing to have happen to you when you're just in the course of your job in the Oval Office. Reporting on the president. And it basically went around the world.
It is so random. What an awkward
really
fucking
a viral
moment.
And so it was a very surreal experience for me, being a journalist, usually reporting on things, to suddenly find myself in the middle of this story. And
yeah, no kidding. That is awkward as fuck. Okay, all right. What am I doing now? Ah, damn, we're already at the last two videos of the stream. Although it's not like we went short here. 9.5 hours of content. Incredibly long stream tonight. But I enjoyed every minute of it with you people. Now let's go to this fucking horrifying breaking news from about an hour ago. Really bad. I mean, this is not what anybody wants to hear, I don't think. Aside from maybe some people on... Let's think. I'm pretty sure Tucker Carlson's probably stoked about this. There may be some people on... What's it called? I can't remember the name of the... Polymarket. There's probably some polymarketers who are stoked on this. But all normal human beings are probably horrified by the news I'm about to show you... Bring chat up in another window so I can keep it up? What do you mean with you? I have chat. I have multiple chats windows opened all at once. I have Twitch chat. I can see Twitch chat happening right now. I can see YouTube Shorts chat happening right now, although there's basically nobody in there. I can see, and I have 2 iterations of the regular chat open, unless you mean putting it on the screen. And I just don't do that. I hate that. It's too Twitch. It's too Twitch. It's always distracting in my opinion. I know Hassan and people like that do that, but it's just not my vibe. All right. Okay, let's go on to this horrifying news. From 1 hour ago, Governor Newsom deploys firefighters ahead of red flag wind warning. KTLA 5 on the story. Fuck's sake. This could be bad. There's still embers smoldering in places right now.
Governor Gavin Newsom is deploying firefighters ahead of tomorrow's dangerous fire weather. Forecasters are warning of 90-mile-per-hour winds in some spots, which could cause flames to spread out of control. Newsom's office says CAL FIRE will take up strategic positions all across the state ahead of tomorrow's dangerously high wind event. Officials are warning the public, have a bag packed for emergencies, be prepared to leave at a moment's notice, and be sure to sign up for fire alerts on ca.gov.
And with those powerful winds returning to the region this week, crews out there in the Palisades still checking for hot spots also working to shore up the containment lines.
Our Rachel Menitoff is live in the Palisades with the latest tonight. Rachel.
Karine, Rick, we're beginning to enter the recovery phase. First responders are going door to door looking at the structural damage. We have utility crews putting up brand new power poles, and then cadaver dogs are searching for human remains. And parts of the Palisades are reopening to the public, but it's certainly been a bittersweet moment for many. A beloved oceanside restaurant and workplace reduced to rubble.
I wish I could touch it right now.
This is Alessandro Antoniazzi's first time seeing what's left of Moonshadow's restaurant in Malibu, where he was the general manager. It's one of 5,000 homes and businesses lost in the inferno of flames that swept through the coastal community.
This was, I would say, the highlight of the restaurant. People, they always wanted to be on the patio.
Search and recovery teams with the state's Office of Emergency Management are combing through the debris, assessing the damage and making sure they don't come across any hazardous material or hot spots.
Busca.
Cadaver dogs are searching for human remains. 10 people reportedly died and 7 are still missing.
This is a joint effort between law and fire, and so those are active crime scenes potentially. So right now they are going in there, they're collecting forensic evidence and trying to either identify remains or continue searching for areas of their last known location.
During a weekend visit, U.S. Congressman Brad Sherman witnessed the devastation that now defines his district, promising to approve legislation that will increase funding to rebuild and repopulate. Meantime, most people who live and work in the Palisades or in Malibu are out of a job, whether it be housekeepers, chefs, gardeners, restaurateurs, hosts, and servers like Lee Kane.
We're in a weird spot. FEMA isn't going to help us when it comes to this devastation. Like the servers, the bartenders, the bussers, everybody in the kitchen, the hosts, we really need help with this GoFundMe. We just need to stay afloat right now because we don't know what's ahead.
And the fire captain says there are no active flames in this area, and they're working to create and expand those containment lines ahead of this Santa Ana wind event, which is slated to arrive by tomorrow morning.
Jesus
We're live in the
Christ.
Palisades tonight. I'm Rachel Menitoff. Rick, Karine, back to you.
Yeah, those stories so heartbreaking, Rachel.
Which means
Thank
like
you.
literally right now those winds are probably hitting. It's like midnight right now in California. This is fucked.
Start with KTLA's Andy Reesmeyer. He's in tonight for Kai, tracking these dangerous weather conditions. Hi, Andy.
Hi there, nice to see you this evening. Yeah, you know, we had a very mild weekend. We had that on deck, and that was very nice, especially since we got those higher humidity levels, which we absolutely love. Those are going to start to crash, though, over the next 5 or 6 hours as the sun comes up. Temperatures will also go up with the Santa Ana wind event, which is on its way. Like we said, a particularly dangerous situation. This fire weather warning in effect now will become a red flag warning tomorrow from basically Ventura County, Los Angeles County, San Bernardino, Riverside, Orange County, and also San Diego County. What we're looking at here, especially in the coast and valley areas, are up to 80-mile-an-hour gusts. In the mountains and the foothills, up to 90 miles an hour, potentially 100-mile-an-hour gusts of wind with ember casts that could go for miles. So you see how that wind has contributed to those fires. When you have an opportunity for some of those embers to be picked up by the wind, they can move for miles, and of course, spot fires as well. We also have an air quality alert in effect from tomorrow morning until tomorrow evening. That is because there's concern about harmful pollution from wind-blown dust and ash. Of course, a ton of acres obviously burned over the past couple of weeks, and so the concern is that a lot of that toxic air could be blown through this stretch of the map when we have those Santa Anas coming down here into tomorrow. So the next time I see you, we're going to go over exactly when those winds are going to come and what part of the map they will.
I know that's unusual for me. I usually got a lot to say about stuff, but holy fuck, I got no words for this.
The most where we're watching the areas of concern. But for now, Karine and Rick, back to you.
Firefighters are making progress on the deadly Eaton fire. It's now 81% contained after killing at least 17 people and destroying more than 14,000 acres.
Carlos Aceto joining us live tonight from Pasadena, where officials held a town hall meeting earlier today to prepare for this incoming windstorm. Carlos?
Karine, as you can imagine, the next wind event, a big concern for everyone out here. Those Santa Ana winds are expected to pick up Monday into Tuesday. This as Altadena residents, business owners, they're still reeling from that destructive wildfire from almost 2 weeks ago that killed 17 people. The dust has not even settled on the overall destruction caused by the Eden fire, but officials now with a new red flag warning as they prepare for another Santa Ana wind event.
And it just depends on where the low pressure and the high pressure systems that actually cause these wind events kind of line up as to the areas that are going to see the largest impact.
So we're working around the clock to get updates on that. On Sunday, dozens of residents and business owners directly impacted by the wildfires attended a community meeting at Westminster Presbyterian Church in Pasadena. Close to 10,000 structures were fully destroyed when the Eden fire torched through Altadena starting January 7th. It was an all-hands-deck response by fire crews to save as many lives possible.
Okay, let's let this thing rip and start shooting the house and get after it.
As I talked to the commanders, as I talked to the firefighters that were in this area, this was the worst fire incident that they've ever experienced. And I'm grateful that we didn't lose more people, but 17 is too much.
Yeah,
schools,
no kidding.
businesses, and homes
And it's just
were
one of the
wiped out,
fires.
including Karen
I think in
Decker's
total now
house
the
on
number's up to
Homewood Drive.
nearly
It's hard.
30.
It's
I think it's like 28 or something like that. If you combine Eden and Palisades, if I'm not mistaken, because Eden took 17 and then Palisades I think took 11. This is fucked. And I cannot believe that there's more winds coming right now. And of course there are. It's still January. This is when the Santa Ana winds happen.
It's hard to lose your home, your place that is safe and your grounding. And
the San Gabriel Unified school teacher lived with her son and mother. The property reduced to nothing more than rubble. A proud Altadena resident of more than 30 years, Karen plans to start over once it's safe to do so.
I'm definitely rebuilding, and everyone I talk to in my street and others that I know in the community, they're all rebuilding who lost their homes.
Tonight, a lot of residents asking officials about rebuilding efforts as well as debris removal that will determine how quickly they'll be able to repopulate the area. As for Karen, you saw in our piece, you could help her out. We posted her GoFundMe page.
All right, everybody pray to Gary that those Santa Ana winds do not manage to reignite parts of this fire that have been put out or spread it to places that it was not. Yeah, now it's even easier to get Gary's in chat. You don't even have to type the secret YouTube emote text for it, because now we got all sorts of different Garys. And the more people that subscribe, the more Garys we're going to get. I've got a bunch of Garys in the pipeline ready to be added to this galactic emote list. I don't know how many are, I don't know, I'll let you know later. I'll try and find out how many memberships we are away from getting a 14th emote. I know we're getting pretty close. Although I know it takes more and more every time that you get a new emote. Alright. Well, I guess that's going to be it. Well, that was quite a stream, everyone. Thankfully, we had each other to get through it. But that's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. didn't think I'd forget this, did you? These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegly, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Gnarl by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Apoc, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Brading, D Cypher, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Geo Dragon, Moanoap, Nadia, Choki, This is Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchfork Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month.
Are you not entertained?
Wow, that's a lot of ones in chat. And a 2? My God.
How rude.
2, I've never seen a 2. I'm canceling the after stream, that's it. That's it. Stream over. Tricked ya. You didn't think I would just take the galactic after stream away from you like that, did ya? That's silly. Well, what's happening with the stream software? What are you doing?
It's a great day for being sad.
Guess you can lag. There you go. Come on. It's nice to just sit by the pool here and hang out with you folks. At the end of every stream, we can just sort of unwind from all of that horrifying galactic news.
Follow the rich way, man.
Consequences.
Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, each when she passes goes. When she walks.
Why is that not loading? The fuck? That's not what that's supposed to look like at all. Where's the file? This is problematic. Unacceptable. There it is. Let's, there we go.
Gosh, it's beautiful here. Just look at that yellow sky. And way off in the distance, those lovely little white clouds.
Get a drink, have a good time now. Go to paradise, paradise.
Você me vê sorrindo a todo. Se você me vê sorrindo a todo. você me vê sorrindo à toa, se você me vê sorrindo à toa, se você me vê sorrindo à toa, se você me vê sorrindo à toa, wildfire.